Reminds me of how the Greeks thought they saw things, or the emission theory of sight, or like invisible laser beams. That's how
Yeah.
they model it.
Yeah, they model it backwards, basically. Which is okay, I guess.
It works in many conditions, or like when you're using lenses and that kind of stuff. Sure, if you know the mediums and you're accounting for it, sure, it works.
So here's a graphic from Gibson. So like these lines, right, that are emanating, right? So like, so if this says single reflecting point. Now you can imagine that as a source of light, or just like a place where the light is reflected off of. It reflects in every direction.
Yep.
So if your eye was up above this eye that's here, right, the ray that goes in that direction would reach your eye. Now, what ray could possibly reach this eye in the middle if there was a gradient? It can't be the ray that's dead ahead of it, because that ray curves down and will miss the eye. So what ray is going to reach the eye? A ray that initially was on an upward trajectory and then curved down. Now, what's that going to look like? It's going to look like you're looking at the object from above it. Because the ray that was, say, at a 45-degree angle and would have reached your eye in a normal condition, like without refraction, as if you were looking down on it at a 45-degree angle, that ray is going to curve down and hit at the eye level, right? This is what they're saying has to happen. So why, when we do these long-distance observations, it doesn't appear as if we're looking down on objects? Because it's the only way it happens. So the Bricker illustration from the let me see, hold on. From the Hawaiian Island experiment, his graphic showing how the rays. I gotta find it. Come on, man. Oh, this one. Okay. So this one. So this one is the ray tracing model of what the upward trajectory would have to be.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's squished. Like the scale isn't like, the X and Y axis are on the same scale. So this is exaggerated. Yeah. But the ray. So say you're at this center point distance, right, halfway between the observation, the source, and the sink, basically, right? If you're halfway and you were up at the peak of this arc, that's what the viewpoint would be. That would be the ray that hits the telescope. The ray that, like, if you were way up there, 60 meters or whatever this is, at the halfway point, floating in the air across, so you got the line of sight. And if you're halfway between the 2 points, elevated to 60 meters, whatever you would see from that point is what you're going to see at the telescope on the other end, because that's the ray that reaches that telescope, right? So that's the only, like, anywhere you'd be on this this upward path, or basically it's the path that would, at the point, it's the path that the ray takes at the point where it leaves the object, but before any refraction takes place. So it's like whatever angle it exited, right? Because after that, the angle keeps changing because of refraction in this, in this model.
Yeah. If you look at that picture, for instance, if where the thick blue lines hit the surface of this imagined spheroid,
yeah.
If there was an oil rig there, you would see the roof of the oil rig.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would look like a big square floating in space, man. Right? Because, the oil rigs are pretty much square, right? So you would basically see the square as if you're looking at an angle. You wouldn't be looking at it like edge on.
Yeah, you're not looking at it directly down, but like at an angle, so you'd see like the square of the top and then the rest of the front.
The funny thing is, when I brought this up to Globers, they just play stupid. So it's really like hard to like get anywhere with them. They try to just play ignorant. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. You're not explaining it right. Like, and I think so for years, right? For absolute years, Trace. You know this angle of attack, right? When you're looking down, like really shallowly on a plane, eventually you can't see the surface, right? Because you're at too shallow of an angle. That concept. It's not even a concept. It's just reality, right? Like the infinite checkerboard. At some point, you can't see the squares anymore because the angle's too shallow. We fought with them for like 3 years for them to even claim they even understood what we were talking about. They pretended for years not to. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Pretending they didn't understand it when it really is the simplest thing. Because we all go through it every day when we look at it. Anything that we look at that's flat, where we want to look at something and take information off of it. We know that if we want to look at that, a poster, a sign, a computer screen, a TV screen, we need to be, right? Our line of sight needs to be perpendicular to that screen. And if it's like dead center to the screen, right? That would be the optimum. We don't go off to the side, right? To the side of it, or go like try to look at it on edge. To like to see the screen.
You don't read a book by looking at it from the edge. You look at it straight on.
Yeah, and they pretended they couldn't understand this simple concept for 3 years, man. Like, in retrospect, I think we were being trolled, quite honestly, or gaslit or something. Because now I would just like, because I mean, I was nicer not nicer. I was more tolerant of anti-flat earthers back then because I thought that it was like some sort of honest debate that we were having. But now I realize
I get you. I totally get you. When you're dealing with a narcissistic personality, like you can hope that they're gonna change, that you're making headway, but no, you're not making headway. I think this argument could work on some people, but. Yeah, it would need to be very well explained so that they can picture it, because a lot of people.
Yeah, you got to make an animation or something. I mean, maybe I'll do that. It's not that actually is not a hard animation to make. It's just a bunch of arrows and lines.
I mean, I think you can do it. I think you can do it if you had like some visual aids, like the ones we're showing and that kind of stuff, and then. You walk them through it while you had them imagining it. I think you could do it, but it would just be more difficult.
Like this graphic has really come to annoy me.
Yeah.
because this is what they say is happening, that things are being picked up. And they'll like post some graphic like this, like something's being picked up. Well, if this was your viewpoint, right, and the mountain was picked up, you'd be looking at it. The ray that would reach you would be one that's pointed down. So if you look at the tip of the mountain in their little ray diagram, the bottom mountain, the real object, the ray that comes off this is tilted down at, like, it's not eye level. It's at some angle, right? It's at like, say it's at like 20 degrees from eye level, probably like 5 or something. So if that ray is going to curve down to meet your eye, not only is the mountain going to appear in this other spot, it would be a ray from underneath of it. But that's not actually how it happens. What it should appear like as if you're lifted up, right? So that your view is extended. It should be like the opposite of this. So think about it. What's the difference between a mountain being picked up over the horizon versus the mountain being in the regular place and you being picked up higher? What's the visual difference? One scenario, right, the one where the mountain is being picked up, is going to look like as if you're looking at the mountain from underneath it, whereas the other scenario will be you'll be looking at the mountain from above it.
Yeah.
But in all these observations, do you know what they look like? They look like you're looking right at the mountain.
Yeah, from the side.
Yeah, from the side, looking right at it. Especially the long distance ones, because they can make the argument that, well, it's not enough, right? It's not really that much to really tell because it's so far away. You really can't tell if the difference between looking at it, straight on versus from a little bit higher is so negligible. You can't tell the difference. The difference becomes great once you get farther and farther away. Because if the rate is curving at this constant rate, when you're farther away, more rays are going to go underneath you. So the ray that has to further and like if we took this diagram, right? The diagram from this Bricker dude, I'm going to post again.
Yeah.
We take this, right? And we extend this. Instead of doing 150 kilometers, we do 1,500, or would do 400 kilometers like Canigou, right? Well, that ray is actually going to have to have a higher arc.
Yeah, not true.
So the ray that is emanated from the source of the light is going to have to come off at a higher angle. So it's going to appear like you're looking at it down even more.
Yeah, I also have a problem with all this curving light that's supposed to go up and then curve back down. That's making the light turn the opposite direction. It's retarded. Kind of like when you showed the image here of the mountain being seen high up in the air, and they say underneath it, light bending downwards equals superior mirage. Well, are we seeing superior mirages in the Black Swan? No, we're not. Because superior mirages and inferior mirages, I think there's an issue there. The conditions required to bend it up and down, that's crazy to me.
I think superior and inferior mirages is just I think their theory is wrong. I think there's just a layer of air. Well. I think there's a thin layer of air, and depending on where that layer of air is relative to your eye level, sometimes you're above it and sometimes you're below it. And if you're below it, then it'll make a superior mirage, and if you're under, if your eye line is below it, right? So whatever you're looking at is reflected off of, think of it as there's a mirror above your eye level.
Yeah.
Right. So a mirror basically on the ceiling. So think about what that would look like, right? So if I have Chicago and there's the superior mirage, and the superior mirage are the tops touching, a mirror on the ceiling above it, that's what it would look like. The tops are touching when it reaches my eye. And if it's the other way, below my eye level, it's going to look like the bottoms are touching, like an inferior mirage.
Yeah. If you look in the live stream voice text chat, I'm showing here total internal reflection and both showing it in a tank. When the angle is conducive, it's going to reflect. And when it reflects, it actually doesn't bounce straight back down, but rather appears to go a little bit forward before it goes back down, which creates this apparent curve, which is what I think they're actually confusing all this stuff with. They think it's curving because of refraction, but it's actually just internal reflection.
Yeah, this phenomena where it travels along the boundary, there's actually a name for that. I can't remember off the top of my head. They know about it. It's not this isn't some unknown thing. Though these seem too long, because I know it's some function of the wavelength of the light. So I'm not exactly sure what this deal is. It could be a property of the glass. It could have a coating on it, which is probably what it is. This probably isn't just one medium. There's probably a thin layer on it, an anti-reflective coating or something. So basically, right? So it'll hit that, like, say this is a block of glass, right? And in that block of glass is an anti-reflective coating. The light can get in between that glass and that coating, travel along that boundary, right? Like an optical cable, doesn't bounce out, but then reaches a point where it does bounce out, right? Because of because of any possible reason. Because the most likely, I would guess, the reason would be there's a defect in the glass, or there's a defect in the what do you call it, the fucking film. So once there's a defect, it can escape. So the boundary has to be pretty smooth for it to not get out. That's why fiber optic lines, like they have to be very carefully just cared for when you like install them or put them in. You can't just like bash them around, because if they get defects in the glass, it's like not going to work.
So, essentially, it would be the light is ducting there in between those materials.
Yeah, and it's like it's like an atomized film. Like it's like a polarizing film on your sunglasses, or like, you know, it's like a 5 atom thick layer. Usually, like for this, they'd probably use like what's called vapor deposition. So they take a vapor, so they vaporize whatever metal they want, and they stick this in there, and then, you know, sometimes under vacuum, high pressure, sometimes under very low pressure, and then over a while, you basically get a thin layer of, you know, material. That like a lot of people don't know this. Thin layer physics is an entire area of engineering, just dealing with materials with thin layers, because the physics are completely different. There's very unique physics involved with it. Like you can get all kinds of weird shit. That's why, like a solar filter, when they talk about solar filters, I'm like, dude, nobody knows how a solar filter works. It's a polyimide film that was sputtered with silver. And you have things like the photoelectric effect. You got something called plasmon polaritons. So you get like little electric surface waves when light hits it that travel along the surface of it. Right? And they can, because something called evanescent coupling. So there's one thing you can do. You can take a so you can take a fiber optic cable and another fiber optic cable, and you can put them right next to each other, and the light will tunnel in. Like if you put light through one fiber optic cable, it will like resonantly tunnel into the other cable, a portion of the light, right? Because they're so close together. They have to be like within the wavelength close to each other, and there's something called evanescent waves, which are like, it's like near field radiation. It's the same way as like you know how a transformer works, like a little you know, coil and then a coil, and then there's a metal magnet. They're not electrically connected. They're magnetic fields. The magnetic field is transferring the energy through electromagnetic coupling. So basically the same thing. It's electromagnetic coupling between the fiber optic cables. The thing is, when you use a thin film, this also happens. So if you have electromagnetic, like a surface polariton charge on one side of the film being caused by something like the sun, right? That will resonantly tunnel through the film to the other side, so that you're not actually looking at the sun. You're looking at an image of the sun that was created by photons being emitted through the tunneling process. And that's how an LED works. LED works through the tunneling process. That's how a LED emits light. So like the idea that like, oh, we're capturing the sun. I mean, I don't think that that's been demonstrated. I really don't.
Yeah, if anything, you're blocking out the light of the sun.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You're blocking out the light completely. In the light you are seeing isn't direct sunlight. It's re-emitted light caused by direct sunlight impinging on a metal film and tunneling to the other side, right? And being emitted, and then you catching it into the sensor, basically. Yeah, because if you use so check this out. If you use a different, like if you use a silver versus like a gold film, the image that's created is a little bit different. They're
Yeah.
different colors. So if it's just blocking out light, why is it changing the color? But we know from like the quantum mechanic process of light emission that the material, right, the energy levels of the electrons in the atoms are what determine the wavelengths of light that are emitted. But the sun only has it has what it emits, right? So like, how is it getting through? Like, why would it come through different with one material than another material? It's not a change of intensity; it's an actual change in color. So why would that happen? Unless my little hypothesis on what they're actually viewing is correct. And like, I'm not making it up. You can look in the literature about, it's called plasmon polaritons. It's well known in thin film physics. Just basically electromagnetic surface waves that will form on a metal film, thin metal films, but they will have an evanescent wave on the other side. And if it's the right material, you can have quantum tunneling in the emission of light. This is well known in the study of this thin film material science. It's not like shit I made up.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit about thin films and the physics related, and some interesting weird stuff concerning it, like they're charging the films and all sorts of weird stuff to get weird effects that the material didn't have before.
Yeah, they get weird effects that don't like if you have like a block of gold, like what it'll do as a thin film is completely different than the block of gold. There's weird properties that they have. And this is, like I said, it's a field of study that it's a complete field. It's in its infancy, right? As far as like having it all figured out, because I would say there's so many variables to control, right? The thickness of the film, the purity of the film, is it doped with the frequency of light that you're using? And then other things affect it, right? The material that it's next to. So if you have like thin film on top of one material versus another material, that would completely change its properties. And then there's the environment conditions, like is it hot, is it cold, is it vacuum, is it not vacuum? Like all these things change. Like when you have this many variables, there's no solid theory of if we take a thin film of this borium, strontium titanate, if we make a thin film of this, we know exactly this is going to happen. They don't know it on that level. They have to do it experimentally by trial and error. You have to basically make the thin film and then experiment with it.
Yeah.
Wait,
If I remember correctly, that's pretty much how they. Sorry?
No.
Was Jim CBR? Was y'all?
Yeah,
Was he
yeah, earlier, yeah.
Oh no, because I was listening to the live. I just played it, and then I thought, oh yeah, I want to get in on that. But then I came in and it's a totally different conversation. I'm like, what? So I don't know what the live is doing, but whatever.
Isn't it also nanophysics, where it's basically a whole different study of physics within itself? Because when you get really small, things behave differently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nanophysics. So you got the van der Waals force and the Casimir effect, and all these other. You have things if you take two thin film metals, right, that are very smooth, right, not rough, they're super smooth, and you touch them together, you can never get them apart. They just seal together, you'll never separate them. They basically weld themselves together when they're at a small, a nanoscale level.
Is that every metal?
Every metal that I know of. They say this is the Casimir effect, that basically it just gets pressed together by the vacuum energy.
Oh yeah. I remember these now. Yeah, it was kind of a mystery. They get them right next to each other, but then they kind of push themselves to each other, but they don't see what does that last little push.
The theory is that there's more wavelength energy outside the gap between the metals than there is inside, so that creates a energy imbalance that pushes the plates together. And then, like, as they get closer and closer together, it's like an energy vacuum is one way you can think of it. There's more energy outside than inside, so it's creating like this energy vacuum, this I don't know, asymmetry in the amount of energy. And then as it gets closer and closer together, that asymmetry grows exponentially, and then they get squished together.
Just say ether, bro.
Just say, yeah, I could say that. could be the ether.
Yeah.
I mean,
pretty much what they when they talk about it, the vacuum fluctuations and stuff like that. They admit that they're pretty much just like having a different name for what they call the ether.
Yeah, because it has to be fundamentally different, though, right? Like if it has any type of substantive qualities, i.e., actually being able to have physical properties, then it debunks heliocentrism, right? So they can't do that. I mean, they don't intellectualize that, you know, but they're just like, oh, we know science says that relativity is true to explain things like Michelson-Morley. Most of them don't even think about that, but that's the truth. It can't be substantive. But free space, this vacuum, it has impedance, right?
Yeah. There's a vacuum impedance, 100%.
Yeah, man.
And it's great. It's large. It's very large, quite honestly.
Yeah, I think 377 ohms is free space impedance. So, I mean, you know, to me, it's kind of simple, right? Like there's something that can be drawn from that's actually still in the vacuum, and then that creates the interaction inside of it. I don't know. It doesn't seem that complicated.
But the impedance is for a current to flow, right? You can still create like a static potential in the vacuum without a problem, right? So I could take a cathode and an anode and charge them up, right, and create a huge voltage between them. And like in a vacuum, right? So they have these vacuum capacitors in like electrical. I'm sure you've seen them. I'm sure you've seen like Eric Dollard showed some videos of these vacuum switches where they would close it, right? And then like there'd be a big, huge spark, but as soon as the switch is closed, the current can't flow through a vacuum. So, you know, that's how they basically shut it off, right? It's the vacuum is the resistor. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But still, there's still electrical potential between the cathode and the anode. There's just not a current. You know what I mean?
Where's
that
that
energy is
potential
still
stored?
there. It just can't do anything.
So where's the potential stored?
Exactly.
It's ether, bro. There's no way around it, dude. I mean, we don't even call it that, I guess, but
like you could think of it as almost like people like saying like using the rubber band analogy, but I don't even think that's right. I think it's more like the way Maxwell thought of it, like shit rolling against each other, and like it's like a wind-up spring, right? Like one of those, like you ever see like a wind-up toy where you wind up the spring and you put a lot of tension in the spring that, you know, the toy takes off, right? Like a little toy car.
yeah.
Or the ones you roll back, right? You put a lot of tension. I think that's like when you start building up a voltage, right? It builds up this like huge tension. And that's kind of like what Tesla called it, right? He called it electrical tension.
Yeah. Yeah, what's so interesting, Tesla said that he went pretty deep into speculation station, but he said that there's the ether and then there's the life-giving force, and that it presses down effectively. It creates strain or stress onto the ether that creates electrostatics, and then when it's thrown into motion, it creates electricity and magnetism. And I don't think he is completely wrong. He also referred to it as like a will and pulley system in a very crude way. But like, this is what I think. This is also oftentimes responded to as word salad, but I would say that what is called the ether, it's just like pure potential. It is the potential. It's pure potential. So it's like an inertial state of rest. It's like an unchanging initial inertial state of pure potential. That isn't word salad just because it's a bunch of words, right? I mean, it's very specific words that are needed. So like the initial inertial state of pure potential. And everything we see is just like once it's not in equilibrium anymore. That's what I think. So I'm actually trying to make like a coherent theory.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
No, I'm being serious, man, because people have been trying for a long time.
But they're all confined now, right? Like, and even back then they were confined. They were confined to a globe. And
But they're also confined to their own their own paradigm of the time, right? Like what they thought was like reasonable within the framework they were brought up in, right?
Yeah, and I
don't think you have that restriction, quite honestly.
Exactly. Like I've thrown a stick of dynamite into it. We're just looking at all the debris. It's just like all reset. So, yeah, like you know how they love to call everything something on, you know, like boson, blah blah blah, coming from eon, the Greek suffix. So like, what if I just call it an etherion? And all these, everything is an etherion. It's just different modalities or versions of that, and that's the excited state of the background. And it really, it's a perturbation. It's like a disturbance of that background. And then we have like millions of different little names people have given to different versions of these excitations. I'm going to actually call it the etherion, dude, and I'm going to create an equation.
What's it? When you were talking,
that explains crayon.
This is what brought to my mind. Do you see this picture?
Yeah.
The ether.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
There you go. That car is what we see in the physical world. I actually don't see any other way, though. So,
I mean, I don't think we're going to figure it out for a while because they're not doing that like research.
Well, yeah, and this is kind of God territory also. But I will say that they may not do research, but I can take their research. And I just started doing this today. It's pretty ironic. I walked in on your combo you were having, but I took a break.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I needed it. I needed to take. I actually needed.
Kind of talking about this though. Like I came in here and then you were talking about like the Casimir effect and stuff, and I'm like, what are the odds that I just was looking into the Casimir effect numbers to try to make this equation? So
serendipity, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I needed a break though because it's kind of overwhelming to try to do all this, but yeah.
Just take your time, like dude. It's like this is the way you got to do it, man. Like take one piece. And like go all the way through it until you know that one thing. Like the way I mean, I know all like I didn't know anything. There was a point in time where I didn't know anything about this shit. Obviously, I wasn't born with this knowledge or whatever of what I've read. You know, but there's a particular way I've learned it, and the way I learned it was, you know, I try and learn the history of it. Like, where did the ideas, like, how did they build up to this point? What they say is, this is our knowledge now. And like, if you read a paper on like the Casimir effect, is like, okay, there'll be citations and like, okay, where did he get his information and where did they get their information? And I don't like you don't have to like deep dive into like the citations, right? You skim them and get a general gist of what the idea they're trying to convey and how it applies to this so-called the newest thing. So the Casimir effect is like, you know, obviously it's like some extension of quantum mechanics and like, you know, quantum field theory, but like it doesn't have to be right because there's something actually called the repulsive Casimir effect that's been measured and quantified, which shouldn't exist, right? So it's like, because their theory is that there's like the quantum foam is pushing everything together. Well, how do you push them apart? They've measured this, right? It's this repulsive Casimir effect.
I didn't know about that. I find it very interesting though, because it kind of fits into what I think, which is like,
here, I'll post like the paper, man. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Like if you have a background, you're going to have reciprocation. Like, they basically throw this out. They just throw reciprocation out, which is funny because in their little pseudoscientific world, they kind of need it now, right? Because they have dark energy and then they're like basically classifying this as like the repulsion aspect of gravity and all this weird stuff. But, there is going to be a reciprocation like in a background, like whatever action happens, that's going to basically, let's just say, ripple. And I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my mind around the equal and opposite reaction type of idea pertaining to the background and how you tie that all together. Because, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying, because you know, like where you get the velocity of light, like that's very clearly directly related to vacuum electric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Like you get the exact value of what they call the speed of light in a vacuum, the velocity of light from magnetic permeability and electric permittivity in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not a coincidence. So like light. So those two things, they are oscillating and they intersect. The electric field, the magnetic field, they just intersect. Like if I took a bunch of spaghetti and moved it over each other, and like where they intersect, they call that a photon. But it's an event. It's not a thing. You know what I'm saying?
See, this is like, I'm glad you brought that up, because those two things, permeability and permittivity, right, that they get the speed of light out of course, the theory of refraction is that particular medium's speed of light isn't as fast, and that's why you have refraction, right? So those materials have so there's the vacuum permittivity and permeability. Then there's the permittivity and permeability of a material, right?
Yeah.
So when you there's they have one for air, and the refractive index is just a derivative of these two quantities. But those quantities are related to something else. How that material can be polarized or magnetized, right? So if I put it in a magnetic field, how prone is it to like how much it will magnetize, right? The molecules or atoms in it. And the permittivity is how much it'll polarize, meaning how much will the little atoms in it line up to the electric field. In some atoms, it's resistant, and when they're resistant, they don't conduct electricity. But when they easily line up, they're a conductor or a semiconductor. A piece of metal, they don't line up with the magnetic field at all. Electric fields can't penetrate metal. They can only go on the surface, and the metal actually guides the electricity. It doesn't actually contain it. The electricity's on the surface. It's the metal's the guide, which is fucking freaky, dude, when you think about it. It's like a reverse hose, but they call it a current, right? But it's actually a current, but the hose is on the outside. The hose is flowing, but what's inside the hose is stationary. Yeah, it's pretty weird shit. Well, anyway, the point is this polarizability thing, that has not been like fleshed out by science, like as a field, right? They have some equations. They have this thing called the displacement current, and that's how Maxwell kind of like, rolled up the quote unquote theory of electromagnetism, because he had to explain how a current can flow through what's called a parallel plate capacitor. So we made up this concept called a displacement current. Anyway, that's not the important part. The important part is this polarizability of the atoms that determines the speed of light in the medium. And this whole thing, that part of electromagnetism is unsolved. And take it, believe me, if you try, you can comb the internet, use ChatGPT, go through Google Scholar, look at books, PDFs, I don't care. The only thing you're ever going to find are like half-ass explanations, the equation for polarizability, and almost nothing else, man. There's so little, it's astounding. Like I'm dead serious. It's really, there's really like nothing there to find. Like it's actually like kind of like scary, like how neglected it is.
Well, this is interesting, right? Because what I think is what we call spatial extension, is actually polarization of the ether. It's like, disclaimer, speculation station, whatever, not science, like ether is maybe like counter space, meaning it's the flip side, the polarized aspect. So there is the ether, and then there's what we call space, which is just like a construct, a Cartesian construct that we use to quantify things and give it dimensions and all that stuff. It is not like, as Henry Poincaré said, it's not the universe that imposes space and time onto us, but rather us who impose it onto it, or those concepts onto it, basically, right? We impose space and time onto the universe, or whatever is what he said. So I agree with that, because like space is nothing, and what they do is they take space and they say everything exists within that, and then they attribute physical properties to it as if it is like the canvas, but it's not, and nor can it have physical properties. It's like, actually, it's just like it's just the concept we have because we don't have direct accessibility to the other polarity that is the ether. I'm hoping I'm making sense, but like,
yeah. Well, I mean, like the ether question is, does the ether have properties? Like, is the ether polarizable? Right? So I can take a material, right? And I can polarize, so you take a capacitor, right? Capacitors get charged up. How do they get charged up? Because there's a plus and a minus, right? And they create a potential across it. And the material, sometimes you use liquids, sometimes you use solids, that material becomes polarized, right? So it's almost like the atoms get twisted in an alignment to align with the magnetic field, and they're like stuck that way, but they don't want to be that way. So they're like torqued up, right? And then when you open the circuit, boom, that electricity all comes out all at once. That's how a capacitor works. It's like, that's why we don't have like capacitors or batteries. It's almost impossible to control the dump. The electricity just dumps out all at once. It's like winding up it's like pulling a rubber band, right? Once that shit's cut, man, it breaks and like it's going everywhere. So this is how but the thing is the vacuum. So this is like, the only reason I bring this up because you said the impedance of free space. Mm-hmm. Impedance is directly related to polarizability because it's the ability to resist a current. So when a material gets polarized, right, this torque, torque that's being placed on the material, when that breaks down, right, you have what they call a dielectric breakdown. This is what lightning is, right? Lightning, it breaks down the air, creates a plasma, and goes through it. If I take a current, and I'm sure I don't know if you've ever seen it, like people putting a spark on glass and making like little lightning bolts. So that's dielectric breakdown when the whatever's resisting the current cannot take it anymore, and the current flows through it regardless. That's it's called a dielectric breakdown, a short, or whatever you want to call it. The impedance is the resistance to that, the resistance to the current flowing through it. Right? So a material that is not a conductor has a very high impedance. Like Kaptan is the one I know where that has the highest impedance. Something like, has like a dielectric constant of like 30 or something. And that's like a plastic, like a foam actually. So like it's a capacitor. You can use it as a capacitor, but it has a very high impedance. The vacuum's impedance is higher than any material known to man. It's way beyond that. Thing is, if you can polarize the vacuum and like charge it up, right, and create this like torque in the vacuum, this is what I'm talking about. The ether, this might be like some way to like detect the ether at some level, right? See, because if you can charge up the vacuum like a capacitor and then release the energy, I just don't think that we've created energies that are enough to actually affect the ether in that way.
Well, that's what's so interesting because it's catch-22 because I think that what we call energy is actually a version of the ether, right? Like it's one of those things. I personally think everything is the same stuff.
Do you think the ether is like discrete with like little pieces, or is it a continuum, or like
it's a homogeneous fluid-like medium, and then it just has concentrated excitations, and we find those and we give them names. Like I think
that would actually make sense, because if it was a fluid, right, you couldn't like, if it's like a fluid, you can't like encapsulate it, right, contain it. Like you can't, because everything is in the ether, you can't like box in the ether.
Exactly.
So if I if I try to polarize the ether, it'll just flow out of that polarization. Like, you know what I mean? There's no way a current can flow because if the ether is a liquid, it'll just move out of the way. Like, you know what I mean? I can't polarize any particular part enough before it probably moves out of the way, man. Like, yeah, that would actually make sense if it was a liquid. But I also heard Tesla say it's liquid and gas, or one part of the ether was liquid and one part was a gas. Like, I've heard him say a couple things.
Yeah, just like fluid-like. That's all I say. Fluid-like. Like, yeah, Tesla said that it has a tenuity beyond comprehension. So that would be more like the gas, right? Like the thinnest gas you can imagine, basically. But he seemed to kind of like evolve over time, right? He was kind of all over the place with his ether understanding, to be honest. I don't.
I noticed that too.
Yeah, I just say fluid-like. Like it's fluid-like. But
the guy that invented the periodic table, he thought there was two elements that were lighter than hydrogen. And I don't really but of course he invented the periodic table before the Bohr model of the atom, right? So before the protons, electrons model. But he thought that there were substances that were lighter than hydrogen, 2 of them. Because he didn't equate the matter with like the number of protons and electrons and neutrons that are in it. He didn't think about it like that.
Yeah,
that model didn't exist.
It would have been more right, but like that's what's so crazy. It's like it's not like what we've done since these earlier times is useless. So it's like hard to like it. What sucks about what I'm trying to do is it requires a redefining of all terms, like including proton and electron. You know what I'm saying? What is an electron? You know, is it a particle of matter, a charge carrying particle of matter that's a point particle, so it has no known size or shape, but it is matter, and you can never find where it is. It's 100 million times smaller than the atom, roughly. Like this is pseudoscience, and it's just made up nonsense. We'd have to redefine that. We have to read what is positive and negative charge. There's no such thing as negative charge. There are no.
Well, yeah, of course.
Nature. Yeah, so it's like.
But you could call it anything, right? We could call it red charge, blue charge, or black charge, white charge, or like you know what I mean? They're just like some opposite phenomenon.
Right, but what we see in nature is that there are just events, like there are processes. So like if there's quote unquote positive and negative charge, it's not 2 different types of charge. There's only one thing called charge, and it's just the charge doing something else. It's an event. So it's the way I understand it as of now is that what we call positive charge is charging. It's the process of charging, and then the negative is the process of discharging. And I think they're like a vent.
I've heard that analogy before too. Yeah,
I agree with that analogy. I just also think of it kind of like high pressure and low pressure.
Yeah, it is.
Pressure.
Well, I mean, we're just conceptualizing these things, right? The same thing they do, like, but they think that theirs is like the Gospel of John, right? That's what they think. They think my characterization of positive and negative is like as if you're not allowed to conceptualize it in different ways, like. You can conceptualize it as the same way Drace just said, right? As almost as like a thermodynamic process.
I think it is. I think like when you have a cup of coffee, the heat goes to cold. When you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, it migrates to the low pressure system. Like everything is pressure mediation. I think that charge is no different. Like why do quote unquote opposite charges attract? Well, it's because one system is charging, one system's discharging. They basically need each other, So like they just go towards each other. Like one system is in the process of building charge, but it's not full, and one system is already reached its capacitance or threshold for electrical storage, so it's discharging the excess. So it has more than it needs. The other system doesn't have everything that it can hold, and so they move together. And it's just like all pressure.
And when you have 2 systems discharging, naturally they're going to push away from each other.
Right, because like say you have 2 systems with too much pressure. Like they don't need each other. And like this is actually it's conceptualization for sure, but it's taking an entire step that they didn't even take. They just tapped out. Go talk to any like bot, NPC, mainstream, regurgitating normie and ask them what the difference in positive and negative is, and they'll just keep saying they attract each other, and they'll just keep saying positive and negative over and over. Circular logic, just over and over. They'll like circulate those 2 phrases. And you're not telling me what the difference is though physically,
Yeah, so think about this. There's another way you can think about it, which is kind of like the way you were just talking about it, is if you had like a water jet, something that pushes out water, and then something that sucks in water, like a sink, right? A drain and a faucet. Now, you could say the electrons are the faucets and the protons are the drains, right? If you had an arrangement like this, what's going to happen if 2 faucets get next to each other? They're going to push each other apart. 2 drains would push each other apart, but a drain and a faucet would pull each other together, right? So like this is the same like analogy, the source and the sink, right? Discharge and charge. Yeah, like it makes sense to me. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and I go a step further where I think that like the best way to express these things are geometry, but people prefer math. And like sure, geometry is math, but I'm talking about the shape itself. Like the shape of the event, the process. I think it's all like
I think I agree with you 100% on that one.
I definitely would also say, like, yeah, I would like that in a sense. Makes more sense to me.
It gets into deep stuff though. Like if you're talking about a capacitor, where you wrap the little the metal foil, you wrap the metal foils around the capacitor, and they say basically since there's more metal foil there, you have a higher capacitance, more like electrical storage. But I think it may be the opposite. I think
you do. You might, but I wouldn't try it, man.
Well, what they say though is like the metal foils are what's storing it. I think it's like you're decreasing the amount of quote unquote spatial extension, and so now you have more pure potential in that concentrated quote unquote area. That's why it's hard to explain, because like then you start talking about area and you just said spatial extension, and it's like counter space is such a foreign concept. But it's like I don't think that the energy is stored in the metal foils. I think that it's in the area between it. Like if you have animals in a gate, like the gate is the metal foils, and like the animals are what we call energy, but its pure potential initial state is now, energy's not even defined either. So it's like I'm basically trying to take on like the freaking the final boss of pseudoscience.
But is AI here because
Yes.
we're talking about something when he was saying there isn't like one continuous, piece of wood. It's not that. And the thing that holds all this stuff together is again that's as far as we got. And then there's like pseudoscience after that and all of this other shit. Like, but he was trying to explain to me that like a magnet, if you were to put them, together, not in the way that they're attracted to each other, but the way that they repulse each other, you can put your hand in between that space and feel nothing. But obviously, something's going on.
Yeah, something's pushing against something else.
So I was hoping he was here to chime in and kind of. But anyway, okay.
I wanted to add on to
more
what
than
Richard was
talking.
saying.
I don't know.
I wanted to add on to what Richard was saying, because when you look at capacitors and computers and development of that, because I've seen videos that support what Richard was saying, and because we are making them smaller and smaller and smaller, there's less and less metal, but they're more and more efficient. Because I think Richard is right on this point. Well, Richard had to run. We have Allah's Ma with us. I'm pretty sure we talked to him yesterday or something. If I remember correctly, he pretends to use accents. He used that Indian accent, all sorts of accents yesterday. You want to talk to him, Heretic? Did we talk to Allah's Ma, or did he just interrupt?
He's trying to figure out which accent he wants to use here today. So.
Looks like he bounced. Oh, the bot's still going. Okay. Yeah, he bounced over the VC check-in. He's been going back and forth. I don't know. I guess nobody wants to check him in because he's a clown.
Well, he apparently lost his credentials of being in here, so...
Yeah, I think somebody revoked him because he was just spamming the chat.
He also said something about getting the YouTube like banned or whatever. So I don't know what his intentions are. I saw some back chats with I think OD. He was talking about getting the channel removed or whatever. So I don't know what his intentions are for being here.
Yeah, he's also a potty mouth.
Hey, look, you don't talk that way about his imaginary wife.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's allowed to troll us, but if you poke him back at all, I'm gonna flag your channel. Oh my god, you soft motherfucker.
By the way, real quick, guys, Indio, you still there? Or did he escape? Okay. No, I just wanted to say thank him for having that conversation. These are tough conversations I would like to have. You know.
Yeah, it's a tough conversation to have as well. Yeah, I really wish there was someone else to speak to.
Yeah, his trolling kind of bores me. I'd rather just sit here and enjoy the sweet sounds of silence than listen to him.
I agree with you, man.
Well, no one's speaking.
Yeah, true. We gotta liven things up, I guess.
Don't kill him. If you kill him, you won't learn nothing.
Just listen to the robot, man.
Oh, man. Go, let's talk. You should chat. Where's he at? He's right here. Why isn't he talking?
No, he's muted.
Make up something. Oh, is he? He hasn't been unleashed onto the panel yet, I guess.
It's like I'm trying to speak ether. I just don't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
There we go.
I can also hear your
I forgot
background
to
noise.
activate my.
Yeah, no worries.
Probably me who couldn't hear anything.
Right as I clicked on mute on him, finally decided to do it, he dipped. Oh, he's back to VC checking. He really wants to get in here.
Yeah.
So Witsit, I studied the subject deeply, probably for 10 years, maybe more. I used to post on an energetic forum way back in the day. I don't think that the solution to this problem is going to come from effort. I don't think you can it's such an unsolved problem for so long. It's only going to come from I hate to say this, divine revelation or something. It's not going to just happen just because you tried hard. That could be my ego talking because I tried pretty freaking hard.
Well, it does say that all will be revealed to those who something like that.
I shit you not. I got a hard drive full of PDFs that's 90 gigabytes. It's all PDFs. That's it. I read every single one of them. They're all on electricity, magnetism, different types of all the stuff I've been talking about: thin films, Casimir effect, Van der Waals force, anything to do with electricity, magnetism, near field radiation, refraction, anything that had to do with that subject.
And one day it's gonna connect.
Yeah, I've been telling myself that for a long time.
Look.
Maybe I start smoking weed. Maybe that'll be it.
I lived on the earth for I don't know how long, and the revelation came that it wasn't blue. Then for a lot of us, when you say you see too far, and the response is, well, the horizon is the boundary where yeah, because that conversation I had earlier was completely because I get how you gonna do that? Because you got to say, well, then the horizon is this distance, but you're not gonna say that because that's ridiculous because it's not true. That's not something that I would have said and been able to handle had I not, heard your communication and then went, that's a different way of going about it. That guy might be somewhere thinking about what I said. You know what I mean? And I'm doing that for a long time, but this is over talking to.
Yeah, you can just plant the seed. That's all you can really ever do. It'll grow in fertile ground. The ground is dry, and barren, then it'll just wither and die, I guess. So here's here's some experiments that person never followed up on this. I don't know why he did this with his students. So they basically took a weight. They took a little pyramid, right, and they put it in a voltage, but they put it on a scale, right, and they just measured it, whether the weight would change, and it actually did, which is really kind of strange.
So we got an emotional Glober in VC check-in. Do you guys want to talk to him?
Is he
Yeah,
He's the
No, no.
Scottish guy who got insulted at someone saying something about his wife. He promises to behave a little bit better and try to take it more seriously, but last time he said he was high as a kite, and this time he said he had a spliff. So
he can come as long as he faxes us the permission form of his wife allowing him to be here.
yeah, I'm just asking if you guys wanna take this guy.
I'm just debating whether I should start shit immediately or wait a minute. So if anybody's looking at this diagram, so what they did, they basically made this like parallel, like it's a capacitor, right? So there's a charge on this little pyramid on the bottom, and there's a charge on this plate, and they took a piece of metal and stuck it in between, and they put that on a balance that measured the weight of the ball, and the weight of the ball would change over time. It's very like, which is kind of strange, right?
I mean, look, and I had a couple of experiences today that make me want to go. Let me share my experience because, again, serendipity, right? But I don't want to sound dumb, so I'm gonna leave it there. But you know, when you and Richard were talking, you were saying that he thinks that everything is something about everything is the same, but there's just different modalities of the same thing. And I mean, if that's the case, then we're included in that. Our awareness is included in that, and revelation is included in what we do.
Oh, of course.
With how much engagement we have in topics. Because obviously, like when it's just one person, it's like, yeah, whatever. But then when it's two, it's like, oh my God, and then it becomes this snowball effect, and then all of a sudden, things reveal themselves. You know? All of this is very interesting. I mean,
yeah, dude, I understand what you're saying. It is. Revelation is included in that. But it's not up to you, right? That aspect of reality is a gift. It's not up to you. You can't force it to happen. Divine revelation I'm talking about, not just like, you know, the revelation that we get through effort, right? Of like, you know, our own.
That's what, and that's the one, like, the thing that keeps me most about the genius. It's like, there is a definite only if you take it. And when you take it, it just starts happening. You can't really explain. You find yourself in the room with people who have been searching for what you've been searching for. All of a sudden, you have a conversation, you share a bit of information, they share a bit of information, and now, boom, lives are changed. It's like, and that only happens when, again, you're on the path you're supposed to be on. Because I see it as like, what we do is just waste time. We waste time, we get stuck. Anyway, I can't really say words right now.
Yeah, we got a guest anyway, an exalted guest.
Real quick,
my royalty.
Gotcha.
I didn't know I was royalty.
Real quick.
No, you're.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Whitsit, Stinky Cash just shouted you out on his live stream and said he wants to collab. Just saying.
Who?
Stinky Cash. Whitsit. He wants a collab. I'm done. Continue.
Elasma is back again. Today's LARPing as a non-LARPer.
I'm not gonna. Not this time. Not this time. I'll behave. Just don't.
How can we get?
Don't talk shit. Just don't talk shit. Like I said, that was one rule. We agreed. One rule. Don't talk shit. I will behave. You will behave. Everything will be fine.
Yeah. What are you doing right now?
Forward to it.
I'm eating.
Make your arguments.
I'm done now.
Ask questions. Don't talk shit.
And don't talk with your mouth full.
I was going to say, finish eating before you jump on the mic.
I just said, didn't you just hear what I said? I said, I'm just done. I had my last bite.
AI, your mic is hot, dude. You're like going in your toolbox.
You sound like you're driving a wheel.
No, I'm at home.
Playing on the computer?
Hmm?
No?
What's
playing
that?
a game right now?
No.
It's background noise.
Chilling. Having a spliff. Just relaxing.
So did you find any evidence?
I don't play games. I don't play games, man.
What?
Sometimes on my computer, but that's it.
Oh, that game.
Yeah, I thought he was
video
driving.
Strategy games. Just play
mind games.
Play StarCraft on my computer. That's it. Just play old games on my computer. But I don't really play games that much, man. Not my thing.
So you don't play games except for when you're playing games.
When I was a kid, I used to like.
Stop talking about games, man.
Yeah, fuck games. No games.
You put the game in games.
No, I'm not a gamer, man. Yeah, let's not talk about that.
People are asking you questions.
What is the conversation? What is the conversation actually about? Sorry, what is the conversation actually about? You know what the thing is? Sorry about that, guys.
The thing is, people are asking.
My blood sugar is low.
Stop. Relax. The thing is,
wait. I was just gonna say, my blood sugar is low. I've just had a milkshake.
I don't care what about your blood sugar. Just relax. Thing is, people are asking you questions, and you are interrupting, and you are obfuscating by talking about some other things other than the questions. Try to focus a little.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that now. Go on. So I was asking, what is the conversation actually about? I don't know. I've just joined. I don't know what the conversation is about. You have to tell me.
We were talking about electricity and magnetism, but we're like off that now. That conversation has reached its logical conclusion.
Okay, so what is the conversation now?
Flat Earth.
What part of
versus
it?
globe.
Okay, go.
So when you were a child, when you were a small child and you went to kindergarten or whatever, you went to school your first year, and they told you the Earth was a ball, what was the evidence that they gave you?
None.
Okay then.
Really, books?
Yeah, nothing. They said the toy in the corner, right? Look at that globe. You live on one of those.
Yeah, but books are not nothing. It depends entirely on.
Did they show you evidence in the books?
Listen. Are you implying? Listen, no. Are you implying that every single book that has been made is fake? Is that what you're implying?
What the fuck?
But that's what
How
you're
would you
saying.
get that from what I said?
Because I said from books. You said, yeah, books. Books are nothing. No, books are not nothing. Books are
He did not
something.
say that. Stop.
He did. He did.
He did not say that. We record everything here. We all listen to this. You are hallucinating.
Yeah.
So tell me, what did he say?
Supposed to smoke the whole thing. So
no. So what did he say? That's exactly what he said.
I'll go clip it for you if you want.
Do it.
Look, was there evidence in those books?
Yes, but I don't know if I
Okay, what
believe.
was the evidence in the books
Look,
of the globe?
I know what you're trying to say. Look, I know what you're trying
I'm
to
just
say.
asking you questions. I'm
No,
not trying to
listen.
say anything. I'm asking you questions.
Listen.
I just want answers.
Yeah, and I will answer your question. Let me answer your question. Let me speak. Some books are bullshit. You could be right. Yeah, the books that we have been shown could have been bullshit, but you can't tell me that every single book out there is bullshit. Now, if you would read more books, you would know that. But I know for a fact, how many books have you read? Listen to me. How many books have you read in the last month?
I don't read books, right?
I have read 7 books in the last 2 months. So listen, don't tell me that books are not
About what?
I agree with what you say.
What were the books about?
No. Why? No, man. No. Because you're basically arguing off the premise that Indio said that all books are shit. That's not what he said. So just stop your nonsense.
Yeah, it's
But
not only not what I said, it's not what I think.
Listen, I'm not. How is it nonsense? He asked me. You went to school, and the books they showed you, there was evidence in there. I said, yeah, but I don't believe it. And you're right. Some of the books that they showed us, they could have been bullshit. But you can't tell me all books have been bullshit.
Dude, you have a comprehension problem.
When you said, yeah, you're right, they could have been bullshit, you concluded that because you were reading into what he was saying.
I agree. I agree with you.
But no, you need to stop, because if you agree with me, then all Indio did was ask you a question. He didn't say that the books that you looked at were bullshit. He asked you if there was evidence of a globe and did they show you. You said no, but then you said, but there were books. He said, well, was there evidence in
I
those?
didn't say no. I said yes, there was evidence in there, but I don't know if I believe it. You could be right.
Okay, what was that
That's all I
evidence?
said.
Bro,
You could be right.
All I want to know is what was the evidence in those books. See, I'm trying to discern, like they told you it's a globe, and did you believe it before you got the evidence, or did you believe it after you got the evidence? And whatever evidence that was,
I believe
what
because
was
some
that
of the-
evidence?
For example, the evidence was how does night and day happen? Because the earth spins. You can actually observe that.
Evidence.
That's not evidence. That's a story, buddy. Buddy, listen, you got to calm down. You're really killing my vibe. Hey, buddy.
If you listen, you would understand. Stop
Let me
talking so
speak.
you can
Let me
understand.
speak. Let me speak. Let me answer the question.
There's no question been posed to you, little man. Relax.
Well, it is fair. He started to what I said, and then because it was an untenable answer, he didn't go. But he didn't get the so
Can't really hear you, though.
Yeah, you're hard to hear, Elijah, right now.
Yeah, there's something wrong with your mic, Elijah. I went back. I posted in the live stream the recording of him saying what he said, and which is not what you said he said, and you then breaking down afterwards. You can.
Yeah, I just listened to it. So he said there was a little toy in the corner, and you said that. But you said books are not nothing. You said that, and then Indio said, "Was there evidence in the books?" And then you started screaming about how
I said yes. They told me this is evidence. What I said, my answer was yes, there was evidence in the books, but I don't know if I believe in the evidence. You could be right. That's exactly what I said.
Your memory is clearly not dependable based on how you've been acting. So perhaps
that's what I meant.
Calm down, and just
are you so excited?
Take a moment when people talk.
Yeah, just calm down, bro. Like, this is simple. If you think that your books that you read has evidence, and Indio's saying it doesn't matter if there's a book or not a book. It's about what's in the book, and is it actual evidence? Can it be supported with empirical evidence? Can it be tested? Right? That's the point, okay? Do you understand?
Look, mate, I know what I said. What I meant. Oh, man.
Let's stop talking about what people said and just get to the point.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, let's abandon that. Let's just abandon the talking about how we're talking. Okay? Let's just end that. Let's get to it. The claim was in the book, day and night are evidence of the Earth being a globe. How is that phenomenon evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Because of the way the things in the sky behave. Because you can see the sky, you can see the sun coming up from one horizon and it goes down on the other horizon. You can clearly see it. The sun does not move around in a circle. It doesn't. It doesn't work.
That's not
Every single thing. No, you don't know. Because you don't know the science. That's why I'm getting angry, because you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about.
Buddy, we all know the globe model better than you. So just to clarify, what you're trying to say is the evidence for the fact that the Earth is a ball that spins is the fact that we see the sun.
My opinion.
Why are you interrupting me?
My opinion last time, and then when I
Jesus, dude. Okay, so you're saying that the evidence that the Earth is a ball that spins is that the sun moves in the sky.
It does, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that the sun's not actually moving?
What do you mean it's not actually moving? So what does happen? Is there a magic wizard or something?
The globe claims it's not actually moving.
No, the sun. No, exactly. The sun isn't moving. The Earth is moving, but it looks. The sun
You
looks
said
like
it was moving.
in the sky. Yes. I mean, the sun moves in the sky. The Earth is moving. Yes, the Earth spins. That's exactly what I believe.
Okay, so you're saying that your evidence for the fact that the Earth is a ball that spins is that the sun moves in the sky, which is evidence that the sun doesn't move.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, the sun moves. If you look in the sky, what does it look like? It looks like the sun moves across the sky.
Yeah, you keep saying that, man. But then if the sun moves in the sky, then how is the Earth moving?
Well, this is what the evidence said. You're asking me. Look. No. Again, don't take the piss, man. Look, you're asking me. What did the evidence say? This is what the evidence said. I don't know if it's true. That's what it looks like. To me, it looks like the sun moves in the sky.
We're telling you it's not true.
Yeah.
It's not true because the sun's moving across the sky, and you can't tell if the Earth is moving. Pretty simple.
That's what it looks like for him, that the sun moves in the sky. But the claim is that the sun is stationary and that you're moving, your ground is moving in a rotation. That's what.
How does that make any sense, bro?
What we asked you was, so this is the point of this whole line of questioning was.
It doesn't make sense.
For you to tell us their evidence. That's the point of this line of questioning.
Yes.
For you to tell us their evidence.
No.
And we're trying to show you that what they presented as evidence is not actually evidence of their claim.
It's not. It isn't.
Yeah, you gotta take a deep breath.
Listen, first, let me say something. Dude, you have to stop being upset. Stop defending it like it's your theory that you came up with. It's not your theory. It's somebody else's theory. You don't have to defend it like you own it. Okay? So we're just trying to tell you something. That what they said was evidence is not actually evidence of their claim. It's evidence of the opposite of their claim.
Yeah. Yep. Your claim is that the evidence is the opposite of what you believe.
Yeah, and if you just relax and listen to people speak, you can hear what we're talking about. Like you said that the sun doesn't go in a circle, but I live in Iceland, and during the summer, the sun does indeed go in a circle around me.
Respond.
Yes, because you're north. You're up north because you're very far up on the planet.
So you're wrong then. You admit that you're wrong.
So let me talk. Let me talk. Don't ask me questions and then interrupt me. I'll just leave,
mate. Did I ask you a question? What was the question I asked you?
Mate, listen. If you can go fuck yourself for all I care. But look, if you're gonna ask me a question,
what was the question I asked you?
He didn't ask you a question.
You keep asking me stuff.
I didn't ask you a question.
What is my opinion? How this?
No, I did not ask you that. No, I did not say that. Stop putting words in other people's mouths. Try to open your ears and stop talking.
No. Yeah. Okay.
And then maybe you can pay attention enough to understand what's happening here.
Yeah. Listen, we're gonna let you talk. Okay. Like the way conversations work is one person says something, then the other person responds. You're not listening and you're talking over people. You need to just chill out.
No, please repeat the question. I will answer. Where are you? In Iceland. You're far up on the Earth. So basically, that actually proves that you're on a sphere, because the sun, when you're far up north, you're closer to the Earth is facing the sun and rotating. That's why you can see the sun all the time.
Relax, dude. You're getting so much stuff out, you don't even know what you're saying.
You're getting
Honestly.
worked up. Like just to
That's because you're not listening. That's because you're the one who's not listening. It's because you're the one who's not listening.
Okay, listen here.
We've all
You
heard
said that
your
the
religious
sun-
beliefs.
You said the sun doesn't move in a circle in the sky. He then said, I live in Iceland and I can literally watch the sun move in a circle in the sky. So
Yes,
you're wrong.
yes, because he lives in Iceland. Because he lives in
So you're
Iceland. That
wrong.
proves that. No, I'm not wrong. That you know what?
said
If
the
you let me
opposite of what
answer-
happens in reality, and I proved you
No,
wrong.
let me answer you. Let me answer you, Drace. Let me answer you.
There's no question here. There's nothing to answer.
We know your
You're just
position
making
better
more
than you.
assumptions.
That's
You're
right.
making more assumptions now because the sun goes in a circle around me. You believe that proves the globe. Try to justify that.
Like, we know the globe better than you, dude. Stop pretending we don't know what you're about to say.
I feel like you're trying too hard. Really. Is he muted?
I muted him.
Oh.
All right.
Hey,
Now that we all calm down.
You said that. You know why? What I'm gonna say? What am I gonna say? Go on.
You're going to say that the Earth's a ball, and then as you go further north, that you have a smaller viewing angle of the sun relative to the spinning, tilted, wobbling, rotating
right.
globe.
No,
I
you
know
have to
you're
say the exact opposite of the thing you said a second ago.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. My apologies. Yeah, you were listening. Thank you. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, I also had 7th grade
What
Earth.
is your answer? What is your response?
Okay, that's called a begging the question. The reason he brought up that the sun moves in a circle is because you specifically said the sun does not move in a circle in the sky. So he
And I replied because it doesn't. Listen, it doesn't do it for you. When you look in the sky, it doesn't do it, and that proves that we're on a globe because it's different to him and it's different to you, and that can only be possible on a globe.
No,
idiot.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. So we
Wait, man, you're an
do this,
idiot, man.
Hey, when we see things, do we see with perspective?
Yes, of course we do. What else do we see? You see one thing's further away, one thing's closer. What do you mean? How do your eyes see?
Does perspective
Are your eyes two-dimensional?
Does perspective make things look like they're dropping down and converging in the distance?
Mate, it depends what drugs you're on. It can look like all sorts to all people, bro. So you know what? I don't know. Don't ask me for my opinion, and then take the piss. That's.
No one's asking you for your opinion. We're just teaching you how optics work and how your eyes see things. The things you're ignoring to believe your beliefs.
Evidence for all of them, of course, but you're not letting me answer, so there's no point in me speaking.
Maybe not. So, do you see the GIF here? Do you see how the GIF? Do you see how the streetlights look like they're going down in the distance?
Yeah, I guess. Oh no! Of course not. No, of course not. But that's because the street isn't big enough. What do you mean? Are you implying that the curvature of the Earth is going to be seen on your street? Are you dumb?
Stop talking. Listen to what he said, and then respond to what he said, not what you imagine he said, which is not what he said.
Yeah, all these streetlights have the same height. They look like they're going down. It's just because they're further away from you, and that's how perspective works.
It converges everything to the eye line. That's how your vision works, bro.
I think I know. You're basically right. You're trying to imply that we just imagine that there is a curve. Is that what you're saying?
No, dude. Listen to what he says. You'll probably repeat it one more time, but just pay attention.
Yeah, so all the streetlights are the same height, right? But as we look down the street, as they get further and further away from us, it looks like they're going down to converge to a single point. That's just how perspective works. The sun does the same thing.
Yeah, of course. It can happen. Yeah, of course. For your perspective. Yeah, of course it can. Yes.
Okay, so if it was moving over top of a flat Earth, then it would look like it's going down in the sky towards the convergence point, right?
What is the convergence point? Where exactly does that? You have to define it. You can't just say convergence point. Where is it? In the middle? On the top? Where is it?
Yeah, it's usually at your eye level. It's
so horizon, basically. The horizon.
Yeah, where the sky beneath the ground. Yeah.
Angular or
the horizon. So say the horizon. Don't say just point random somewhere. Say the horizon.
Yeah, buddy, the definition of the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, i.e. converge.
Yeah, so he said the convergence point, so he was specifically stating the horizon. You not understanding his words is not him saying anywhere.
It always looks flat. It doesn't matter where you view it from, it's flat.
Okay.
It does, though. It does. It's true. It's true. And the reason for that is exactly what you said. Perspective. Because that's what it looks like. What do you think? Your eyes are some camera or something, bro?
No, buddy, you invoked what we see, and you claimed it proves a globe, and we dunked all over you.
You said what we see. You said when you look down the street, the lights bend. What is that? You're the one who's talking about seeing. Like, well, what is wrong with you, bro?
Buddy, you said we see the sun move in the sky, come up and go down.
You said that. You said that. And I was listening to you. Go on. The sun,
Dude, your quote-unquote evidence was that the sun goes across the sky from horizon to horizon, and you said that's because the Earth's a ball that spins, and that the sun looks like it's moving, but it's actually stationary. The Earth feels like it's stationary, but it's actually moving. We're explaining to you that doesn't in any way prove the Earth's a globe. That would happen on a flat Earth.
100%.
Do you know what the thing is? Do you know what disproves your whole little dream here? You know, have you seen that flat Earth video where they do the experiment on the table with the light, and you can still fucking see the light? And if it's simulating the Earth, if that was to scale in real life,
dude, relax. You're not listening. You're inserting all kinds of ideas right now. Just relax, dude. Like, you already understand perspective. It was told to you. It's not illusion.
Don't ask me questions then. I said I wanted to have an honest discussion. I'm going to give you honest answers.
Spazzing out, dude. You're spazzing out in the conversation. You're not having a discussion. You immediately want to retort to something that is not even coherent. We're telling you things that make sense, and you're not even taking it in. And then you spaz out. That's not a conversation. That's just you being angrily spazzing out like you don't know anything. Take in the information. This is all something you can research. Relax. Just relax, bro.
I don't agree with you, though. I don't agree with you, though.
Well, we get a time lapse of the sun setting from above us, going to the sunset, and it looks identical to street lights going down the street. So,
yes, it does. Yes, I agree.
Oh, is the street flat?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so over a flat surface, a light above it will look like it's going down to the horizon because of perspective.
Yeah, it will look flat. I even said that. I said your horizon will look flat.
Yeah, that's what we see.
He's not saying the horizon would look flat. You're not listening.
I am listening. Your horizon is your entire perspective that you see in front of you. Everything you see in front of you will always look flat because of your eyes and because of how big the Earth is.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the sun.
Exactly, the sun. Yeah. What about it?
Listen,
it goes down just like the street light.
Not the thing I was just talking about.
Yeah, listen, you gotta listen carefully, man. You gotta calm down. So, if I look at street lights down the street, you'll see the light, and it's a circle light, and it's gonna get lower and lower and lower and lower as it gets further away. The sun does exactly the same thing on Earth. You can go out and watch it. It's a circular light, and it gets lower and lower and lower the further it gets away. That would happen on a flat Earth.
Penny's got to drop some
perspective. That's just your perspective, though. You even said that.
That's
it's called perspective. Yes, that's what it's called. Linear perspective. That's what it's called.
Exactly. That's your perspective. You will always see everything will be flat. It's true. What you're saying, the world looks
that's
flat.
not what we're saying. What we're saying is everything will converge to what's called the vanishing point. You can look in any art book or anything like that. It's what they teach you on how to draw landscapes. There's a vanishing point, and that is at the horizon. And everything that you see converges towards that point.
Yep.
Yeah, so we taught you how things can
Wait. Okay. I'm going to...
So we taught you how things can disappear bottom up over a flat surface through optics alone. You have yet to validate your Earth curve, which you are begging the question of when you assume it's blocking things.
Yeah. Do you not understand? The evidence shows the sun moves in the sky, and that if the sun is moving in the sky over a flat Earth, it's going to look like it's getting further and further down as it gets further away. We see the sun move in the sky. We don't observe the Earth moving. You're claiming the sun doesn't move and the Earth does move. You're claiming the opposite of the...
No. The Earth moves. That's what I believe. I mean.
Well, people believe
that's
that...
not what you believe. That's not what you believe, but that's what I believe.
We're not talking about belief. We're talking about evidence. So, can you pay attention to what I just said? You invoked the word evidence. Turns out the evidence you invoked, you're claiming the opposite of the evidence. You're saying that the Earth moves, but it appears as if it doesn't move, and that the sun doesn't move, but it looks like it moves.
Yep, what?
No, that's what I said, not him.
What do you have to say?
Do you understand that, Alas?
I don't know. I don't think he understood, because when Witcher said,
I wasn't even listening. I wasn't even listening.
So the main point in the summary of it all is everything moves towards that convergence point. So clearly, if that's the convergence point, then you can't see anything beyond it. So that's the thing. You believe that what's beyond is space and the curvature of the Earth, and we're saying, what is the evidence of that? Not just you saying it.
I'm trying to get to it, but you're not letting me. So what's the point? Fucking hell.
Oh my god, dude! You sound like a child.
Just sat here in silence for 10 seconds waiting on you, dude.
Literally, yeah.
I wasn't even paying attention, to be honest. I'm making a spliff, man.
Well, listen, man. Why are you in a conversation?
I've switched off.
Anyway. Dude, why are you in a conversation with people that are giving you their time and you're not doing the same? Like, that's pretty rude. You didn't even tell anybody you were going to be away. You could say, "Hey, dude, I'll be right back. I'm going to roll a spliff." You didn't even do that shit. The courtesy, at least.
You know, my friend. Well, then, my wife.
Dude, if you're
gonna listen, who do you think? Do you think you're my wife or something? I'm gonna give you
That's just common courtesy when you're having a conversation, dumbass. You're gonna give somebody the courtesy of saying,
"Hey, mate, I'm not gonna give you common courtesy." Listen, mate, I'm not gonna give you common courtesy if you fucking interrupt me. Listen,
why are you in the conversation then?
I'm telling you, don't. Why? I told you before I came.
Just go away then. That's simple. People aren't going to waste their breath trying to give you the time of day, and then you're just like ignoring it. Or what were you guys saying? I was rolling a spliff, chuckling in the background. Dude, that's rude.
He told us before he came here that he just didn't want people to call him names. Then he was the first person to call people names and swear at people. And then he's basically violated all the rules he tried to set for us. So it's so hypocritical.
No, he can sit here and listen, man, but like, I don't know. Engaging with him, he's just being rude.
What's interesting is he's not special. He is the new norm. They have been fully equipped, like fucking the new T9000. And the thing is, the reason that I'm saying it is because he's not like a Xanax. That's genuine. That's a genuine ball of yarn brain. He has no idea what we're talking about. How do I know? Because every time I try to bring up the horizon, again, sorry, I don't know why this shit happens.
You're right. It's pretty obvious when someone tells him X and he says
it's flat.
And he says you said something else. He does that consistently. Like, he doesn't listen good.
And then that's the thing. And you know what? I've been him where I've meant to say things and I'm like, well, that's not what I meant. This is what I meant. And the only time that happened is when I'm getting cut off constantly. Now, he was getting cut off, But the thing about it is because he's going a mile a minute about what he thinks he knows. So it's
Yeah,
like I don't even know how to help a person like that.
yeah. He goes off on on the things he thinks we are saying, even though it has no relation to the thing that was actually said. It's like, whoa. How did you get there?
He's a bigot, unfortunately. I mean, am I wrong?
Nah, he came into this place with an attitude to begin with, man.
Why people get so emotional about the ball? It's weird.
Listen to what he told Heretic.
I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, my man, but I can guarantee you that I am at least 10 times smarter than you.
Yeah, he's a boring LARPer. He just came in to do a bit. He's probably like streaming it on the side to his own YouTube channel. He thinks this is comedy. It's just
Sounds like you know that.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
You know that character that
No, that's really him.
he sounds like Ali. Sounds like Ali G.
It's not the cool, calm, and calculated. I know exactly how I'm steering the conversation. But he's the, oh, wait, you said this thing, and now my indoctrinated brain is going to connect that word with this imagery in my mind. So now I'm going to go off and talk about the horizon being flat and how you guys saying that it would be curved from left to right. Because that's what he's saying. Because in his mind, he thinks that flat earthers' arguments, because he's a bigot, is that there's curvature from left to right. Now, had he actually listened to the flat earther in the last 5 years, he would know that that's not our argument, which is why he's a bigot. Because I can tell he hasn't actually listened to not a damn flat earther since that conversation becomes that. He knows how long that left conversation. You know, I guess that's all it is. He's like calling the troll, but he's not doing it on purpose. He's not looking stupid on purpose. That's really him. You know what I mean? It's not a game. It's not tactics. He just really gets up.
It would be the worst tactics, like to look stupid on purpose. But I mean, yeah, it's just he's being honest, and he's just dumb.
I know, right? Imagine thinking you're the intellectual, but pretending to be stupid. That is no, you're just stupid. Or just pick one. That's what's annoying. Like these guys think that playing stupid is like an intelligent thing to do. It's really not.
Isn't it? Do you guys know that Ali G character?
Who?
Ali G. He's a English comedian who plays a character called Ali G. He sounded exactly like that guy. Yeah, Borat, the same guy. Yeah, one of his other characters.
Jim, how are you?
I've been better, mate. I'm working again.
It's snowing here.
Nice. It's freezing here.
Yeah, I'm not working, that's for sure, on this garbage.
I've got to get some stuff out of the way. I'm going to Perth next week, so.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, I'm going for a wedding, so.
Should be good.
Should be alright. I'm going to go and have a look down at Margaret River and stuff. So.
I just thought of kind of a silly joke. Well, I'll just say it anyway. Which is like if someone, like myself or anyone, were to take a knife and walk up to a tree and write into it with the knife, trees can only grow on a stationary earth.
I got this new bike. It's so amazing.
I had a debate this week, Tim, about elevation angles and being able to use a curved baseline. So I asked them to 3, 4, 5 it out onto the concrete for me with a curved line. It didn't work for them, but they still admitted that it worked. Oh, no, that's enough. I know it's out. It's not out by much.
Try making that distance 5,000 yards.
Yeah. So we only did it in a small area, yeah. It's amazing how they can actually see it with their own eyes and still deny it.
I know. It's funny because I use that technique every day, square up buildings.
Yeah, that's
square
right.
Up rooms. And triangles only work with 180 degrees. That's it.
Germany has this spherical excess argument. Something like that.
There is no spherical excess. It's not.
Well, yeah, it was. I mean, did you hear his argument? You were here, right? We were both trying to understand it.
I can read the documents. Like, I don't care what they say.
No, but his argument has something to do with like Coriolis. I don't know. Let me see if I can
has
find
to
it.
do with
Maybe
plane. Jeremy's is about plane flights.
Okay,
That in order for a plane to fly in a straight line, right, in a so-called great circle route over the surface of a rotating Earth, it actually has to take a curved path through space because it has to stay above. It's like, say you drew a straight line on a ball, right, and the plane's flying, but the Earth's spinning. So if you look at the plane itself, the plane's path to stay over that line has to curve. Because the ball is moving, right? So that line is moving. So it has to move sideways, right, with the rotation to stay on that line.
Oh, perfect. Now
So the path is farther than the Great Circle route.
Oh, that is pretty good, man.
I know it is, isn't it?
Oh my God. I'm thinking about the line going like, like at the curve of the Earth, like you're flying over the curve. But no, because the ball is spinning, the deflection.
That's right.
Wow.
You got to follow that deflecting path, right? So if you're going north and south, that's the larger, like the further you have to fly north and south, the bigger that curve would be, right? So you'd be over a significant distance, right? Right. So say the Great Circle route was, 8,000 miles. you're actually going to fly something like 10,000 miles in the airplane. Right? It's 8,000 miles over the land, but it's 10,000 miles through the air.
What is that? Is he back? Who is that?
Yeah, he's on another LARP.
That is a
LARP respawn.
Damn it.
Oh,
The-
yeah,
the
he's
weird,
back.
weird laughter is him. He does this.
All right. Seeing as that
troll,
you
let's
can't
ban him.
understand
I'm tired.
any, seeing as that you can't understand any, actual conversation deeper than as my girl making pancakes. What do you want to talk about?
I muted him, man.
Oh,
I don't even know why he was gone or what happened, because I was actually not on at that moment. But he's just seeing how much we're going to put up with this bullshit. That I'm convinced of that. He's going to keep acting up, keep acting out, not answer questions, spaz out, gaslight, do all his nonsense to see how long we'll put up with his bullshit before we kick him off.
yeah, troll or not, being honest. I'm sorry, Finn. Like you're not. You got to be this tall to ride this ride. If you don't have anything of any kind of capability of understanding the simplest stuff. So for that reason, you got to go, bro. I don't know. Or just stay on mute or something. Get a listening pass. Give him a listening pass. I don't know.
I'd server ban him.
I mean, I'm on that. I mean, he makes dogs or gods sound reasonable.
Well, dogs are gods or whatever is at least more intelligent, which is like, he can at least understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. This guy doesn't. He doesn't understand anything you're saying.
Oh man, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, he left. Good, stay gone.
It's because he's been a bigot for who knows how long. He's not actually hearing the words coming out of our mouth. Well, he's hearing the words coming out of our mouths, but it's getting filtered through his.
I don't think he has any good intention whatsoever, not even one iota. He literally came in fucked up, like talking shit, like right off the rip, dude. I'm telling you, dude's just seeing how much we'll take. But he's not here right now, so it don't really matter. I'm not that desperate to talk to someone like him. Like, I'd rather talk to y'all. Or nobody.
I got you.
I mean, just think about the pros versus the cons. What are the pros? I don't know. The guy embarrasses himself. I don't know. That helps us, but, cons are being annoyed, irritated, have to mute him every freaking time. He never stops talking. That's like the newest thing, right? For the Globers to come in here, it's just to never stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can't speak, then they win.
If they can't hear what you said, they can just make up whatever counter argument they want.
But it's physically painful for them. Like, and I figured this is next because with that energy thing we were and everything being anything. Well, I didn't understand how she was feeling until I got to this. Like I had this real feeling, right? And anger. And you know, when you're really down, guess what? Your natural emotion is natural emotion is just regular. And being to feel negative, but I realized that people live in that negative emotion. And I couldn't really think because my brain kept going back to the pain, the anger, the reasons why I'm angry. All he was anger, and just like my ex, like I was saying to me, what she does is she tries to take the conversation off, and she gets it, and she doesn't want. And I'm like, well, you know what? Not today, because you're gonna claim I said something that was meaningless, and you're not gonna associate, which means that time is going to go by. So without the emotion of the conversation happen, you're just gonna bring it up another day. Like, look at this fucked up thing you said, and then I go, well, I said exactly how the conversation was. Is what I said not what happened? Then why get angry? It's because people don't like the truth. There's something there's something odd about anger and the truth because I keep getting caught. It's like when you're angry, guess what you have? Pride. And when you have pride, guess what you don't care about? The truth. Because you think whatever you're thinking about is the most important and you think that's true. I got to take this. I'll be back.
Yeah, so looks like dogs are gods, man. Just reading the chat, man. He did a total reset.
Yeah, he's back to the bridge pylons again.
My God, man.
I just actually did a search on it. The only place I can find anything on the internet about these bridge pylons leaning away 32 inches from each other is on anti-flat earth, debunking flat earth sites. I can't seem to see it anywhere else.
Yeah, I noticed. One is a bridge site and one is 100 proofs that the earth is not flat, which is actually like, it's not actually 100, but so it's just a claim, and that claim cites the other article with the bridge website, but that bridge website is not based upon anything. It's just something somebody wrote.
Yeah. Are you reading the COG Dis chat? India.
No, the live stream chat,
because he's going off right now in COG Dis.
Let him. I don't care.
Yeah, no, he's just on the same thing. He's talking about the Humber Bridge and same old respawn.
Dude, like, why?
He needs me to read his paper for him, basically. He doesn't know what it says.
If we're not too scared, apparently.
Yes, he's very frightening. Pissing my pants right now.
Where is the COG Dis chat?
I don't know why you can't. Hold on, let me see. You don't think you have the right role. Yeah, you got to have the COG Dis VIP, so you can go in there. I'll give it to you.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, we don't have a warning, but it's not safe for work it's not safe for life.
Got it, thanks. It actually says that bridge flexes up to 3 meters with wind and vehicle traffic.
Oh, so here's something funny. Here's something funny. I don't know. I got it on the Flat Earth Society website. Why do I gotta use this? Apparently, they wrote the general manager and bridge master that made the bridge. Here, I'll post it in the live stream. Then I'll read it. It says, I emailed the Humber Bridge Authority to ask whether the figure was measured or purely theoretical. Here's the reply. Thank you for your recent email. The two towers are built vertical to a tangent to the Earth, i.e. radial to the center of the Earth. Thus, theoretically, the shape between the towers is an inverted trapezium rather than a rectangle, with the length between the bottoms of the towers being 36 millimeters less than the length at the top of the towers. The gap at the base is, of course, the one that was actually measured, with the apparent increase being a result of building the towers vertically. Regards, Peter Hill, General Manager and Bridge Master. Meaning they just built vertical towers and measured the distance on the bottom, and that's all they did.
Aren't towers usually a bit skinnier on the top than they are on the bottom?
Look, they just built the bridge. They didn't count for fucking curvature of the Earth. And even if they did,
I know.
It doesn't make a shit bit of difference. It's idiotic to even argue about this. It's so stupid.
It seems to be the argument is they think that because there's a bit more space at the top than there is at the bottom, that there should be curvature. And I'm like, towers have thicker bases than they do tops. in order to prevent them from fucking falling over. And if you're talking about a bridge, that's a completely different thing that's connected in multiple ways up at the top. Like, what the fuck? Never mind. I digress.
Says here the towers were constructed by slip forming. Hang on.
I recorded that Alisma spiral he just did. I'm gonna put it in the locker room in case somebody wants to clip something.
They just say that they built it to the curvature of the Earth just because that's how they think levels work. Yeah.
Yeah,
so they didn't actually.
Nowhere else. It's not in any other of their documents or anything else explaining
of course
it.
not. Yeah, because they just think it's a given. Yeah. So if they use levels, they build vertical, then it must be further apart at the top because of the curvature of the Earth. So therefore, in their specs, they built it to. Yeah, that's all they're saying. There's no maths for it or measurements for it. They're just saying, yeah, well, we did build it to the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is curved.
Circular reasoning.
There you go. You're right. The towers taper from 6 meters down to 4.5 meters at the top.
See, like, that's... dude, people don't know how things are built.
So how did he say that
That's why they come up with these feeble arguments. Go ahead.
He was saying they used lasers to see if it was level, so that's impossible then. So he's talking shit again.
That's all he does. It's like, I mean, how much more evidence do we need? Like, he's obviously just a dishonest, steal you guys' favorite word, cunt. So that's what he is.
But did he use that word on you, India? Or was it
I don't know.
on AI?
I just know you like in Australia and hey, you can say cunt like you say it here, you're getting kicked in the balls by some girl.
Yeah, no, we use it all the time.
Yeah, it's not like that. Like cunt is like the worst possible word. It's the worst expletive you can say in America. In the presence of a woman. Their hair will literally like fall out, man, like if they hear you say
I would say we don't really use it around women either. We use it when it's a group of guys. As mate or asshole, or you can use it any way you want.
I tell my wife to stop busting my balls.
Yeah, if you call a woman a cunt, is she going to like swing on you? Because that's what would happen here.
Depends where you are, what town you're in.
Oh, yeah. Well, first up, they'll try to kick you in the balls. And if you're not in that range, they'll try to like slap you or punch you in the face. Believe me, I know from personal experience. And I've seen it done to other people.
If you're in a nightclub, you'll probably get a slap.
If you're in Alice Springs, I reckon it'd be all right.
They'll try to claw your ass.
I'll tell you a funny story. I used to work at a pub, and there was an old Aboriginal woman that used to come in, and these guys were giving her hell one night, and she had a frozen chicken in a shopping bag, and she wound that shopping bag up and cracked this guy with the frozen chicken, knocked him out cold on the bar floor.
That's awesome. Oh, man, that must have been pretty embarrassing.
I don't think he remembered much. She took a good swing in the shopping bag and just cracked him.
Yeah. Wow.
What happened? I'm trying to remember what happened last night. Was there a vegan argument or something, was there?
Oh, my God, I hope not.
Yeah, it was that new Aussie guy. and electricity. So the two Aussies were.
Oh yeah, I know.
They were arguing with someone about,
The other Aussie guy. I don't know what his name is. Australian something or other. What's his name?
Yeah, Upside Down.
Yeah, Upside Down Australia.
Yeah,
he's got like a attitude.
He does. I noticed that as well. Very argumentative with everyone.
Yeah, I noticed about everything too. It's like he's looking to pick a fight.
Yeah.
Well, when he came in, he said that he kept getting kicked off of every other server, so he kind of told you what you're in for right there.
Yeah, maybe it's not the server, maybe it's him.
Yeah, he's like, I get run out of every other place I go to. It's like, okay, so why is this going to be any different?
I remember who was in the conversation because they were pushing veganism, those two, and everyone was going, "Who cares, man? Like, I like meat. I'm going to keep eating meat. Who gives a shit, man?"
I just thought I'd catch up with all you Aussies and put a kangaroo into my profile picture.
Yeah, boxing one.
That's cool.
So Timbo, Dogs Are God said that it was a 10 millimeter deviation for his spherical excess towers, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. He's in the COG Dis chat pretending he didn't say that.
That's what he said.
He thinks he can just lie about stuff he's recorded saying. Like, that'll work.
Because that's what I was arguing with him about, that you can't measure 10 meters over that distance. You can't measure 10 millimeters over that distance. And he said that they had a Millerad laser or I don't know what he was talking about. But now we've just found out that the towers are 2 meters skinnier at the top.
Yeah, I know what he was talking about because I had the paper that he was talking about the whole time, and I was waiting for him to try to cite it, but he never even did that. And the 10 millimeters was just the wobble of the towers, and once I showed him that, he's like, nope, you're stupid. I never said 10 millimeters.
Is in this one that Flying High is looking at, he's saying that there's a 3 meter sway in the bridge towers.
Yeah. I'm not sure which one that is. Let me just see.
I think that one's in Wiki.
Yeah, because I remember the one you posted, Heretic, and it did say 10 mil.
Yeah, and that was just the wobble. And it also says that the deviation that he claimed, they never did it. All they talk about is how they could do it, and they talk about how much deviation there should be, what we should be looking for, and ways we could hypothetically do it using a kinematic GPS sensor or whatever. But they never do it. They didn't do it. It doesn't exist. It says that in his own source.
The bridge is designed to tolerate motions up to 3 meters or 10 feet. Sorry? And it does say in this link that is taking into account as well. I found it in here.
I'm going to look at that in 1 sec. Still just talking to him in cog dis.
Is he ready to come chat? Or does he want to keep on just flooding the text chats?
It's like what Indio said. Like, this guy isn't actually going to try to make an argument. It's all just slimy debate tactics.
He's a super sophist, dude. Perfect example of the sophist surfer.
No physical measurement of distance deviation was ever detected.
Where'd you find that?
That's a Flying Highs citation.
No. What did it say again?
No physical measurement of distance deviation was ever detected.
Huh.
Well, that's exactly what the citation that he just linked, or it's not even a citation because he doesn't know how to do that, but that's exactly what the link that he just gave said, too. Like I keep saying, it was never something that was done. It was just this hypothetical, like, oh, we could do this. We should be looking for this much deviation, assuming the curve, and we could measure it like this, and they don't do it. I can't believe they actually use this.
So he's using, again, a article that he hasn't read.
Hasn't read it. He's just parroting some other dude. Doesn't know what it says, takes it on faith that it says what he thinks it says. Lies after he gets owned about that. Like he can just go back and change what he said, like it's not recorded or something. Just pathetic.
These guys are losers.
Yeah, big time.
I'll be back. I'm going to go get a coffee before he comes in so I can listen to the fun.
Okay, sounds good. But Miguel banned him, so someone will have to take that off if he's coming back. Or he cog dissed him, so he's still on the server, but he can't join the VC.
Was talking about my penis, not related to flat earth.
Well, like they're all doing
your gender.
Yeah. Well, they don't have arguments, right? They just have sophistry, and he's trying to trigger you instead, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like a conscious thing. Like I think he knows that he actually doesn't have an argument, and he's just going to resort to those sort of tactics instead.
Finally.
Are you okay to unban him, Miguel, or do you want to leave him banned?
If you guys want him to, come here, it's okay to me. You can unban him.
Maybe we should confront him with this article that he sent.
Yeah. I've been doing that in the cog dis chat, and he just keeps doubling down. I didn't say that, and you're dumb, and my citation agrees with me, and it debunks you, and then he doesn't actually ever cite it. It's just me citing his link to him, showing how it actually refutes what he claims. It's just wacky. So he's obviously going to be a spaz about it when we have him here, but we can handle that.
Yeah, just keep your finger on the mute button so you can actually get some words in.
Right. Yeah, he thinks that he can come into a server where we mod it and just try those tactics, just steamroll all over us so nobody can actually say anything to refute him. It's not going to work here. We have mute buttons. Like, look at this, Timbo. I'll post this. Look at what that paragraph says. That was from his link.
No one has ever done it before. There's no record of anybody having actually done this.
If anyone lives near the Humber Bridge and has laser ranging equipment, climbing gear, and a certain disregard for authority and a death wish, please let me know.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Look at what that says too. When architects, design and construction engineers build towers, they make them vertical. By vertical, we mean straight up and down, or more formally in line with the direction of gravity.
Oh, really? The direction of gravity is straight?
So they're just building them up and down and saying that they're following the curvature of the Earth.
Exactly.
Because they think that level follows the curve. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, once again, they're just assuming that that curve is there, and so then they assume that that deviation that would have to be there is there too, and they never measure it, they just assume it, and these guys think that that's the same thing as measuring or something stupid like that. It's so funny, though. I mean, you can just use what they actually give you to destroy them. And he was saying something the other day, that cliche, they like, all Flurf citations debunk them without exception. What's this doing? Some big projection. In the beginning, when I was more naive, I used to like Google counter arguments and stuff like that. But I realized like you never have to do that. All you have to do is just read what they give you. Because you already know that the whole globe premise is an assumption to begin with by this point. So everything they give you is going to reflect that.
Yeah, it's always going to be built in assumptions. There's going to be some logical fallacies. There's going to be holes. It's inevitable.
Yeah, because you know that there's no globe, so that's all they can ever do, no matter what it is.
is someone bring up the Black Swan and talk to me.
Have another beer, dude.
Straw man.
Shut up.
Oh yeah, this guy's going to debunk the Black Swan. Sure, let's bring it up.
Bring it up. Let's go.
All
Let me see that platform be lower than the other.
Let me see your proof that horizon's at 1.2 miles.
I'm
not muting him.
I did.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, we got a 10-mile horizon
I can't take him seriously anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, fair.
I'm with you. Let Heretic do what he's going to do.
Dude, he got the Black Swan. For real,
dude. Yeah, it's hilarious. We got a 10-mile horizon there. Geometric claim of the globe is that it's at 1.2. Any proof it's actually at 1.2?
Okay, no, someone give me the full spiel.
That's it. Any proof that 10-mile horizon's at 1.2 miles?
We're not going to waste the full spiel on you, man.
What was the wavy oil rig your proof of that? Supposed to be?
No,
or?
my proof of the globe Earth is both of these rigs are the same size. One is apparently lower than the other.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so I get it. I got it. You're misinterpreting perspective, and therefore you think a 10-mile horizon is at 1.2.
Perspective of the horizon. Okay.
Yeah. What? The horizon the horizon that's at 10 miles, the one that geometrically must be at 1.2 on the ball that you think talking about the rigs helps you prove? What are you talking about?
But what did you wanted to tell me when I said the further away rig appears lower than the closer one?
I wanted to tell you to focus, because the Black Swan argument is not about either rigs. It's about the horizon.
It's not very well focused.
Yeah, you said it's not very well focused. You aren't. That's the whole point. You said you were going to debunk the Black Swan, but so far you haven't even figured out what the argument is. So you're going to have a tough time.
It's the horizon behind it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's the horizon. So the only way that you can come out of this proving a globe is to somehow show that 10-mile horizon's at 1.2 miles. In fact, that won't even prove it. That'll just be an affirming the consequent at best, but that's the best thing you can hope for.
Do I have to show you a theodolite where actually it shows the curve?
No, dude. I just told you what you have to show me. You got to show me that 10-mile horizon's at 1.2.
I can show you illusions too. I can show you illusions of a mask without a hull on a ship.
So that's your claim?
Illusions.
Wait,
I can show you illusions.
Wait, so
what's your hypothesis here? What's your scientific experiment here with the horizon?
So that's your argument for the globe.
What analysis did you do?
He's just going to steamroll now. So it sounds like you're saying that your argument for the globe is that what we see in reality is an illusion. How does that help you?
100%. Light is a very difficult thing to comprehend. It's always bending, refracting, and going different ways. All right? It's very difficult.
I got it. So your proof that we're on a globe is just to deny reality.
Satellite eccentricity. That's what we call
You just talked right through you, Heretic.
No,
yeah, he just kept going.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's going to steamroll at this point.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, you are done.
I'm done.
That's why you're steamrolling.
No, I was steamrolling, and I caught it. You caught it, and then I caught it, and then I'm sorry.
Good work. So
thank you.
You caught it twice. I caught it. You caught it. Then I caught it.
Yeah, we all caught it.
It's honestly how it happened.
We all caught it. We all caught that there was no 1.2 mile horizon in that picture with the 10-mile horizon, so no proof of a globe. Only thing you can do is deny reality to argue that there's a globe.
Clipboard, we got some good clips off of this one, man.
Without any background. I was asking for citations and mathematical proof that this what explain this to me, dude, because I don't really understand. All I see is two platforms and a straight line.
Two platforms and a straight line. Well, they're basically just there as like tape measures. Just think of them that way. The furthest one is at 9.4 miles. The horizon is behind it, so that's telling you that the horizon is further than 1.2. It's also further than 9.4. Can't be at 1.2, therefore.
What's a 1.2?
That's the geometric distance of the horizon on the globe.
Okay. And then there's no illusion that would fix that.
So your argument for a globe is that reality is an illusion. Not very compelling.
No, it's not a very good argument, but this is not the reason why I believe in the globe Earth. Like, light is really hard for me to comprehend. I'm not a photographer. I'm not a videographer. I'm not a surveyor.
That's fine. So you can't comprehend things, therefore
you will win that argument. You will win that argument against me, like 9 times out of 10.
All right, thanks. You can't comprehend reality, therefore Earth's a globe. All right.
That's not what I said, but it's kind of you won this argument just because I am ignorant.
Well, you should learn your claim.
Can I give it a try?
He's basically tossing you his wig. Here, take it. I don't want it.
That's 100% what I do.
I've got a good question that I would love to ask.
I don't really know what you're talking about, and maybe you're right, but honestly, no. There's other factual proof.
Such as?
Well, we'll get back to this. You want to get back to this? Because
any factual proof that you come up with will also somehow have to prove that 10-mile horizon is actually at 1.2. Do you actually think you have anything like that?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't understand how light refracts, what light does, how it bends. Gravity bends time.
All right.
So how wouldn't it bend fucking light?
Your argument for the globe is you don't understand reality. I got it.
No, I don't understand this one picture and why it makes flat Earth real. That's what I don't understand.
Falsifies the globe radius. Falsifies the geometric claim of the sphere.
I falsify the flat radius. So where's the flat? Where's the flat?
Well, you'll have to come up with somebody who claimed the flat radius first.
Show me the curve.
This freaking guy, man.
I thought he
Show
said
me
flat.
the flat before the curve.
No, I don't know.
Well, there it was. The flat that we saw, that picture without the curve, right? The one that would have had the geometric horizon had a curve. That was it.
I see everything from here. These 2 rigs, they show everything. No, they don't.
I give this a try?
2 rigs on a horizon.
Could I ask a question?
At this point, I mean, jeez.
Yeah, that's good enough. I don't know. Someone else can talk.
It's like, yeah.
Okay, so I'm also.
Can we talk about satellite?
You've been trying to talk? Sorry, I was on deafen.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear you. There was a bot playing.
Oh, well, I've got a good question. I'm also I'm not for flat Earth, but I'm not against it. But then again, how could we ever know? But I do have a good question.
Sure.
Say I was on top of Mount Everest and there was no atmosphere at all, okay, and no particles that could hinder your vision. If you was on Mount Everest, which would be the tallest point as we know of, you should be able to see everywhere on a flat plane, right? Because it's the tallest point on the flat plane.
That would depend on your angular resolution limit. I don't know if you'd be able to see everywhere. Where's everywhere? How big is the Earth?
Well, imagine that you had, one of the world's biggest optical telescopes.
What are we imagining?
Let's take the big observatories in Hawaii.
Yeah, but no, what Timbo said, why are we imagining?
Well, because you can't see that far past the atmosphere. The atmosphere only lets you see so far, so you have to imagine it without an atmosphere.
Yeah, but this is a completely imaginary scenario, right? Because you have to imagine that the Earth is in a vacuum, right? That's never going to happen. Then you have to imagine this telescope you're going to see forever with.
Let's not run away from the original conversation. If you're at the point,
no, but you just said that you can't see that far because of atmosphere.
If you're at the point of Mount Everest, you should be able to see everywhere on the flat plane.
Oh,
in a vacuum.
Largest telescope in the world is a 10.2 meter telescope that's on the Canary Islands.
And how far can it see?
Well, light comes to the telescope, doesn't see anywhere.
So it can go as far as the light can reach, correct? So if you pointed that in the direction, if it was on Mount Everest, there was no atmosphere, you should be able to see quite literally every place on Earth, right?
No, well,
no. The way Mount Everest without atmosphere.
So there's an angle. So listen, there's an angle, right? So whatever you're looking at that's out there somewhere in the world, it's going to subtend an angle. And if that angle is smaller than the angle of the resolution of the telescope, you're not going to be able to resolve it.
Well, say that was worked out. Then you could. You had a telescope that could see forever.
Physical.
But let's get past them physical limitations and say that you could see forever out of a telescope. If you was on Mount Everest at the peak of it, the highest point on the flat plane, you should be able to see the whole flat plane, right? It's like stacking blocks up on a piece of paper. At the top of the
another thing you had.
Top of the box, you can see the whole piece of paper.
How many things did you have to imagine for this scenario to work?
It's not
out?
a very. The point is that if you're at the highest point, you can see everything.
Let me ask you: if you took a piece of paper, right, and you looked at it edge on, can you see the surface of a piece of paper?
Again, how does that relate to the tallest thing on a piece of paper? Stack blocks on the paper.
Because the angle, the further some spot on the ground gets away, the more your line of sight becomes parallel to that.
Well, I ain't saying by human eyes. I'm talking with something that's optical that could do it.
It doesn't matter with a telescope. It doesn't matter. Even if you can see infinitely, you can take an infinite seeing telescope. You can't see the surface of a piece of paper looking at the paper edge on.
Okay, but you're up. You're not looking at it from edge on. You get what I'm saying? We're not looking at it from the edge. We're looking at it above the plane.
But eventually, whatever the surface of the plane is, it'll be far enough away where it is effectively edge on, right? So think of an infinite checkerboard, and on that infinite checkerboard, there's squares, and as those squares go off in the distance, right, they change the way they look, right? They become more and more tilted to your view. Eventually, it's going to become so tilted, it's effectively
now there you're right, but now here we're dealing with the 26,000 mile diameter. So let's say 26,000 miles. If you could see 26,000 miles, and if you could see over 20,000 miles, you should be able to see 20,000 miles in any direction from Mount Everest, right? Without the atmosphere, nothing blocking or hindering it. I mean, it's a good question and plausible.
Yeah, and we said no like 50 times. Like, I don't know.
But saying no and proving that you shouldn't be able to do it, don't really prove to me how that there wouldn't be possible. At the highest point on that flat plane, you should be able to see the whole flat plane.
The flat plane you made up in your head.
You're saying that it's flat Earth.
Look,
what?
Listen,
you're all saying it's a flat plane.
No. Yeah, we say it's a flat plane, but not the flat plane you're talking about.
No, you're talking about a flat plane.
Dude, the flat plane you don't believe in, we don't believe in that flat plane either. So you said the Earth is 23,000 miles across?
It says 26. Again, it's 26,000 in diameter.
Where'd you get that from? Who got that?
It's diameter. Go look it up.
Where'd you get that diameter from?
Regardless, that has nothing to do with the point. You're trying to veer off the conversation, and an intelligent person would not do that. So let's keep it on conversation.
I'm being very specific.
If you're able to look past 23,000 miles,
I'm warning you. Warning one, dude. You're about to get kicked the fuck out. Okay? I don't have to put up with your bullshit. I don't care if you're here or not.
Speech is easily hindered. I understand that.
Yeah, this isn't freedom of speech. There's no such thing. Speech has consequences, and you're about to suffer the consequences.
Later, bro. I would not be in a chat like this, folks.
Dude,
please
tell me, where did you get the number from? Yeah. Oh, I'm being attacked.
Hey, India.
He left.
I know he left. Of course, he's been here before.
Dude, I
recognize his voice, by the way.
He's asking a question that can't be answered either or.
No, he made up a flat Earth in his head that we have to account for. Where did he get the number 26,000 mile diameter from? I don't claim that. Anybody in here claim a 26,000 mile diameter Earth?
Nope.
No.
Okay then. So we're talking.
Hey, dude, can one of you look outside your window at the moon and just tell me what you see?
Looks oval, like I was just outside.
No, but the color, dude.
Yeah, it looks a little piss yellow. It also looks pretty large too. I noticed.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
There's some kind of special.
And how they said
my wife mentioned it, but I forgot what it's called.
No, it's not that it looks large. It's almost as if it's getting large, and it's glowing quite
it looks
weird.
Large and kind of oval and yellowish. So they say that when the moon is on the horizon, it just looks bigger because of a horizon effect.
It's not on the horizon right now. It's in the sky.
Yeah, but they said the closer it is to the horizon, It's called the moon illusion. That's just what they say. That the closer the moon looks to the horizon, the closer the moon is to the horizon, the larger it looks. And
No,
that it's actually always the same size, and that's just an optical illusion. Well, you can cancel out this optical illusion by blocking everything underneath the moon with your hand. For me, it's like 10 degrees in the sky. So this is what I did. I blocked out the city skyline so I could only see the moon and I couldn't see any of the ground. And it still looked like probably 2 times larger than it does directly above the head.
Indio, the moon does not look normal.
Yeah, I already said that.
Like, it looks fucking scary.
A flower moon.
Well,
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a
grab
picture.
your fucking teddy and your blankie, man, and hide under your bed. Like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, so the angular size of objects isn't equivalent depending on its location in your field of view, because the propagation angles and the reception angles overtake each other the closer it is to 0 degrees in your field of view. So that's one reason why things appear bigger closer they are to the horizon.
Yeah.
Coupled with any atmospheric effects.
Yeah, it looks pretty big. It looks a little old, because I was just outside and I noticed it because I was walking and it was right in front of my face.
Which, by the way, all these angles occur at the optic, right? Not out there.
Yeah, no doubt.
So if you use the math out there, you get equivalent angles. But if you use the math at the optic, you get ever receding angles that start to recede into the optic's angular resolution limit. So it's not just about what the angular size of it is and saying, oh, that's an equivalent angular size away from me. It's about what the angular size is compared to your angular resolution limit based on the angles of propagation from the source object. Which, by the way, answers our previous friend's question, why you can't see forever, because you don't have an infinite amount of reception angles, because you have an angular field of view, and there's consequences to that based on the physics of light.
Yeah, that was inconvenient. He was going to try and just force that on us no matter what, obviously.
What was the point of that question, though? Like, how many things did we have to imagine for him to even, like, speak to it?
Well, he didn't leave the server. He's still here, so...
Yeah, so I'll put his question properly. So if there was no atmosphere or impedance whatsoever between point A and point B, and you had an infinite amount of reception angles and an optic, the size of the object in question being 26,000 miles, then what would it look like?
So he just wants us to imagine a bunch of stuff for him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool.
Yeah, but you got.
It was going to why can't I see? Like we should be able to see the edge. It was going there, basically.
You can see the edge. You can see the edge of your vision.
Yeah. Yep. I just want to know where you got the 26,000 miles from. Tried to claim I was deflecting from the topic. I was directly addressing his claim, in this scenario. The flat Earth is 26,000 miles across diameter. Okay. Who said that? Where's that number come from? Why isn't it?
I never even heard that.
Why is it 29? Why isn't it 30? Why isn't it 15? Why don't you where'd the number come from? Well, Troll trying to force his fantasy flat Earth on us, and have us explain his idea what flat Earth should be.
Yeah, I've never heard any numbers or any measurements regarding the flat Earth.
You'll only hear them when Globers are claiming them for us.
Because some things aren't measurable, Brandon. Did you know that?
I didn't use that as some kind of attack or anything. I'm
just saying, did you know that, Brandon, that some things are not measurable?
Yeah, of course I knew that. I didn't say everything was measurable.
Like a coastline. I'm sure you've seen a number, like this coastline, the coastline of Maine is X amount of miles long. That's wrong. You actually cannot measure a coastline length. Did you know that?
So you
cannot measure a coastline length. Say we use inches to measure the coastline. The result we get, if we sum up all the inches that we measured, will be longer than the coastline if we used miles. It's a well-known mathematics problem called the coastline. What is it called? The coastline paradox.
Okay.
So just some things are not measurable. They're just like, people have these ideas that mathematics is some perfect thing, dude, but it's really not. Like, I know that's like, the only thing worse you can do of insulting the globe is insult mathematics, man. You want to see the spiral. People spiral faster than all hell.
Yes, Brandon, I'm going to blow your mind. The majority of these terms, when you're talking about things like that, must be just expressed as one unit. What type of unit? One coastline unit. What type? Specified one main coastline unit. So the main coastline is as long as the main coastline. That's the only true thing you could say.
Yeah, I knew that. That didn't blow my mind. Not at all. Not even close.
Now, what's the distance to the sun? One sun distance unit.
That didn't either. I know.
Says here
pretty weak, dude. Pretty weak. Didn't blow my mind.
And you can watch the video in the live stream chat, and it explains what the problem is. Just don't worry. This ain't a flat earther channel. You're okay.
The only answer to a satisfactory answer to the coastline paradox is that every coastline is infinite.
Actually, that is correct.
No.
Yeah,
it's infinite, or it has no length at all.
Every boulder protruding into the sea makes the coastline a little bit bigger.
Yes, but they're not changing. So the measurement of it, if you use any type of measurement, it's an infinite measurement depending on the units you use. And since there's an infinite amount of units, then there's an infinite amount of measurements. But rest assured, the coastline is what it is. It hasn't changed length or shrunk. It's simply one coastline unit.
The only unit, you'd have to count it in atoms and say it's this many atoms long.
Well,
high tide or low tide?
You then have to prove that atoms have no fast.
You gotta make it complicated with the low tide stuff. Come on, stop.
I don't know. I think that my assertion is the most philosophically sound and irrefutable. So I go with that.
I go with like nobody really knows. It's good enough for us to sail. Like we don't need do we really need to know it to that level of precision to practically use it? Nah, it's just not necessary.
Yeah, kind of like accounting for Earth curvature and tow tanks.
Yo, man, that dude's a train wreck in Cogdis, man. Yeah, dogs are gods as in Cogdis, talking nonsense.
He's still talking about the bridge pylons. It's been going for hours.
I know. I'm finding something he said, which was just fantastically idiotic. Oh. The bridge works and has never been deemed structurally unsound, which means all the dimensions must have been accurate.
Except the dimensions that he claimed are not actually shown or measured. They don't exist, and they're not in the engineering plans.
Yeah.
He gave a citation, 0.4, and when I looked at 0.4, it was a $400 engineering book.
Yeah,
I mean, it wrong.
Well, I mean, like structurally on sound and dimensions being accurate, they're not necessarily synonymous, because you like there's a tolerance for which they'll say, "Oh, it's this far out of whack. Now it's structurally unsound." And how far out of whack is that?
Yeah, Well, Timbo, when Timbo asked him about this, he just said that they were perfectly 100% plumb. Basically, there is no tolerance.
Oh. Yeah. And where did he get that information?
You know where.
Oh, he made it up
never
on the
worked
fly.
construction.
Yeah.
Obviously. Well, he built a fence once. That's what he was claiming.
A picket fence.
We're dying to see it. We should get him to take a photograph. We'll let you out of cog this if you show us a photograph of your fence. I bet it's upside down, right? The pickets are like stabbed into the ground. You like pounded them in.
Man, I want to know the methodology he used to tighten the string that he got as reference for the fence heights. That was his whole argument. Like when he was talking about the fishing line, which the article he presented didn't actually say what they did with the fishing line. But he alleged that they used it as a reference like you do with a fence, where you pull it tight at two peaks and then you measure the pickets to have like the swooping effect, right? So you get that perfect curve of the swoop each time by each picket having a different measurement from your string. So he was trying to say that that's what they were doing at the tow tank, but the article doesn't say that. It actually corroborates what we asserted, which is that they used a water trough because water is level across the entire span of the structure that they're building. And then they dialed the control points, like the little bracket points, with two rods on a bracket that attached to the rail. And as soon as it touched the water, they called it good. Then went on to the next one.
Well, we were laughing about this a few days ago. I think Mayhem brought it up. They've run out of arguments. They've gone all the way back to that fishing line proves a sphere.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Fishing line at the local YMCA pool. The center of the fishing line touched the water. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
Why are we at this level? Are these the globe champions? Is this what we're left with?
Fishing line? Yeah.
This is like the end of the Roman Empire, right? After like they had run through so many gladiators and Christians, like then you're getting like the scrubs, right? You're getting like the third-rate gladiators, you know, fighting like lions.
Gladiators are gone. We're down to the villages.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the bottom of the barrel.
We're at the villages with their pitchforks.
It's not even the villagers, though. It's just like the remnants of the burnt village. It's just the village idiots. All the heroes are gone.
Okay, I gotta pull someone out of like the YouTube chat or something. We gotta do better than this.
Someone in the YouTube chat earlier carrying on a bit.
There's always Matthew Learns.
No, I think it was Shadow. Yeah, Shadow. Fighting with Flat Plains Drifter.
Hold on, man. Is this stinking? I had a telescope. And the Earth was 24,000 miles in diameter. What the hell would my field of view have to be to see from where I am, the top of Mount Everest, to that 24,000 mile distance? That would be pretty big. That would be pretty big.
You're forgetting the main point. They can see the sun from however far, 69 million miles, whatever it is. So you should be able to see infinitely over a flat plane.
I missed the end of that guy. Had to switch off for a bit.
Yeah.
Did he get any further than imagining a telescope if Mount Everest had no atmosphere?
No,
did he get any further?
No. I mean, yeah, we got farther, but like he resorted to just like nah. And I was like, okay, so if you're looking at a paper on edge, can you see the surface of the paper? It's like, well, with a big enough telescope, I'm like, no, that doesn't matter how big your goddamn telescope is. You can't see
the angle.
Yeah. So he's like, well, you're elevated. So I'm like, yeah. So eventually, at a point far enough away, that angle is effectively parallel, and you can't see the surface. He's like, well, what if it's 24,000? It's well, the flat Earth is supposed to be 24,000 miles in diameter. I'm like, where'd you get that number? And he's like, you're changing the subject. Like, no, where'd you get that number? Like, we don't believe in that flat Earth you believe in. Then he said
he was on the disc,
not being bullied or not being like whatever, and then he left. But he's still here. He's still on the server.
Real fast.
So he was a disc. Flat Earth disc.
He was just doing edge trolling.
Pizza Planet.
Like I said, he's still here. I recognize the voice. He's been here before. He's lurking.
Well, even if you do entertain it, like, you know, where are you going to get this situation where there's no atmosphere up there that you can see through everything? When are you going to be able to do this? Like, why are they coming up with these things that you can't do?
It's all they got left. Like, what else is he going to do? Is this Dogs Are Gods guy claiming that he has the original engineering documents for that bridge?
He says that it would be hard for him to get them, so I guess not.
So I read through all his citations.
Wait, here's what he said.
I'd give him $100 if he can even tell me where he would get them.
Well, here's what he said. It's in the original engineering documents. I could request them. If he has to request them, how does he know what's in them?
You can't request documents like that. They're owned by the engineering company.
How does he know what's in there if he has to request them still to even see what they say?
That's a good question. Ask him, how do you know what they say if you haven't seen them yet?
Clown show.
Dude, like, the only thing this guy has proven is that he is just a compulsive liar. Like, no shame. Like, well, I know how we were talking like he was a narcissist, but it's like, I hate labeling people like saying they have mental illness, but some of these guys, it's just like, it's so hard to not draw that conclusion. Like, this guy, Dogs Are Gods, has lied on this server how many times now? Like,
every time he said anything.
Yeah, just about, man. But like, provable lies. They're not like our opinion. They're not like, oh, I disagree with you. They're more like, this exists. This is what it says. And that thing doesn't exist. And that what he says something, doesn't actually say it. It's not a matter of interpretation. It's whether it exists at all. And the things he say exist don't exist.
But what if he's just dumb?
That's, how is that just being stupid?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's not being stupid. Like, see, someone says, right on this page, it says XYZ. And you look on the page and it doesn't say anything on that page that says that. That's not being dumb. That's just telling a lie.
Yeah, actually, I see what you mean.
And he's done this type of thing, like, repeatedly. So I'll give you a particular thing. He said, in this tow tank, they had to measure for curvature, and it's a tank where they, like, tow a boat to figure out the hydrodynamics, so, like, their model boat. And he said they did not fill up this tank when they did it, so they didn't use water to level it. Well, read the document. That's exactly what it says. It's just a blatant lie. Like the first part of them talking about it, it says, in June 2015, we filled up the tank with water, and the concrete had not settled in that time. Then on December 15th, we welded these rails. Like, there's like a checklist of stuff they did. And one of them is they filled it up with water. But he said it was empty of water. So like,
but I think what most of these guys do is they read a citation till it hits the bit that they think they need or that proves their argument, and then they stop reading and come out and start gobbing off.
Yeah, you just click on the PDF, you hit Control F, right, for find, and you type in curvature, and then you just go to that, you highlight that, copy paste it. Like, look, flat earther, it says curvature, take that.
Yeah, or in this case, you can just assume what the engineering documents say and state them as fact before you've read them.
Gobbing off. I haven't heard that for 20 years, Flying Eye.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a bogan.
That's funny. Maybe longer. Maybe when I was back at school.
So, Fern, what's up with you, man? What brings you around?
I'm just listening.
So I can see you have the ladies' night tag. How long ago were you here on ladies' night?
I've never been here on ladies' night yet.
Why the hell do you have that tag?
I think because no, it was Hyder. He said I could have that tag and come to ladies' night one of these times. I don't want to get him in trouble or something. Is that not supposed to happen?
He ain't gonna get in trouble, man. It's not like that.
Oh, he is in big trouble now. Huh.
That's right, man.
Well, you guys can take it away. That's fine.
No, I think it lets you see a room that you shouldn't be seeing. Not that you probably care because that room is kind of dormant anyway. So
the secret room.
Well, it's just where they organize ladies' night, like what they want to talk about, like who's going to kind of MC it, I guess you'd say.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nothing important.
I thought it just gave me the ability to unmute or something on that particular call.
No.
Gotcha.
I think it also just enables her to, if someone tags ladies' night, then she'll get a...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Ladies' night's happening, bang, she'll get a notification.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll ping that role, and then you'll get a notification.
Well, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, but I'm sure you have notifications shut off for the server. If you don't, rest in peace. Because they're ping crazy here.
Oh.
I mean, you don't have a bunch of notifications in the server, a number over the server icon?
I did turn it off, but maybe I could just turn the roll one back on for that specific reason.
Yeah, I gave it back to you for that purpose. I think we've been through a few iterations of this. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Timbo. Yeah, I think originally it was like that, and then they started a separate Discord just for that. And then, I don't know. Ladies' Night has been through some different iterations.
Well, I turned off the suppress roll mentioned, so it'll work now.
Okay, cool. Ladies' Night's usually on Friday about 5 o'clock.
Hey, I got something to tell you all. I just looked outside again, and I saw a bunch of 3 objects flying together. It looked like all together.
Planes?
So it didn't happen.
Birds?
I'm scared to take a picture of it.
Didn't happen.
That's why I'm
Is
scared.
Is it still there?
Let me go look.
I just looked outside and it's still snowing.
Hey, Satoshi's back.
You getting a bad vibe or something?
I just looked outside and took a photograph of the moon. It was full moon last night. I mean, the 5th, and now it's
call 911
on the next phase. I mean, everybody's saying what they see outside. I see the moon outside, so yeah, it's a clear sky.
You better call 911 about that.
See clouds.
What do you see, Indio?
A wall. I can't see outside right now. My window don't face in that direction. I was outside. That's why I saw it earlier.
Welcome back, Satoshi.
Yeah, man. Welcome back.
I'm gonna have to get used to that new avatar you've got, though.
He's undergone another transformation. You started here as Garbage Man, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dude, how come every time I hear transformation now I cringe?
There's a good reason for that.
He's evolved.
That could be even worse.
So, Gemsy, did the moon look yellow to you? A little yellowish?
Not really. It looks a little more. I'm looking at it with my eyes right now, and it looks a little bit brighter than the photograph I took, like silver, not yellow. No, not yellow. When it goes closer to the horizon, when it goes closer to the horizon, when it's kind of like in that. From my perspective, I can see yellowish when it's closer to the lower in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I looked at it like 30 minutes ago, so maybe that was it.
I went outside.
I've seen it yellowish. Yeah.
I went outside. It's the moon. It's for me here in Portugal is 135 degrees, something like that, and it is white. So no yellow.
Where in Portugal are you at? Are you on? Are you in the Azores?
No. I'm next to the to Spain for.
Yeah, I know where Portugal is. There's like where I live. There's a large there used to be a very large Portuguese community. So there's still a lot of people around here speak Portuguese.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's but there's some it's weird. So there's people that are Portuguese that came here, and then started a little community in East Cambridge. But then Brazilian Portuguese people ended up coming here. People that are Brazilian that speak Portuguese, and they don't get along. So, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But then people from the Azores came here, and then those other two, nobody gets along with them.
Are you on Canada?
No, I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Yeah, which is right next. It's right next to Boston, right? So it's where Harvard is and shit. But East Cambridge is there's a lot of ethnic communities. There's an Italian section, and this is how it used to be. It's not like that anymore. Now it's all that stuff is gone away. Chinatown, Little Italy, but there was a Portuguese section.
Mix of cultures.
And and there's still a lot of the Portuguese people are so a lot of but it's they each lived in little sections in the same part of town, the same 4 square blocks. That would be all Portuguese. Then if you go over to the next street, those 4 square blocks will be all Italians, right? And then you go across the street the other way, and that's all Chinese people. So there's a lot of little ethnic communities in little areas. But there's still a remnant of Portuguese people, but it's a little different because well, what happened was property values went so high, right? People are like, I lived here like 3 generations, but I don't give a shit because I'm getting $2 million for this house. I'm out. Right. And so that's kind of what happened. And that's kind of like how these neighborhoods kind of fell apart, because the neighborhood I used to live in, the whole street was like Portuguese, and everybody had like rabbits and like grapevines in their backyards and so all that's kind of gone, which is kind of sad in a way. Yeah, they have a little Portuguese social club here.
Wow,
and
that's awesome.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. But like in America, you can have like a bar, right, where you sell alcohol, but you can also have like a private social club where you can sell alcohol, but it's private, so it's not like a commercial bar. Mm-hmm. So if you get if you get a membership, then you can get like drinks for like cheap. So a lot of people they join like the Portuguese social club, so they can go in and get like $2 drinks. But if you're not a member, it costs you like 3 times more than it would regularly. So it's a little Portuguese community here.
500 years ago, almost like something like that. So, to the Portuguese and the Spanish navigators, they divide between coasts, they divide the world into discoveries. So, they sign a treaty at France, the Tordesillas Treaty. Actually, it's it's like this. You can go discovery to this way, and we are going to discover this way. So they divide the world, into discoveries, and at that time it was flat, the world, so it was normal.
Yeah, this is one thing I heard. I saw a graph that listed, private gold ownership. Gold owned by private citizens, not the government. In Portuguese and Spain were the top 2 countries.
They about that so this was, let me get the article. So they did discover Australia, but they kept on secret. There was an investigator, so he found an old map. So it's Portuguese, because the coastline of Australia has a lot of names in Portuguese. These zones. So let me see it. So this was 250 years before Captain James Cook went to Australia. So when he went to Australia, he did kick us from Australia. So the reason that it was found, they kept in secret the discovery of Australia, it was because they found a lot of gold and precious metals there at Australia. So that was the reason. I don't know if they were allowed to go there.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, man. They probably found a lot of other stuff, and they were like, come on, we have to really keep this one a secret. You guys screwed up on Australia. We'll just tell them the Earth's a globe. Oh, okay. Then they'll just keep going in circles, and they'll never find it. We'll just draw this map.
I think we're one of the biggest gold and silver producers in the world. Same with iron ore.
What, in Australia? How come y'all are broke?
Because we fucking sold it all. I don't know. It's there's no more manufacturing here, so.
Well, they trade their gold for petrodollars, so they can, go.
Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks, Jamesy. Thanks for clearing that up. You're actually you're absolutely right. As a matter of fact.
And then we go and lend money or give money to NASA as well.
Well, instead of being smart and like backing your currency by the gold that you actually pulled out of the ground, which would be the smart thing to do, right? Make gold certificates and not have fiat currency.
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
India, what do you do if you're really scared and anxious?
Breathe, mate.
Pray, take a deep breath.
Wait, you feeling bad?
I don't know. I haven't felt that way in a long time.
Dude, no. Because I've been looking out at the moon. It looks fucking nuts.
Are you tripping, bro?
Why? What's wrong with it?
I'm looking at the moon right now. It looks like the moon.
Yeah.
You need to go.
You dropped some tab, bro. You took some water.
There's a bunch of objects flying a lot lower than normal too for some reason.
Like under the moon?
Yeah.
I don't
Looks
see
like
them, bro.
it.
I'm looking at it.
Not right now. I saw 3 earlier.
Can you get some pictures or video?
Yeah, please.
Do you know how scared I am to do that?
Why?
You saw 3 lights, or you dropped 3 acid tabs?
Did you legit see 3 lights? Other than
Satoshi, what's going on, Satoshi, man? What's happening?
Please don't call me Satoshi anymore.
Why?
Please don't.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, we can change whatever. What's the label? What is the name
one
tag that
that's
you're gonna be
listed.
using? The one that's listed. Yeah, that's cool, bro. Yeah.
What if we can't pronounce that?
How do you say it?
Just say it. Yashu.
Yashu.
Yeah. It means John.
Oh, okay. Kind of close.
That's
to
cool.
Yeah.
How you say it?
I don't want to
Gashu.
be calling you Jesus, man.
Pardon?
I don't
How you
want to
say
be
it?
calling you.
Gashu.
Yeah.
It could be Yasu, which is a greeting in Greek.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things.
It could be Achoo!
Achoo!
You got me thinking, Indio. Where the fuck is all our money? We've got uranium deposits that we sell. We sell all the iron ore to China. We sell. We have huge gold and silver mines. We have our own gas, natural gas.
It's all shipped. Everything's shipped offshore, and we get all the garbage.
Yeah, but aren't we selling it? Like, where's all the money gone?
The money goes back to the creators of the money, the central banks. Remember the taxes. Whenever you get money and you pay back that money, it's going back, and so they control the flow, or where is the money going, that kind of stuff. Because they're taxing everybody.
We could be one of the richest countries in the world.
Do we really sell it for that much with all the safety and all the other crap that goes along in these places, these mines and stuff? They're just completely wasting it. How do you compete on the world stage, with China and these countries that don't have these regulations that we have?
Well, everything's so expensive here, and we've got a really high tax rate as well. I almost pay 50 cents on the dollar in tax. You know that?
Yep. I was only saying this last night. I'm just about to sell some property in my business, and they want to hit me nearly 50% capital gain. I was speaking with India.
Fucking bullshit.
There should be. I mean, you're in Australia, so
yeah. We don't have laws. We've got too many laws, and they're all against us. Why are they asking you for capital gains for your property, though?
Because I haven't lived in it. I bought it as vacant land, and I was building a house, but someone's offering.
Oh no!
Someone's offering me some crazy money for the land, so I'm looking. I might take it. I think. I think I'd be silly not to, actually.
You're going to take a hit or walk away all right?
Oh, I'm trying to work these capital gains out.
Well, it's just capital gains is on top of what you paid for it.
Yeah, so I've made a fairly large gain on this one, and whatever that gain is, but it's nearly a $3 million gain.
Yeah, so it's everything on top of what you've paid for it will be taxed as income. Yeah.
You already sold it or not yet?
No, not yet.
Because there should be something on the commercial code, like there should be some tax leeway for those kind of transactions, bro. You just gotta find it somehow.
No, he's got to live in it for 12 months in a dwelling.
And then they give you a discount.
Okay. There's a discount. All right, discount sounds good.
But you got to build something, yeah, and then live in it for 12 months.
Well, I think the only good saving grace I got is I bought it in a company name. So if I can reinvest into some ongoing concern, then that should get rid of most of it. But property is not an ongoing concern because I was looking at investing in rentals, but it's got to be an ongoing concern, like a business.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Take the hit, man. Get out of it.
Whenever you go to the store and you buy something from the store, they attach a tax to that sale. So you should attach a sale to your attach the tax that they charging you, attach it to your sale, and say, hey, you got to pay my taxes, right? And the taxes, and you and they pay for your taxes.
Those taxes are crazy, yeah, because like you earn money. So the company, say you work for a company, they earn money, they get taxed. Then they pay you, you get taxed, and then you go buy things and you pay tax on what you're buying. They're almost taxing 80% of the money.
Yeah, I was saying this last night. You're lucky to get 20% of your own money.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some cheat codes out there, so I don't know. I don't know them, but there's people that pay no taxes.
Yeah, they're asset rich. Bro. You've got to keep investing. If you keep investing the money, then you're all good. But I was saying to Indio last night, you're just kicking the can down the road. You know, I can buy another
because they'll get you. They'll get you at the end.
When you want to cash out and you want to actually take the cash, they'll get you. You've got to keep they want to keep you investing in the system. Which sucks because you get all excited when you get an offer like that, and then you go, yes, fuck yeah, I'm doing that. And then you sit down and start working out what you're going to pay in tax, and you're like, oh, this isn't so good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you're flipping that property, you didn't pay that much for it, and you're making a profit, I guess it's a win.
Yeah, it's still a profit, yeah.
Oh, yeah, still a profit, still a good win. But it's pretty painful knowing that you're giving $1.5 million to the government for absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
God damn! I'm sorry for saying that, but oh my God. There's got to be something on the code, bro. You should be able to title yourself the king of the land and make your own nation and just make a bond and say, hey, I'm back. I'm the king of this nation, and I'm just gonna do some treaties here, and I'm tax exempt. There's a bunch of people out there that you barely know any of these people, but they operate out there, and they are tax exempt. And anywhere they go, they have a code, and that code goes in a system, and they are tax exempt. If they do any purchase, tax exempt.
Well, yes, there are people doing that, and they're doing it here as well. Apparently, somewhere written into our tax law here that taxes are not mandatory. So it's all voluntary, apparently, but I've never seen that law or been able to find it.
I looked, I couldn't find it.
I'm telling you, there's stuff in the code. You just gotta find it. There's probably people. I don't know. Yeah, this is obviously not a conversation for the VC, anyways.
Well, we know where all the money in Victoria's gone, Timbo. That's all probably in Dan Andrews' offshore account somewhere.
We've got more debt than the rest of the country, just in this state.
I bet you Dan Andrews doesn't.
Nope. He's living in Brighton, mate.
Cutting deals with China.
Yeah.
All your infrastructure.
Yeah, pretty bad. That all got thrown out.
Yeah, I seen that.
Isn't Australia like leasing a bunch of land to China, like for hundreds of years or something like that, leasing them?
Yeah,
there's a port. Most of the ports.
Oh, the ports, yeah.
Yeah, they lease them our major ports and our major port roads. So realistically, they've just got to shut down our ports and we're done.
Well, they did 100-year lease on the where's that mine? Where's the mining port in Western Australia, up north in Western Australia, where they do mine all the iron ore. So they did a 100-year lease on that, and they just ship all the iron ore out from there.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on here, man.
Then they got the Victorian ports, China. I think they got the Darwin, something in Darwin as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
we've got 4 or 5 ports.
Yeah, but everything we have, our infrastructure, electricity grids, ports, are all being sold off or leased to China, or they're trying to at least. Roads, ring roads, all sorts of stuff.
It's weird.
That's why they're trying to get us to learn Chinese in primary school. We might have to learn it soon.
You won't need to learn it. Your children, maybe, or your grandchildren. They're gonna have to. I mean, they probably don't have to, but to have some type of advantage on this commercial world, 2, 3 languages are probably helpful.
And
it's not that difficult for children to learn multiple languages, especially with today advantages and that kind of stuff. My children speak 2 languages.
Yeah, same with mine, Spanish and English.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine are Greek and English. Actually, Tim, during all that stuff that was going on, did you see the guy? And he was absolutely spot on. He was making videos dressed up as Dan Andrews.
No.
I gotta get him. I'll get him. It was actually my brother-in-law, man, and it was almost a spitting image. It was so good.
Shoot him over to me if you can find them.
Yeah, I'll hit him up. To send him to me because he owns a real estate business, and the head office, the corporate office, made him pull them all down.
Is he in Melbourne?
Yeah, so he was the owner of Noel Jones in Balwyn.
Oh yeah, that's near me. I'm the next suburb over.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually thinking about doing a trip down there shortly. Going down there.
Hit me up, man. We'll go and have a beer.
Yeah, 100%. Probably only be an overnighter. I got to go and grab some stuff down there from my parents-in-law. But yeah, 100%.
Cool, man.
Actually, my brother-in-law's Timbo as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's a flat earther.
Ah, really? How old?
He's my age, so 43 this year.
Okay. What's it? What school did he go? Did he grow up around here?
Yeah, he grew up there. I don't know where he went to school. Yeah, I'd have to find. Probably Balwyn, I think, because my wife went to Balwyn and he went to school with my wife.
Balwyn High School?
Yeah.
Oh, I probably know him, man.
Tim Penhelyerick.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Wait, I think I know him. Just kidding.
Check out, guys. I'm gonna find a fucking suit for a wedding. I don't wear suits.
Good luck with that. I got to do that next week.
Mate.
I got to go to the snowball. So I got a black tie. I got to go to Canberra to get a suit.
Oh, I tried so hard to talk my wife out of buying a suit. No, she won't have it. So I'll just wear some pants and a shirt, and put a fucking tie on and wear a jacket or something. You know, I'll be right.
I haven't had a suit. I haven't worn a suit for about 6 years since I sold my last business. I used to have to go to a lot of meetings and wear suits then, but I don't even own one anymore.
I don't think I've ever owned one. I wear my work clothes all the time. All right.
Oh, good luck. Have a good one.
Got a bunch of people. Indio, Miggy, just you, Miguel, Morvis. Morvis is here. Witsit? What? Witsit is... Oh, he's not... He's deafened. So he's busy. Busy with the baby and the mama. Busy with the family. Good job, Witsit. Ryan. I wanted to show Indio this Easter egg that I found, but I don't know if he's listening. It's probably falling asleep or making some drinks. Miggy! Miggy's working. Miguel! Miguel! I want to talk to Miguel.
Hello. I was almost sleeping.
So, bro, you falling asleep on me? Don't do that.
I was hitting you.
Look, Miguel, look at this Easter egg that I found. I saw you posting some flat documents and stuff, right? Okay. Look at this one. Have you seen this one from the one of the operation in Antarctica?
Polar plateau.
You see, they call it a plateau. So when they reach the shore and they go in, they find so 500 miles from New Zealand, right? They reach the coast of this area, right? And then they go up what they call the polar plateau.
Okay.
Right? And then look how they describe it. You should read through it, but I wanted to point out they were saying that the map. So look, okay, where is it? If time is strange here, directions are strange still. At the South Pole, any direction is north.
But they basing this on maps that they brought with them, right? The maps that they bring and they make. There's a South Pole in the globe, so they're kind of like describing how that they were using doesn't make sense. So we were forced to solve these problems by using an arbitrary time schedule and a grid system of artificial compass directions. Why they call it artificial? Because they're basing some of what they call reality of maps, and they have the North Pole and the flag that represents the North Pole on a point that is based on a map of a globe, right? So they kind of confused on that. Although these technical problems can complicate life at the pole, the terrain makes up for it with its natural simplicity. So the maps are complicated. The maps they're using are complicated, but the natural simplicity. The pole is located on a great plateau. What is a plateau for you in Portuguese?
That's more French. Let me see. Plateau. That's more French. So let me see. Plateau.
This plateau, which is a flat, a level surface or a flat surface, right? That you can describe it.
That's
But anyways, in the plateau you could have topography in the plateau as well. So anyways,
that means plateau means you can say it in Spanish planalto. Yeah, so it's the same word, but in French. So how you say it in English?
This plateau is 9,000 feet above sea level.
Okay.
Probably surrounded by a rim of high mountains. Although its periphery is still largely unexplored, the nearest peaks are about 200 miles away, so one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. So they're saying they're at the bottom of the world, and all they see from 200 miles and a lot of unexplored area, largely unexplored, they see hundreds of miles of flatness.
Yeah. So in English, plateau is like highland. Yeah, highland. Highland. Okay. Yeah. So it is interesting.
The surface of the plateau is covered with gracefully curved miniature snow dunes, varying from a few inches up to 2 feet high, with long tails extending during downwind as such as 50 feet. Okay.
Maybe
there's a lot to read here. The description of the terrain and a lot of the photography. There's some interesting Easter eggs.
Yeah, there was a Portuguese scientist. It was in the news like 20 years ago here in Portugal. So he was so excited to go to work on Antarctica, and I didn't understand at that moment because what is big deal? This guy is going to that place to just study, these ice samples. So yeah, but
you're talking about the ice samples.
The ice sample, yeah. So that is what they just show to us in National Geographic. So now I understand why, the excitement to go to work in that place. There's
Bro, in the documents they describe like ice, inner ice, and then they describe it like from some areas it's like hundreds of feet or a couple thousand of feet high, and other areas goes to 3,000, 9,000, and even 14,000 feet high ice.
That's huge.
That's crazy. I mean, I wanna. That's what it says in the document. I gotta look it up again, but there's a lot of information about a bunch of different things, and you know, interesting that they spend so many decades down there and describing a few things down there. That is pretty interesting. They also describe, they so when they reach the shore from, they were describing like some type of distance, 500 miles from New Zealand. There is the shore and these mountains, and then beyond that, they talk about going like 500 miles to the South Pole, right? The flag, the ceremony spot that they call the South Pole. That doesn't make sense when they go there. They say it doesn't make sense in the map. These maps don't make sense in reality. So let's just make it simple and don't worry about the map. Let's just make up a new system away from the map, because this globe map doesn't make sense. It's kind of funny, right?
Yeah.
The globe map made it way too difficult for them to kind of orientate themselves. So then, when they reach from the shore about 500 miles to the South Pole, geographical on the map, right? They reach that point, and then they talk about other spots that are 1,500 miles away from there, and they talk about other mountains around there, and behind that they talk about, or north of that they talk about lakes in plant matter, which is interesting as well.
So 25 years, something like that ago, a physicist, Portuguese physicist, he did talk, because he's an old guy now, but he did talk at that time. At that time, no, in the 50 years, 50 something, 1950 something. Okay, so he did talk about. That was the first time I hear about Admiral Richard E. Byrd. So yeah, it was interesting, and he did say that there was a public, maybe in the New York Times, newspaper. So yeah, it's strange things, that Admiral Rashid Bard did said to that newspaper. So I'm interested in to see the original article. But when I go there at the New York Times newspaper, you have to subscribe.
Interesting. Send me a link. Let me see if I can find that. Send me a link, bro. Anyways, bro, you sound tired. Get some rest, okay?
Miguel? Yeah. Yeah, I did work, so now it's 5 a.m.
Yeah, bro, get some rest. Send me the link. I get some rest. So send it to me tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Let me see. I think I have it. But tomorrow I always send. I have somewhere.
That's funny. Just says that end of the world, and Admiral Byrd, the people that did the exploration after him, they gave him like a title, and it was like the end of the world explorator or something like that. I gotta look it up, but it was exactly that, ends of the world. They gave like that label or title to Admiral Byrd.
I did found this in the other day. So they did censorship. This link.
Probably part of that Disney version that we're getting. Who knows?
Yeah. So they did. So you can find it on Web Archive. It talks about Admiral Richard Byrd. This is from Wings magazine, February 1980.
The turtle. That's kind of cool looking vehicle, but
yeah, the title it says the eagle and the turtle.
I think that if I remember correctly, that thing sinked in the ice, or maybe one of them, because probably they built a bunch, not one. You know. Oh yeah, there's so many. Kind of weird. I don't know. It's interesting, yeah.
Talks about the airplanes they did fly there, and some vehicles.
By Ted in Antarctica was probably performed under the most severe operating conditions ever faced by Staggerwing. Pretty interesting. This is before. Oh yeah, this is before. Oh, because the document I was sharing was Deep Freeze 3, but this is before that. Yeah, they were talking about exploring with those airplanes about 250 miles, 300 miles. The ones that I looked at, they were talking about over 1,500 miles that they went inland beyond the South Pole, which is if I'm correct, about 500 miles inland, and then they went over 1,500 miles.
The link, so this book itself is related at the end of the world.
I can tell that they tried this with these airplanes back then during, let's see, April 12. So they still tried it when it was still time that it was daytime, because after March 31st, it starts getting dark and the night gets longer and longer. And there's a time that I haven't been there, obviously, but let's say it's darkness for 6 months or something like that. So yeah, this one that you showed in 1940, they were doing the flights in around April 12th, and those dates, because it's daytime, they can see instead of just being in the dark. And these airplanes are pretty small. Then the newest ones that they use, like in the 50s and 60s, were way superior to these ones. So there's a difference depending on the aircraft that you can have, right?
Yeah. Okay. So.
It's a couple decades before that one. This is pretty interesting. Thank you for this, and I haven't seen this.
Yeah, I was researching the other day. Let me see.
The Eagle and the Turtle. U.S. Antarctic Service.
In this link, I'm gonna post. This link. It talks about the New York Times. Let me see. But when you click it, you have to just type escape. At your keyboard. So let me see. Okay, so in that link, there's this text. So it talks about it was published on the New York Times newspaper, but yeah, when I go there, let me see.
The enormous Ross ice shelf. Wasn't there family estate in Westchester County?
Times no.
Okay. They have some of this stuff behind paywalls.
Yeah. So, okay, this is the link I was talking. So I'm gonna post this one. If I go there, I want to see. So yeah, I have to subscribe to see the article there. 1956. So I cannot see it.
What's up, guys?
Heaven.
Hello.
That is true. Certainly not false. So I have a clip, but it's kind of dark, but it's kind of funny, and I don't know if I should play it, but I'm going to. Well, maybe. Should I? I don't know.
Play it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to upload it here. Give me 1 sec. Okay. Well, I took the Gus Grissom audio where he's asking about how we're going to get to the moon if he can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings. Well, you'll see. Actually, no, never mind. Wait a minute. The end audio of this actually is kind of like, might be sensitive to some people, I guess. I guess there's a parental advisory notification. The following content may be disturbing to some viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again? But how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings? Hey! Oh, it's on fire in the coal strip! It's on the back fire!
And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire. The ring of fire.
Interesting.
Someone just played my jig. No, anyway. I was just listening to that today, by the way.
I lowered the pitch of it just a bit so it's not the original audio, and then I layered over the original audio from the Gus Grissom thing from that event over. But yeah, I don't know. I had like a dark humor joke earlier today, and I'm like, I have to make this.
It's weird that I just picked up on the classics, and that's what I've played today. It's that one, and I've heard it here now.
That's those weird Ethernet connections that happen every once in a while. I've been working on a couple random song type things. They're kind of weird, but they get the truth across. What's up, man? How's it going, Brandon?
Oh, I'm good. How are you doing?
Same stuff, different day. Continuing to move forward and staying positive.
Good.
It's kind of quiet in here right now. You got anything to converse about, man?
No, I was just coming in here to see what everyone else was talking about, but it's slow, so.
Well, it's Speculation Sunday now, basically. So if you want to come up with any form of discussion, there you go.
Hey, what do you think, Intergress or Brandon, about the explorers of Antarctica and describing the bottom of the world as a plateau and hundreds of miles of flatness? I guess nothing.
We could speculate about how NASA is responsible for murder.
In English, planalto, Spanish or Portuguese, it's like tableland, upland. How you call it? Highland. You know this. Let me see, planalto.
So I probably missed a bit between listening on YouTube and joining the chat.
You know, how you say it? A flat landscape, and then it goes down. You know, it's, how you call it? Highland, table. Let me see, table land.
Sorry,
Tablelands.
man.
Yeah, Tablelands. That's
okay,
a thing.
so I think
I'm kind of lagging out a little bit, and I didn't hear anything you said. So if you're
Tableland, I think
talking
it's
to me, I kind of couldn't hear anything. So fail.
Who, me?
Damn internet, and I'm probably roboting too.
Who, me or Miguel? Yeah, who's he responding to?
I don't know.
Sorry, so yeah, you were saying like Tablelands.
No.
I live in Tablelands.
In Spanish, we say mesa. Mesa.
Table.
Yeah. But Planalto, in Spanish, it's the same word, like Portuguese, yeah.
Plano alto.
Sí.
Sí.
Como dices en English?
That's like raised plains.
It's a plateau. Right? That's a plateau.
The plateau,
Yeah.
like, it's more French.
In English as well, people say plateau.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't
Just like
knew.
an elevated area that's planar, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I was seeing Highland, something else like that. Tableland. Anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, that's what they referred when they went in the how do you say, the poles plateau, which is when they got on top of Antarctica, 9,000 feet on top of the plateau, and then they say hundreds of miles of flatness everywhere.
Right. Yeah. People that believe that they live on a sphere have no right to refer to anything geologically as a plane or flat. No rights at all.
But at Australia and Antarctica, they have level water there. Interesting. It doesn't curve.
Right.
Exactly. How can that be possible? On a ball.
Yeah. Exactly. Polyhedron or whatever they call it. Yeah.
I don't remember, the exact source, but I just remember that some guys were there at maybe some video I saw talking about Antarctica. So and suddenly this military guy, you are not here to study the the Antarctica that is on the textbooks. You are here to, and he did put a flat map. You are here to study the real Antarctica. So he was putting a flat map in the table. Yeah. So that was
that sounds similar to how the explorers described that it didn't make sense in what the reference that they had, like in the maps. That this doesn't make any sense, and they had to on the spot make references to be able to navigate where they were going and everything, because they follow the map reference they had back then. It didn't make sense.
If
they set up bases and set up distances, base after base after base, and they know where the other neighboring nations' bases were. So, there's a French base here, a Swiss base here, and so they had some reference after that. But they describe thousands of miles of exploration from point to point.
I did talk about, sometimes I talk about this guy. I did saw an interview he did a long time ago. It was a normal interview. So he was talking about this helicopter pilot. I think he's from Argentina, but now he lives on Spain, Barcelona. So, yeah. And, what was interesting is they did, before he went work at Antarctica, they did an interview, and one of the questions was, what is the shape of the Earth? Of course, at that time he did answer, it's a globe. But this question and other questions that they did in that interview, he did stick with this, in his mind. Why they ask this, yeah, and many things. And he did work at McMurdoch, how you say it, McMurdoch Station.
Yeah, it's one of the bases there.
So 2 helicopters. He was flying one of these 2 helicopters, so they went far away from this station. And they were warned, to fly. There's a zone they have to fly very low because they call it the dead zone there. So helicopters can stop flying. The engines, stop, and so they were flying too low. So they can't land. It suddenly. The engine stopped to work, and they could land safely. He said they had snowmobiles, but with different technology to work on this dead zone. So, yeah, and but even that at that time they couldn't start this. Snowmobiles. So, and there was no mechanic that could understand this technology. So, so they did forget, and So, but what is interesting is that suddenly in this area, so there was like fog there, and suddenly, hot air, it was coming from, some place, so this hot air, in that zone, and a cloud of pollen. So, pollen that comes from flowers. They didn't reach to that zone, but yeah, it was interesting.
They said there was pollen in the air. They described that.
No, sadly, no. The helicopter he was flying, he had to do emergency landing, because the engine of the helicopter, stopped it. So, but that area, they did receive hot air coming from some place. They couldn't see it because it was fog, and a cloud of pollen, yellow pollen coming from a zone that they didn't reach to that zone, but it is interesting because it was pollen.
Yeah. That wind, that warm wind, it was described in some of the documents as well. Yeah, they describe winds in some, because remember, when you make this circle of land, this is a vast land, right?
Yeah.
So So they describe these warm winds that come from South America or even Africa. They describe these winds. So what you're describing kind of like it adds to that they do get warm wind, and it might come with pollen. Yeah, who knows what it comes from, right? The one I saw that is different from the one that you're talking about, they were talking about, I think, Africa, like warm wind from that region.
Okay.
I mean, sure. Because I know in the Caribbean, if you're standing in America, if you're in America, like in Dominican Republic, this is the Caribbean, America, right? There is a wind that comes from Africa, and it is warm wind with dust from the Sahara Desert, and all this dust, you can see it in the air. It gets on the cars. It's dust that is coming from.
Yeah, maybe
above it's coming like across the ocean from the continent of Africa towards the Atlantic Ocean, and it reaches the Caribbean and South America and yeah.
Maybe
so, yeah.
Maybe that's it, or maybe it was like talking. There was some kind of zone there, that was.
Yeah, it will make sense that if you're really in land flying, and then there is a wind, a warm wind that comes from somewhere, yeah, they will be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that was
exactly,
interesting.
yeah.
So it is interesting. They call that zone the dead zone, and
yeah, that's interesting. They describe the area as a dead zone.
Yeah, and they did have different technology to so different snowmobiles with different engines.
They have to adjust some of the vehicles to work in that area, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
It reminds me the that movie Tron Legacy. So we have this lady that came suddenly to the game zone, and it blows up a wall, and it jumps to an area outside of that zone, and she said those vehicles don't work in this area. So it is curious.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Interesting.
But at that time, they didn't have a mechanic aboard that helicopter that knew how this technology, out on that snowmobile, so to fix it. So they gave up to try to start that engine. So they did walk on the foot. Yeah, so anyway, that was curious about that. But it did, many things did happen there. But then after that, what was interesting, they after that they did separate interviews with these guys that was on those two helicopters, and so there were many people from different countries working there. And so then he said after the work they were to repairing some stations, some towers, buoys at that zones, some data stations, with some data of weather and so on, information, and so they were there to do these repairs. So it was invited. He said he was invited to work at that Antarctica because he was doing private jobs, work to private companies, and he could fly like do these dangerous maneuvers, like landing an helicopter, like in an emergency landing. So yeah. Because he knew how to fly in these maneuvers, like those guys at Vietnam War, they could, do some dangerous maneuvers. So after that, they did separate interviews, with those guys, and he had to leave his clothes, everything, photos. He took, so they give new clothes, and you have to be naked there, and you cannot leave, take something from that place. So it was interesting. Of course, he did connect. Then after this, he did connect the dots, and so he did a live stream at YouTube 1 year or 2 ago, talking with a Flat Earth live stream at YouTube. It was censorship. Then he moved to Odyssey platform. So that question, what is the shape of the Earth? So of course at that time it said it's a globe, because he was a glober at that time. But why this question? Maybe to avoid people like us to go to that place. And when he did that last interview there, when he did finish his work, so there were some things that he did ask if he could speak about it, and the general there, he did said to him, "You can talk it, but no one will believe you." And then he started to talk, and then he was warned because he was talking, some. So he couldn't talk the people behind this, that is so. But there's a zone there, the Rockefeller Hills or mountains. So the truth in plain sight. So anyway, so he didn't talk who is behind, but he was talking a little too much because he has a number. So he called. Sometimes he called it, and there are some questions they didn't answer to him, So then he asked other questions to get the original thing. But anyway, so he was talking too much, and they did send a huge military airplane to Spain to get him aboard, and so at that time, I think they did send him to Argentina. I don't know. I don't remember the military facilities there, but he said there was 2 other guys. He don't know these 2 other guys, So maybe those 2 other guys were speaking, too much. So, but it said they did warn them to not speak anymore. More details, and so of course he is retired. So at that time he was invited to work again to them, but he declined, to work. But this time it was to do disinformation, So talk, but lies, So of course he did decline, and he is not more doing, talking about things there. So, but he was warned, and he said, if you erase me, something like that, people will come after you, because he belongs to one of those 30 families. So he doesn't know what happened to the other 2 guys. He didn't saw those 2 guys again. But yeah, so it is interesting. First they say you can talk, but no one believe you. But people, are smart, and so he was speaking too much Of course, these videos are not more available on the YouTube channel, but it is on the Odyssey platform.
Yeah, because I think you sent me one of those links some time ago. Send me the Odyssey one, because I haven't been in Odyssey, so I can have a reference from there.
I did save it. Okay, so Carl's. Let me see it. So this is the original. For example, this one is the live stream we did at YouTube. It's not anymore available. The Flat Earth live stream. So I think I have it. Odyssey. Yeah, so I have this one. The same video here. La Terra plana, the Flat Earth. So at the beginning of that video is him, and then he speaks to the three Flat Earth guys. So it was interesting. So I'm not making up. And in the Odyssey channel, you can see more videos there. So he did talk on. I remember one of these videos. He did talk about these elites are trying to get out of this container. There, they did fail it until now. Yeah, he did say the Manhattan Project. It is connected to the Philadelphia project. At that time they did went to Tesla, Nikola Tesla, because he had a patent. So the goal it was to make disappear a boat, a ship, and appear a few minutes or something like that in other zone. But the goal it was to do this, to go beyond this container. So it was interesting,
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Good, yeah. Thank you for that link. It's like an hour or something. I'm gonna watch it later.
So in that live stream, there's two Flat Earth guys from Argentina and one from Spain.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to some of them in Spanish. I've been lacking in the Spanish content.
Yeah, we should. I don't see any Discord channel, the Flat Earth channel in this, in Spanish. Someone could start. And I would love to join. But anyway, they come here. We have Victor from Spain. He has been here.
Victor?
Yeah, with a K in the middle, Victor. And so he's now he's a Flat Earth guy. But he has many questions. He couldn't figure out. But he has been here, so he said I'm gonna do my own research. So yeah.
Let's talk to Victor next time. You let me know.
Yeah.
Get some rest, bro. I'm gonna get some rest as well and listen for now.
Yeah, me
Good
too.
talking to you, Miguel.
Me too. See you guys later. Cheers.
Oh, so that's where you went, Batman. Oh, I see. I see.
What
was that?
Hope all's well with everybody. Oh, man. What's up, guys?
Not much, man. What's up with you?
Other than looking up. Fine. Hmm.
Oh yeah. What's up, people?
What's up, party people?
I didn't catch that.
Said, what's up, party people?
Yeah, party people. How you doing, Indio?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, just fine. Everybody's well. Hope you and yours are well.
So far, so good, as they say.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're like when you jump out off a 20-story building. Keep telling yourself, so far, so good.
That's funny. Man. Have y'all been dealing with a lot of reprobate minds in here? It's like a Bruce Willis movie. I see reprobate minds everywhere.
We might have hit the pinnacle of reprobate minds today. We might have reached the top of that mountain. Or the valley, whatever way you look at it, right?
Well, be careful on top of that mountain or in that valley. Don't spend too much time there. Oh, man. A lot of action in Discord. On the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, YouTube. We live. Anybody found any evidence for this heliocentric model? I sure would be grateful.
Trying to get a guy from lobby in here. His name is Crocmaster, so it sounds like really legit. He's talking about Netflix, so, we're at that level.
What if he's seen Space Force?
The poor dude thinks there's no such thing as a sphere.
What's up?
He doesn't think spheres are real. He doesn't think they exist.
Okay.
And he thinks they're defined by straight lines.
Of course he... Was that Timbo?
T-Dub.
Oh, T-Dub. Good to see you, man. Hope you and yours are well. Everybody in here.
Thank you, you too. I hear you on Oakley's a lot.
Me? No kidding.
That's you, isn't
it? Yeah, I've been on there. I like to visit his channel a lot. I'm a regular. Recently, they've been... Well, I missed I guess his last show crashed. Before that, they were talking about the grid system, the latitude, longitude lines, and flat measurements, angle measurements to Polaris. And they were, how... I guess the conversation is because the other side is transcribing, like laying that grid system over a presupposed spherical Earth. But that grid system is the evidence that the Earth is flat because it requires flat angle measurements to Polaris. But nice talking to you, T-Dub. I don't think we've ever met.
Yeah, thanks. You too. Yeah.
Hope all is well with you, man.
It's overheated.
It's just Bill, is it?
Yeah. Just Bill or Matt Will East.
All right. Yeah. I remember you seeing the name Matt Will East. Yeah. You've been around for a while.
Well, I don't know, bro. God willing, it'll stay that way. Unless somebody can show me evidence, I got an open mind. I want to know if the Earth is a spinning space ball. I really want to know.
we're in Speculation Sunday, are we? Yet or not?
Yeah.
Well, what if it was a sphere, but we just live on a flat part of it? Like the inside of one. It could be, like the whole thing could be a sphere, but like we're on the inside on a flat area.
So, celestial dome.
Right. Oh, well, that's how a lot of the ancient cosmology is depicted, isn't it?
Yes. That's the way we see it, really, the celestial sphere. That's the way we see the sky. We see it as a dome structure. It's what we experience.
Yeah, we even had a Glober in here who I think was leaving with a few questions for themselves to answer. He even pointed that out. Like, nobody said anything, and he mentioned that.
We're on the flat part. It's just really big.
Yeah, that's pretty much the argument this guy in the lobby has.
I'm going to try and get him in here, T-Dub.
Yeah, that could be fun.
Has Flatsy Klein been around? I like to hear Flatsy sing. It's Jimsy. Jimsy, you up?
You see how you get this double standard, T-Dub, man? This is some ridiculous shit, right?
Right. He's happy just to take it on face value, just watching.
Yeah, but I need to provide evidence, right? Netflix is just gets a free one.
Right.
I like Jimsy's take on things. I know you guys are familiar with Jimsy, probably more so than I am. But since it's Speculation Sunday, I guess I could talk about it. He was talking about parasites and how they would react to the movements of the celestials. And I had never thought of that before, but I thought it was very interesting.
So, the movement of the Celestials. What about them?
He was talking about parasites and how there's a relationship between the celestial bodies and parasites, like even parasites having themselves.
Oh. Sounds like an interesting correlation. It made me think of dung beetles.
Should I just ban this guy, man?
Listen,
he said he didn't even watch it. Oh no.
Yeah, he just said he didn't even watch it, and he said he found Rick Zimmerman's channel. There's a video 5 hours long, which is a bunch of horseshit. He said the channel is Great Mountain Mysteries. Yeah, I'm just kicking him the fuck out. He made that account today.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It was like 10 minutes old or something when he joined.
It was 10 minutes old when he joined? Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
God, dude. They're like obsessed with us, man. This is like the level of like stalking and shit. Go outside and see a freaking MC Tune in the bushes.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, what's up?
Hello.
Still scared of the moon?
Yes. It's not funny, dude.
Wait, is that a thing?
Well, the amount of drugs you have to consume to be scared of the moon, yeah, that's kind of funny.
Listen, dude. I want to say some things, but I'm not going to because I'm in the fucking live stream.
Okay.
It's not about... Yeah, I'm not going to even mention it, dude. Don't even worry about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Why is Witsit like... It's just like so weird, right? If you look at the YouTube chat, Witsit is lit up, but like he's not lit up in here.
Weren't you just having a conversation with it started 10 minutes ago?
No, man. At this point, I don't even know.
Deafened and muted as well.
Yeah, totally weird, man. I just disconnected him. That did the trick. that Great Mountain Mystery what thing he said about was it's all Bigfoot stuff. All of it. Bigfoot and UFO stuff.
All right. Okay.
So I saw a video today. Let me find it. It's one of these like Graham Hancock type dudes, right? You know, ancient civilization, you know, Sphinx's water erosion, blah, 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 blah. You know, when I first heard about that, like in 1991. So like, I don't even know why we're still on that shit, quite honestly.
What was it? Say
I've never heard that the Sphinx is supposedly 12,000 years old because it has water erosion and not wind erosion.
Oh,
and all that.
Yes.
Okay, so the guy, the geologist that did that used to be one of my professors. And
cool.
When that all first came up, that year I was in university, he like left to go do that, to go analyze the Sphinx, because he was telling us about it before he did it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it was like in 1991 or nine. Hold on, let me think. 1990. Shit, I shouldn't be giving out that information. So I'm gonna try to find fucking shit out.
What was his name? Is it
Bob Schock?
Yeah, Bob Schock, right.
Yeah, there's a lot of dating problems with Egypt. I guess it's never gonna be like settled or empirical, you know?
Yeah, so I watched this video with this guy, right? So what he was saying was there's a bunch of different eras of ancient civilizations. There's the Egyptian one, and then there's one in South America. What he was saying was civilization gets destroyed on 5,000 year cycles. So like the Egyptian one, like the pyramids, and then before that was like the Sphinx, and then like some other stuff and then there's like another 5,000 year one. So I guess there's like megaliths in South America that predate like the Olmecs and the Mayans and the Aztecs and all that stuff. But it's even older than that. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because he said there's another one before that they found buildings in Antarctica, and that. So I posted the video.
Awesome.
So there's older buildings that they found in the Antarctic ice, and I think he was trying to make the claim that like all civilization, that was like the central point. He also said Atlantis too, so like you got to throw that one in there. And he was like saying all this crap. He's also a glober, and he was fucking talking about aliens and a bunch of bullshit. But he said that a bunch of people made an expedition into Antarctica, and they went missing. They went to look for these like buildings or whatever, and they're missing. They're currently missing. Like this was like a recent thing.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I want to try and like find out more about that. And then he starts going into like down. This guy's not a flat earther. He's a fucking glober. He's like talk about aliens and like cosmic consciousness and all that rubbish, right? The Disclosure Project, and but even he was saying, but then he's like goes into Antarctica. He's like, man, they don't tell us shit about it. Like we don't know anything, right? Like everything down there is so secretive, and like they're keeping it from us. And like this dude's not even a flat earther, and he's saying this shit. Like,
right? It's just a confirmation. Like it's a hostile witness almost.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like what globe earthers that don't believe in the moon landing, right? So it's like sometimes they come up, they can, even though he's a glober, he can come up with evidence that helps us, right? Inadvertently. I mean, I've gotten a lot of evidence from globers that demonstrates flat Earth. They don't even realize they're giving it to you because they don't read anything. They don't read past the headline.
Useful idiots.
My favorite is I asked the glober, I said, okay, gravity forms things into spheres. Like, so I go, do you have an observation, a demonstration, or like a physics, like the physics, like the mathematics or the physics model or simulation that predicts it? So he sent me 2 papers, right? And both of them showed that when they ran gravity in a simulation, it didn't form a sphere. So now I bash globers over the head with it. When they start bringing up gravity, I'm like, dude, gravity doesn't even predict a sphere because look at these simulations that were run by, like, you know, these astrophysicists, and they couldn't get it to form a sphere. When they'll make like a simulation with a bunch of particles in it, then they run the simulation, see what happens to the particles, and they won't form into a ball. They'll form into some other, like an egg shape or like something elongated, but they just won't form into a ball. Because you know what they try to do? They say, oh, there's gravity. So if there's gravity and gravity forms things into balls, Earth has to be a ball. So they try to prove, like they think, if I prove gravity, mass attracting mass, then I proved the Earth's a globe, because if there's gravity, it has to be a globe because that's what the physics predicts, right? But it doesn't actually predict that. And I got that information from a glober. Inadvertently, because he didn't read. He was so sure that like what was in the contents of the peer-reviewed paper would support his claim that he didn't even read it and gave it to me. I'm like, oh, thank you very much. And I've been using it against globers for like 2 years now.
I got you.
You thought you wouldn't read it.
Does it make a difference with anybody that you tell it to? Are you actually making a difference with? Are you like?
Well, I mean, it's not like it makes it. Like, I hate getting lost in like the gravity thing, right?
Right.
Arguing gravity, like what's the point? Why are we arguing this, right? What does it say about the figure of the Earth? Gravity, whether it exists or does not exist. And then they'll say something like, because, well, if gravity exists, then the Earth has to be a ball. Because gravity pulls everything to the center and it forms things into a ball. Right? That leap of logic. And if you read, so there's a publication called there's Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, which is like, you know, geodetic surveying, right? And it says in it, we can't measure the Earth as curved. We have to assume a theory of formation, right? And a centrifugal force, right? So what they do is so when they do measurements, they project all the measurements onto a ball, but their justification is gravity. So like the globe claim isn't like we measured a ball, so it's a ball. The globe claim is gravity exists, therefore it's a ball, because gravity makes everything into a ball. So what they think is, I'll prove gravity, and by extension, I prove the ball, right? Because if gravity is correct, the Earth has to be a ball because that's what gravity does. But that was just a claim they were making. But like I said, like nobody's ever actually observed this. Has anyone actually ever observed gravity forming anything into a ball? No.
No.
Can you demonstrate it with an experiment? No. Okay, well, I'll go one further. Even though it's a reification, does your physics model predict it? And that's what I asked this glober a couple of years ago, and he went and found these papers, and they didn't. And Turns out the physics does not predict it. So what's the point of arguing gravity if it doesn't even do what you want it to do?
Didn't they have to start adding in like different, like a stickiness factor or something?
Yeah.
It's
Because
just
they would just keep particles would just keep bouncing off each other forever, right? So to get them to like when they like one particle hits another particle, so it wouldn't bounce as far. They modeled it as a dampened spring, so that it like when it hit, it like absorbed it a little bit, like had this like stickiness to it. So it would hit as like an elastic collision, right? So the particles would absorb some of the force. But when it came off, it would be as if it was like still attached by a spring, right? So you can think of it as like a model for like stickiness, right? So if like you covered something in honey, right, and you smacked your hand on it, when you pull your hand away, you can get your hand off, but your hand isn't going to come off of it as fast as if there was no honey on it, right? So it's like a stickiness. They're modeling like in physics in the simulation it as like they use it as a spring, but it simulates a stickiness.
A stickiness. What? Okay, is this in the math?
Yeah, it's in the simulation math. Yeah.
Okay.
But the reason they did this is because if they didn't slow it down after the collision, it would go too far away, right? So you'd have two particles, they bounce off each other, they'd go far away. So when they start getting pulled back to each other, because they have so much room to accelerate, by the time they got back to each other, they'd basically be hitting each other with the same force and then bounce off again. And right, this process would never stop. They would just keep bouncing off each other forever and ever and ever. But to slow down the bounce, right, is to make this like I said, the stickiness factor. So when they bounce, the next time they came apart, they wouldn't go as far apart as the time before. So like, you know, they bounce and then they're like 100 meters apart, and then 75 meters apart, and then 50 meters apart, and then 25 meters apart, and eventually they'd settle down where they were stuck together. So they're running a simulation with like 12,000 particles, right? And with all the particles having like the stickiness to it, right? So eventually that all the particles will stick together into a shape. But when they did this, even with the stickiness factor, it didn't form a ball. It formed into like a what do you call it? What's called a prolate spheroid. It's like basically an egg. I can actually. I'll just post it, man. I mean, why am I talking about it?
Nice. The Earth is a rubber duck. Ask me how. Gravity.
So if you've been live stream voice text, that's it right there. I've since lost the other one, unfortunately. It's in a DM I had with the person, but I don't fucking know what DM it was. I don't even think it's this account, quite honestly. But the point of all this is, like, why argue gravity if even if I take it as true, it doesn't even get you a ball? So why even argue it? You're, like, just wasting my time, right? The easiest way to figure out if Earth's a ball is not to, like, come up with a physics model, make a prediction, say the prediction says a ball, it's a ball. Well, still, even if all that was true, you still have to go out and measure the ball to see if the model is correct. Right? You got a model, makes predictions, predicts the ball. Okay, is the model correct? We go out and measure. Oh, shit. Turns out the Earth's not a ball. So that means your whole bullshit theory, hypothesis, is wrong. That's how you prove. That's how science, so-called science, is done, right? Modern physics, let's call it that. Modern physics is performed like this: you make a model, the model makes predictions, You go out into a reality and make observations. If the observations match the model, then it might be correct. If the observations don't match the model's incorrect. But what they do now is they make models with so many little dials and variables that you can twist and turn. You make the observation and then you change the values of the variables until your observation fits the model.
Don't they use liquid in free fall as, like, I've seen that, presented as
evidence. But that's held together with electrostatic. Like liquids, those are called those are intermolecular forces, and those intermolecular forces are electrostatic.
So it's
So there's a thing called likes. So materials tend to like each other. Like water likes to stick together, and if you dropped molten iron, it isn't going to fly apart. It just likes to stick together.
Yep. Right.
Because it's a single element, and it likes to just be in that whatever.
I think you're about to say exactly what I've said to some people before.
Yeah, it's just electrostatic forces that just hold it together. Even in liquid form, there's a limited amount. It's not infinite degrees of freedom. There's only a limited amount. And in molecules, there's no such thing as an individual atom. That's conceptual. No atom has ever been isolated as an atom. It always comes in a group. And we call that a molecule.
That like matter attracts like matter.
Yeah, like.
Imperative. It's important. These people, though, they try and invoke gravity, and they have no understanding of how things actually function.
See, that's how I think buoyancy and density are. I think it's everything wants to be with its own thing. In the way that would now imagine poof, we vaporized every material in the world into its element, right? So all we have is the elements of the periodic table. We took the world, we vaporized it, everything's in liquid form, and it's its own element, right? It would naturally stratify in order of density.
Yep.
So at the bottom would be osmium, and the next one I think is cadmium, and everything would be stratified with the densest elements at the bottom and the least dense elements at the top. Right? Now, because let's imagine they're not going to mix. So you're not going to have a mixture of anything. Nothing is going to dissolve into each other. They're not going to form into compounds, right? They're not going to form into compounds, which are more than one element, right? So they're all going to stay as elements. They would naturally stratify according to the periodic table from density. The lowest layer would be the densest element, and the top layer would be the least dense element. Yeah, Blue Jumper's got it going on. But see, the thing with that, what he's showing is those are actually molecules. They're not elements. So molecules are mixtures of elements, right? They're compounds. So that screws up that density thing, right? Because now you have two elements. Now the density is a little bit different, right? Sometimes the sum is greater than the parts, or not the same as the parts. So if I take a compound of something dense and then something halfway dense on the periodic table, and I mix them, that might not be the same density just because of the way the atoms themselves like interact with each other, because when atoms form a compound, the atoms themselves, they'll share an electron, and sometimes they don't fit together right. So sometimes they'll be atomically further apart or closer together, depending on how they fit together. Like almost, it's geometric. So I shouldn't say like geometrically. It is geometrically. So it gets more complicated, right? So this complication, like, well, if its density is this, then explain that. Like, dude, it's like complicated. It's like if I have a handful of dirt, how many compounds are in a handful of dirt? Right? Like you're supposed to predict which, where, like how it's going to layer itself. That's not really feasible.
You lost me at mathematical reification.
Yeah, I hear you, dude.
Yeah, thinking about that though, doesn't that, in a way, kind of the whole Big Bang Theory? How the hell could everything, if everything was trying to form together to create all these the way that the gradients would even form on things? There's no possible way that an Earth could form.
Oh, dude, they just cure it by just saying, "Oh, like you didn't wait long enough" or something. That's how they cure everything in like cosmology and like anything to do with like these complex processes. They just say wait longer.
It's a gravity times time.
Yeah, basically. Everything. Do you know how long 91 billion years is? Do you know what could happen in that amount of time? Yeah, not much. and you know, it seems like a large amount of time on the surface of it. Have you ever seen that video I posted about the chances of a single protein forming by chance?
I don't think so. If I have,
okay. If you had all the amino acids available and you stuck them in a solution and waited until for a single protein, just one, to form by chance from the amino acids. All proteins are made of amino acids. So you have your constituent amino acids, all of them, they're in solution, they're at the right temperature, they're doing the right thing, and they're all actually going to all hook together and whatever. But they can hook together, but they're not going to form a protein. A protein has a particular function, right? Protein does a particular thing. The probability of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the 164 years. So that's 10 followed by 164 0 years, which is quite a bit longer than the 91 billion years they say the universe is, because that's only 9 zeros.
Oof.
Yeah, oof. This is 164 zeros.
Yeah, that's why I say that if I was a globe or heliocentrist, astrophysicist, whatever, I'd be postulating that that we're way off, that it's much older, took much longer. You need a lot more time than what they've speculated.
Well, according to them, a snail could crawl across the entire universe, that they say, something like 1.5 million times in the time it would take for a single protein to form by chance. And then you only have one protein. What are you going to do with that?
It's got to start wiggling or something and make more proteins, I guess.
Yeah, and then you need enzymes, right? And you need you're screwed. Like, you're not doing anything.
But if that protein invokes gravity.
Do you know what the mainstream says about this? Absolutely nothing, because they have to ignore it, because they can't get around it. This is not like a made-up number. This is like It's a chemistry number. It comes from chemistry. They know how this shit works.
Not to mention, the whole missing link problem is far more than just humanity. There's countless missing links for every single life form in existence.
Oh, they don't even know where the chain is, dude. Like, missing link, the whole chain's gone.
Exactly. It's the dumbest shit ever.
Dude, they went to the fence and they're like, hey, look, this is chain link fence. Like, we see a pole here and like a pole over there. There's no chain link fence there at all. There's no crossbar. There's just like random poles.
So it's around. A couple retards that took some fucking Elmer's glue and put some pieces of paper together and made a little tiny chain. You see, look. Yeah. It's a chain. We're just missing some... Dude, what?
Is that song Chain of Fools?
You remember the pig tooth one where they built an entire skeleton and it turned out it was just a pig tooth and the dude imaginated everything else. Imagination. I'll use imaginate like it's a real word. I don't care.
I think that was Nebraska Man, right?
Yeah.
Imaginate in my own dojo.
Dude, I've never seen that graph, Blue Jumper. I gotta take that, man. I'm stealing that motherfucker. I gotta look at that.
Yeah.
Density versus...
Is it fair to say that chance is only a description of our ignorance?
Could say that.
Hey, Blue Jumper, do you have the... Oh, that... Okay, never mind. There's a link. I'm retarded. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a screenshot of that link above. Go ahead and click that and save it. Yep.
Yeah, chances are ignorant. It just means that our currently mathematical methods can only approximate what's happening within some range, and then we assign a probability to it of that event happening. Basically saying my math works 50% of the time. Right? Or my math works 20% of the time.
50% of the time, it works every time.
Amen.
Hoo-yah.
That's how you know it works, because it doesn't.
Well, if they give odds for something, that doesn't mean that that it will take so many times before something happens. It could happen at any moment within that period of time, right?
Yeah. The way it's broken up is like this. Any say a coin toss, right? Any individual coin toss is a 50% heads chance. But the probability that you sit there and flip a head like 20 times in a row, that's, 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2, 50 times.
So math is not reality. It's just a description, especially when they talk about chance. It's a description of our own ignorance. And I guess I would speculate. I would say chance doesn't even exist. What are the chances?
Well, the thing is there really a 50% chance of flipping heads or tails? Is it really a chance? Is it really like an unknown thing? Or is it just unknown to us? Because we can't compute like the exact amount of force our finger exerts on the coin, on the weight of the coin, versus the acceleration of the coin, and like compute out all the whole physics operation of the coin. And if we had all those calculations, we could then accurately predict what way the coin's going to be, and it wouldn't be chance anymore. We would know where the coin would land. We would know if we flip the coin like this, it's heads. If we flip the coin like that, it's tails. It wouldn't be a probability.
It sounds like a challenge for those dudes that throw cards at cracks and shit like that.
Yeah. I bet you there's somebody out there that can just like flip a coin onto whatever side they want it to. Or I'm 100% sure someone tried to do it. So I'm pretty sure when I was a kid, I tried to do it. Like to see if you could actually get it to come up heads. I mean, the thing is, we don't have the manual dexterity to do it. Maybe you could do it with a freaking robot.
Well, if you practiced, your odds would increase.
Yeah, probably. But it would. But what would the odds really be? Would it be the odds the coin has a certain landing, or is it the odds that you can actually control your body enough to make the coin do what you want?
Right. And for it to plan how it's going to interact with the environment once you've flicked it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the only scene I remember from that movie, Blue Jumper.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's clever.
I've never seen this, but it's on my list now.
Yeah. So yeah, I just watched that. So I think this is in the Guinness Book of World Records. I think the record for a single color coming up in a row, I think it was black, came up. Could have been like 81 times in a row at a Monaco casino.
Was it an old lady?
I doubt it. I think it happened like in the 40s or something, maybe. I'm going to look it up right now.
Was it roulette?
Yeah, roulette, man. 26 times. Monte Carlo Casino in the summer of 1913.
Wow.
See what the odds on this shit are. I'm sure it's like it's stupid high. But the thing is, it's not like every time you every time you do it, the odds for that particular try are the same as every other try. What's the odds compound when you're like, I'm the person that's gonna be doing it, basically. Like each individual event has one probability, but when you sum all the events together, right, the odds of having, like in the case of this guy, right, what do you say, 71 or 72 heads in a row? The odds of having 72, 50% chances in a row, right, without stop, just one result. That's the unprobable thing. But even after the 72nd try, when he goes for the 73rd try, still a 50% chance that he's going to get heads, no matter how many times in a row he did it. See, people just don't like probability is kind of something that's hard. It's not hard to understand, but it's like it's a little difficult to understand.
You guys talking about roulette?
Yeah, well, I mean, just Bill was asking about probabilities.
Oh,
whether probability and chance, that's just a lack of our understanding, or whether it's actually something that's real.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, is it real? I never thought of it from that perspective.
Yeah, so like a coin flip, like if we could actually do all the physics for like how I flip a coin, if I could get it to land on heads every time, then it wouldn't be probability anymore, right? I did just say, oh, if I flip it like this, I get heads. If I flip it like
that's
that,
skill
I get
then. Yeah, it's skill based.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be probability anymore.
I mean, there's still a percentage chance that you don't flip it right, I guess.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that has nothing to do with the coin. That's to do with me.
Yeah. I was having this argument with my wife about they were drawing this draw that you get put into a draw to win this house, right? And it's like $20 and it's worth $1 million or whatever. And the way they draw it is they have all these buckets, all these things that spit out a number. So there might be 7 of these mechanical things that spit out a ball, and then that ball has a number on it. And I said, if you're unlucky enough to get a number that has heaps of the same number, like say you get 1,000,000, then the probability of you winning's less. And she's like, no, because it doesn't work like that, because there's a chance that 0 will come up every time. Like this, you've got the same chance of the number because it's getting done 7 times and it's 7 numbers. So you got the same. But I'm thinking in my head, no, it sounds like if you already got a 0, then the likeliness of the next one being a 0 should be less. But so I don't know if she's right or if I'm right as to whether or not the probabilities.
The probability for each individual ball is the same.
Yeah.
And the number on it. So, like, say there's 10 balls in the thing, right? And you have a 1 in 10 chance of getting any particular ball. It doesn't, like, compound. It's like each individual one has to be taken on its own. But on the other hand, I think there is some rule about, I can't remember right. There is some rule about probability of having a high number, like if you have a set of numbers, like the high and low numbers are the hardest to, like, ones to get. Like
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's take 2 dice, right? So snake eyes and 2 6s. They're actually harder to get than any other number. But with dice, it's because of the combination.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say as well. Yeah. But then she wasn't wrong in saying that you still have the same chance every single time for your number to appear. But
yeah, I mean, it's you're both right, but it's like more nuanced than that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, you gotta. Yeah, I'm saying you don't want a number that has heaps of the same number in it. She's like, well, it doesn't make a difference. I'm like, oh.
But like probability theory itself can't be proven because you can always just say you're unlucky or that you are lucky or that you haven't done it long enough.
Yeah,
right?
that's
so if I said I have a way to prove probability theory wrong, watch this, right? And I flip a coin and I get heads like this freaking movie he just showed, like, you know, I just continually get heads forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. They would just say, well, just keep flipping. You haven't done it long enough. Eventually you're going to get tails. And then if you do a trillion flips, you'll get enough tails so that it averages back out to 50%. Like, I mean, that sounds cool, but it's impossible to prove.
And then some smartass will come along and say, well, that particular coin on the head side, it's got a different print on it, so it technically weighs heavier or whatever, you know, like it could be, there are factors after a certain amount of time. Like if you do 1 million flips and one side of the coin is a little bit heavier, then it is going to make a difference. But to what degree is so minuscule?
You know, I use probability to find out if people are full of shit.
Yeah. How do you do that?
Yeah, I'll tell you, this is how I do it. There's always people in your life that always have like bad things happen to them, and it's never their fault. And it's like, oh, it's just some random stuff. It's never my fault. Well, the way probability works, like half the time good shit should happen to you, and then half the time bad shit should happen to you, right? If you have somebody that it only always goes one way, something's wrong. Something has to be wrong. It's them. It's not random chance. It's them.
I really like that. I really like that a lot.
Yeah, it's like, what's the common denominator?
Yeah, it's like loaded dice, but it's in a person.
What's up, Jimsy?
Yeah, I'm building up the courage for the event. I get pulled over for a random breath test one day, so I can say, "Random, what? Did you pick my name out of a hat?"
Have you ever had a good experience in Australia with a cop with an RBT? Like, they just seem to have a stick up their ass.
What is this random breath test? What are you talking about? They can randomly breath test you?
Yeah, they pull you over and then say, "Yeah, we're just conducting a random breath test." It's like, That's what I mean. Like, how's it random? You saw the car, you chose to pull it over. Like, how's this random? Because you didn't know who I am yet? You know, like, I don't know.
Who cast lots is what
You can't refuse. You can't just like keep going and be like piss off.
No.
There's two types. There's one where they set up a station and then the cop stands on the road and he pulls you over essentially, and then the other one is he'll be behind you. He'll put on his lights and then he'll RBT you. I've seen a lady argue it with the whole straw man, or is there a crime that's being committed? Do you need my assistance? Sort of line of thing. But if you get a cop who's a hard ass enough, you'll eventually just get arrested, get taken to jail.
Yeah, they have a saying: you might beat the charges, but you won't beat the ride.
Yeah. So I have seen a lady in Australia get away with it, but she invested a good half an hour arguing with this guy. So I don't know if she's the winner or not.
Also a woman, so you know they have a competitive advantage when it comes to things like that.
It's really not worth. Like, I don't see it being worth the time and effort to go through all that, because they would just drag me out of the car and take me down to the station and freaking force me to have a blood test or something. Probably. I don't know.
Look, the best thing to do, like, if you like, depends on how you know. If you can't, it's impossible to win on the side of the road. Like, you can't win on the side of the road because they're highway robbers, man. Like, I mean, once you don't, like, that's what you have to realize. I am being pulled over by a highway robber. I'm not, like, this guy isn't a police officer. Like, they're, like, that idea, they're there to collect money, right? Or, like, because that's the end goal, right? Do you think they're really trying to, like, save lives?
Yeah. They have a quota to meet.
Quotas aren't illegal there? They're legal?
I think that, well, it used to be that they have to fill a quota. They have to breathalyze so many people per month or whatever.
Oh, man. Oh,
it might not be the crime that be the quota, but the test. Like, you have to test this amount of people. So statistically, talk about probability that, you know, there's a certain amount that they're going to hit anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I was saying, like, it's like impossible to win. If you think you're being unjustly, you know, if the whole thing is unjust, to say, listen, I don't agree with any of this. I'm doing all this under protest. There's going to be legal recourse against you if you compel me to do something I don't want to do. But I'm not going to resist you. And then leave it to there. You know what I mean? Like, you want to keep going, you know, it's at your own risk. Like you say, dude, you're doing all this shit at your own risk. We're going to end up in court and you're going to be the fucking defendant, not me.
It would be like, if you're looking into that sort of thing and you've researched the RBT, the random breath test, would be the perfect opportunity to sort of stretch your legs a bit and test, you know, what you would say in certain situations, because it's so low risk. Like, worst case scenario is you just give them your ID. The one thing they do in Australia, which I don't know if they do it over there, if they even have a random breath test, they take your ID off you and physically take it back to their cruiser if they want to. Sometimes they can just eyeball it and not give a shit, or sometimes they don't even ask for it. But if they feel like wasting your time, they'll take your ID off you, which seems like a really bad idea to give it away to a cop. But anyway, is what it is.
Yeah, when cops pull you over here, well, I mean, they don't do. Police can't pull you over in the like if you're driving unless they have a reason to. Violation of some traffic law, or if it's not a traffic law, some other law, right? They can't do it like randomly. They can set up roadblocks, right, and do breathalyzers because they've done that before, right? And like feel sobriety test, yeah, but it's a roadblock. But before they do the roadblock, they actually have to announce it. But this is a thing. You're allowed to turn around. If you see a roadblock, you can just be like, fuck that. I don't want to go through that. I'm turning around.
Yeah.
And turning around turning around is not probable cause to stop you.
Yeah.
Because it's actually gone to the courts, and the courts are like, people can turn around for all sorts of reasons, right? They like, you're in the way, right? I'm in a hurry. I want to go somewhere else. This is just like, you know what I mean? The only reason to turn around isn't like, oh, I'm committing a crime. I want to stay away from the cops, right? There's all sorts of other reasons you might want to turn around, and they can't assume this person's turning around because they're a criminal, so we're going to chase them, pull them over, and arrest them, right? So, yeah, they got to have some probable cause that you're turned around because of criminal activity, not because, you know, if they don't have any evidence other than the fact you turned around and moved and decided not to go through the roadblock, that isn't enough to do anything.
Unless they stack on top of it and say they were driving erratically.
Well, of course they make shit up, so like let's keep it real.
TSA. Yeah, so.
Oh, their taillight was out. I don't know why it's working now, but it was out when I looked at it.
That actually happened.
Well, hell yeah, dude. They'll smash your taillight and say it's broken. All they can do is say, you went over the line, right? You went over one of the lines. That's all they have to say.
Yeah, or they'll say something like, we thought you were on your phone. You were on your phone, or...
Yeah, they can pull that shit too. Or I saw you texting, or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you guys have, like, a demerit system as well? Or is it...
Like on insurance?
No, like, to get your license, you have, say, 12 demerits, and then as you do things that are deemed illegal, you get demerit points taken off you or stacked up against you, and then once you hit a certain amount, they take your whole license.
Yeah, they do, but it's like integrated into the insurance system. So they have compulsory auto. Yeah, so they have compulsory auto insurance, and like, I don't know if they take, like, each state does their own thing. I don't think in Massachusetts. I don't think like if you get like yeah, I think they do. I think if you get like 3 or 5 speeding tickets, they'll suspend your license now. Yeah. So I don't drive anymore. So like I don't have to drive. I live in a city, so like it's more of a pain in the ass to drive than it is to like just like walk or take public transportation. Well, it'll literally take you 45 minutes to find a parking spot. Like, so like, what's the point? Like, look, I'm going to drive a mile so I can take 45 minutes to park and then come home and take another 45 minutes to park.
That can be a problem in big cities and areas.
Yeah. Parking is like, and then like parking tickets, man, and like all that hassle. Then your insurance is higher because there's more accidents, and like people park by touch here. I think I fit in there as they're hitting your car. That's how they figure out if they fit. They smash, like every bumper of every car you see has dents in it. Or some scuff mark or something like that. That's how because we got street parking, you know what I mean? You park in the street, like you parallel park in the street. So you got like, you know, and then people don't know how to park, so they're like over lines, and then there's like residential parking. So if you don't have a residential parking sticker and you park somewhere, then they'll give you a ticket for that, and they're just like, it's a real pain in the ass just to own a car. Like, fuck it, I don't want one. It's easier just to do shit the way I do it.
Perks, different pros and cons, right, for different lifestyles.
Yeah. The problem is I can't like just leave the city anytime I want. That's the suck part. I mean, I can. There is transportation, like trains and rails and all that stuff. But like, I can't just like get in a car and be like, hey, I want to go to fucking Atlantic City and spend $500 gambling and just drive to Atlantic City.
Yeah, lifestyle wise, I couldn't imagine not having a car. Like, even though I've only got one car at the moment, I got my wife's car because my car's got an alternator issue and I don't want to trust it. Even that's giving me anxiety. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everything's spread out for you. So, like how far is the nearest store from your house?
Oh, yeah, I could walk to the nearest shop if I needed to get groceries. But I choose not to. I choose to go to different places that have.
Well, I can hit the nearest store with a rock. I could open my door and hit it with a rock.
Yeah.
It's that close. So it's like. So I'm within walking distance of 1, 2, 3 grocery stores. I'm within walking distance. One's probably a half a mile. Oh yeah. I mean, everything in the city has people have money here, so it's I shouldn't put it that way. It's not like people low quality shit. It can't compete because especially where I live, there's a lot of liberals, right? So they're health food nuts. So you have to have good quality food, otherwise they just won't shop there. We have a lot of vegan.
Yeah, because they got options, right?
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
There are places that are cheaper, but the quality of the food is just as good. We got Whole Foods, a place called Star Market, which is a chain. We got one called Market Basket, which is just a local chain, not a national chain. So that's actually Star Market's a regional chain, so it's the Northeast, so that's 6 states. But we have a local chain, which is just Massachusetts, and that's owned by the employees. That business, it's an employee-owned grocery store. Yeah, so it's
That's nice.
And it's actually the cheapest place, by far. It's 30% less than every other place. It's crazy, the difference of shopping there. And it's the same food, same quality. I think their produce is actually a little better because the chains, they get their produce from so far away, right? So when they get it in the store, it's not even ripe. It's tasteless, genetically modified.
Been in a freezer for 6 months.
You get a banana, dude, and that shit's green, or you'll buy raspberries, and the raspberries will be because they pick them when they pick them, wherever they pick them at, in Chile or whatever. They're green. They're not red in Chile. They don't get red until they get here 2 weeks later. But they have no taste because so they have no taste because they've been on a freaking tractor trailer for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Terrible.
So this
a bit of a landmine over here.
Yes, this other place, they get it more local than, that.
So I'll tell you what they've done in Australia to smaller areas, little rural towns. Okay, so the big supermarkets, they'll come in and they'll just wipe out all independent proprietors.
Yeah.
So, and they have contracts. They're locked into contracts with farmers. So they can only buy from specific farmers, and those farmers can only sell to that chain. And it doesn't matter. We'll go to the supermarket. There's lettuce there, and it's crappy, shriveled up old shit, or it's got holes all the way through. And there'll be a sign on there: "We're sorry, our farmers are experiencing this or that, hail, whatever, bugs. We're working to do our best to get you some better produce, right?" Instead of them going to the markets and saying, "Well, I don't want that shit. I'm going to go with this better stuff," so to provide my customers with a good product. That's what's happening in Australia, and there's no option for us in our town to go to an independent proprietor because they don't exist anymore because they'll run out of town by the big businesses.
Yeah, there's some of that goes on here too, where they where they deal with distributors, and then the distributors have the farmers will form a co-op, and then they'll deal with the co-op of farmers, right? But that it'll be a company, some whatever. Cisco, Foods or something, right? But that Cisco Foods is actually a co-op of farmers, which is really just like a bunch of middle management. Someone started a company, told the farmers, "Yeah, we'll guarantee your purchases." Now they take it, then they sell it to a supermarket chain. But we also have another thing. It's called it's called Quincy Market. So every day there's a farmer's market like in downtown, in Haymarket, Boston. So you can just go down there and it's all like, it's not all local because obviously they're not growing strawberries in Massachusetts in frickin' November, right? So so I know they can't be local if they're selling strawberries. But it's fresher food. So, more local food.
Baffles me how they do that. Like, just sell what's in season, and don't sell us the shit stuff. Like, just fucking leave it. Sell it where it's local. That bugs the shit out of me. People don't realize they're buying stuff all year round, and it shouldn't be available to them. There's a reason. But yeah, what happens here? I don't know.
I mean, listen, I have to tell you something. When I buy raspberries in the winter, I have this feeling like this is just something wrong. There's something wrong here, right? I look out the window of the store, right? It's snowing. It's negative 20 degrees, and I'm eating fresh raspberries, and I'm going, there's just something wrong. It's just completely unnatural.
That's why I only buy them out of season when they're in a frozen packet. Because
I grew up when we used to my mother, my grandmother, you take the fruit from the summer, or the fall, when you harvest it, and anything you didn't eat, you'd pickle, jar, or turn it to jelly.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So you weren't eating fresh fruit in the winter. You were eating jarred, canned, fruit that was preserved in some way. So to be eating fresh raspberries in the winter is just so weird and unnatural to me.
Well, the stuff they've got here, and it's been a thing that's been happening over the last 5 years, is almost all the processed foods or packaged foods either has soy in it now or vegetable oils or some sort of seed oil. So you'll get something that's salted, like a salted cashew, and if you read the ingredients, it's got a vegetable oil or a seed oil with it now. So it's terrible now. Because we're paranoid about this stuff. I'm not judging anyone who doesn't do this, but we check everything, even stuff you trust for 6 months to 2 years, 3 years, and you read the back of it, and all of a sudden it's got soy in it now, or it's got vegetable oils instead of oil. It's very frustrating.
Sausages, right? You process sausages.
Yeah, dude, it's like a buzzkill. My wife, I call her the buzzkill because every time I find something nice I like to eat and it changes its ingredients, she's like, nah, we're not eating it anymore.
I have a very simple diet, dude. I just fucking eat meat and, vegetables, and that's it. I don't really eat any type of processed packaged food, anything like that. So I don't really have that problem. But I even when I make stuff, I'm not even big on seasoning, right? I'll just throw garlic, salt, and pepper on it. I could just take a steak and eat it with nothing on it. I'm not I don't know, man. I'm just this is the way I am. I don't need it to be fancy. I'm not saying it isn't good with good stuff on it, but I'm not. Put it this way, I've never eaten Indian food. I don't need 300 spices in my food. I'm not that complicated. But I mean, because I've asked them, yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I've never tried it, so. But they add a lot of seasoning to their food. A lot of different types of seasoning, and that might be good for you. I actually heard something that's good for your gut biome is to have a lot of different types of food in your diet. It's not that you have to have a lot; it's just a lot of different types, even if it's a little bit, because it diversifies your gut biome.
I have experienced that after. And cooking the meal myself from scratch, and the stomach does feel a lot better for it. But it's in the method too. Like there's a process to it. You can't just like whack it all together and like you could.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, throwing everything in a big
simpler the
pot
better.
and just stirring it. Yeah, that's how I feel. I mean,
Yeah.
I think shit should be as close to like cooking it over a fire as possible.
Yeah, man. I agree.
I mean, just the concept of that, right? Super simple, very direct. But I mean,
One of the best things happened to us. Sorry, go.
Well, I was just going to say how Globers look at like NASA and rockets. That's how I look at when I see like fresh fruit in the winter. Like this is like some amazing technological magic. Like how did this happen? That's what I'm fascinated by. That's the technology that fascinates me because it should not be happening. There's no way I should be eating a piece of fruit from fucking Chile in the middle of December. It just should not be happening.
There's actually a company not far from where I live that they've got a huge tomato farm, all year round tomato farm, and it's inside like a glass building.
Yeah, like a greenhouse or whatever.
Yeah. And they do, and they've expanded in the last 10 years to South America as well. So some of the produce you're getting that's from over there. That might be what company it's coming from. I can't remember the name of the company now. I used to work for them even. I can't remember them.
Oh God.
Can't remember
out of mind.
But yeah, they grow fruit and veg all year round, off season fruit and veg.
I always listen. Like that is something I'd love to do. Is make great big greenhouses and grow fruit, man. But it's prohibitively expensive. The capital investment is large. Let's put it that way. To buy the greenhouse and the irrigation and the land and you know what I mean?
Just get some seed funding, Indio, from some wealthy investors and call it, flat earth greenhouse or something. Some snazzy.
Yeah, there you go. I know how to heat it too for almost nothing, man. There's like, so there's a guy in Nebraska, like if you take a pipe and you bury it below the frost line, like if you go deep enough where it's like warmer, like you can this person was growing lemons in Nebraska and so he had a greenhouse, but the greenhouse was being heated by this like underground piping system that kept circulating the air, even though it was like, negative 10 degrees outside. It's, and I'm talking negative 10 Fahrenheit, not Celsius. So it's negative Celsius, probably negative 60 or something.
What is that, geothermal?
Yeah, basically geothermal, but it's like once you're below the frost line, the ground doesn't freeze, right? So like where he lives, if he's 8 feet down, it's always 50 degrees, right? The ground is always 50 degrees. It doesn't freeze that deep. It only freezes as deep as the permafrost. So he got a freaking backhoe, dug basically a giant freaking trench, and inserted like you ever seen like the black corrugated like PVC pipe, but it's like flexible. They use them for like drainage and things like that. You ever seen those? Anyway, He got like a huge one. They're like 8 feet in like diameter. You can like walk around in it. And he did this and he like ran it under his like giant greenhouse and like grows food all year round where you should not be growing food. And the way he set it up, right, is so that because the sun is so low in the sky, he made a greenhouse that isn't like a typical one, right? It's like a almost like a what do they call it? So it's not like a peaked. It's like almost like a chalet style where the roof is only on one side. It's like it's hard to
a lean-to.
Yeah, like a lean-to, right? Yeah, so it's so when the sun comes in, it reflects off the back, right? So you got direct sunlight on the plants, but the back of this is mirrored. So when the sun comes in, even though it's low on the horizon, it reflects off the back and illuminates the plants from the other side. So the plants think they're surrounded by sunlight. right? Even though like to grow a lemon tree like in Nebraska in the winter is pretty insane, man. Because lemon trees like grow in Florida. They don't grow in Nebraska. Nebraska's cold as hell, man.
Yeah, right. I'm right next door, so yeah, it's cold up here all year round. Yep. Well, cool. I should say in
I'll
the
actually get a
summertime.
link to the video. I'll get a link to the video, man, because
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Or Iowa, where I'm at.
Nebraska's nice. Iowa's
You ever
nice.
seen the YouTube channel, the Kirsten Dirksen channel?
No.
I haven't seen that. No.
So she goes around, basically all around the world, and people that have weird houses, basically. Some people live in like in airplanes that are like 50 feet off the ground up in the trees, and like one guy has like a greenhouse inside of a greenhouse, and that's like off-grid houses. And like people that live underground, like the goddamn Hobbit, and just like she just goes to all these different places and basically checks out their house and films it. And so, like, yeah, this is just one of these videos is about this guy. He basically heats his entire property by he dug trenches with a backhoe, buried a pipe underground, and the temperature of the ground stays like 55 degrees all year round.
Right, yeah.
And he does circulate air through everything, and it lowers his heating cost.
I had a question. Why, if that was the most efficient way to have a house, how come we're not building more houses like that? Are they inefficient to build them that way, or is it cheaper just to throw them above ground? And just because, like, if that was the case, why don't we just build homes that are underground and have like
some places
we
that
can
would
have
be
above ground,
right? Like some ground is really rocky, right? Like here or like up in Maine or New Hampshire, like if you're on the coast, you're fine. But if you're like inland, it's so rocky, man. Like good luck, man. Like
it's inefficient. You think it would?
Well, I mean, you probably have to dig like 2 times as deep, right? Through rocky ground, and like here, man, you could like dig. Listen, you can dig here and dig down like 4 feet and hit a boulder that's like the size of a house. like you're not like getting rid of it. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, like from the standpoint of like it being more efficient to build like an Earthship. Like those homes that look like Earthships, and just why wouldn't it be efficient to kind of like? Because
I don't know why people don't do it, man. I don't know
because it's like if you're like in a storm or whatever, that would be they always tell you to go underground. It's like, well, if your house was already buried, you wouldn't have to worry about like it being destroyed.
I always thought that too. Why don't people build their houses like below the surface of below, But I
what would
with a reason why not flooding, dude.
Well, flooding?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what?
So maybe you take a used submarine, right? You sink a used submarine into the ground. Then even if it floods, you're all set because it's a sub. You can be underwater.
Well, you could make just hills, like mounds of dirt. Like make Earth come up.
Yeah, but the water table will come up.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know, but there must be a way around it.
When you're in the ground, the water table is going to rise, and you're going to flood from you end up drowning.
Yeah, there must be a way around it, like putting some runoffs on the side, like that would have some kind of like.
I think
of course, there's a way around it. I mean, we can engineer that shit.
The Earthships were pretty engineered around it, man. I mean, I thought that was one of the greatest. Because part of the house is underground, part of it's above ground. They got the atrium in the winter. You're fucking nice and toasty. You got the southern facing sun. Yeah.
So I just posted
right.
That, I posted that thing with it. Like if you ever want to check it out, Miggy, it's in the live stream. So it's the Nebraska retiree uses Earth's heat to grow oranges and snow.
I'm just, bro. Like we're so advanced with our technology and engineering. It's like, why are we still building above ground houses or getting destroyed by storms and like living?
Why don't
I don't know? Like it just
we need Miggy, man. We need Voyager 2 batteries. They last 50 years. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying, look, like there's so much shit that we can do, like with our knowledge that we have, like for engineering. I mean, we're so backwards. Like I think building above ground is just, I think, a lazy way. Like, honestly, because I think what happens, like, a nice good storm comes by and knocks your shit over, and then you have to repair it. And like, if you're underground, you just never have to worry about that. You just come. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've always been having that mindset of it being the safest place to be is underground. And plus, it's the coolest place, the warmest place. Like,
yep.
I heard that people in the old days used to have like in their basement used to be like a thing that would, like, you could put your food down into this like well inside of your house in the basement.
Yeah, root cellar. I remember this. I'm sure
you know about it.
Better dude remembers them too. I'm sure.
Oh well, I had guys that grew up in Ohio, man. They talk about it all the time. Like, dude, they make their wine down there, and they store their food.
Yeah.
They store the wine. I mean, everything was underground, man. My buddy
and it's not like
his uncle had some kind of like crazy tunnel system that, you know, it was always like 55 degrees down there, even in the winter or summer. Didn't matter. It's like, that's cool, man. I like that.
That's the thing, man. And like, how come all these old ideas are like, we don't use them anymore?
You gotta, like, listen, you could start even the old idea as an innovation, but like, the thing is, no one has invented a way to do it cheaply and easily. Digging a hole is still a bitch.
Yeah, no doubt. Right.
It's still a pain in the ass. As much a pain in the ass now as it was 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, but you know, guys have done it. But yeah, it's a bitch. It ain't easy. Nothing's easy. Yeah, but yeah, digging holes is so hard, man. Fuck. Dirt.
So what have you made? What have you made that easy? What have you made it like some kind of idea where you, I don't know, like you build houses for cheap underground? Like, I don't know. I was just thinking about it. But
what I would do is I'd come up with some engineered prefab home, right? Okay. And the bottom I'd probably use like plastic or something, keep the water out. So I'd basically make like a bathtub, right? That would go in. But of course you wouldn't see any of that. That would just be like a barrier that would separate the house from the rainwater, right? So you don't have this upwelling of water into your home.
Like I said, there needs to be some kind of runoff.
You need an excavator. You'd have to make the home cheap, right? Because you're going to try to put it into the ground. So it's just
one of the systems I saw years ago.
The expense, man. It's the expense, and listen, man. And then there's the other part. Like, I don't want to live in one of those. I want my white picket fence. You know, people that like they buy homes because it's like a status signal or a symbol or a lifestyle. They're not doing it practical.
It's just like
I see.
You build a house out of the clay, and then you fire the thing, man. You light the whole goddamn thing on fire, and it seals it completely, and you're done, man. Put a roof on it, you're done.
I started that with making tunnels, man. Like train tunnels. Like, dude, why don't they just get like a powerful ass laser and just like burn a hole through the mountain, and then like it melts when it cools off on the edges, right? Then it's a melted solid, right? So it's all perfect.
Yep, I think they got those, but you know they're not sharing them.
They're already so expensive. Like, why not try that? It's not like they're cheap, and like, oh, they're cheaper to just like bore 2 inches a day for like 20 years. That's not cheap. Like.
Well, I have a question for you as far as materials go. What's the best material to put underground? Cement, cinder block, like what? Because I know like because you got to think about the dirt and the water, and over time, what it would do to like every material that you could put underground. Like
everything's porous unless you fire kiln it. Then it's not porous. It's like a coffee cup. Think of it.
So you have to make something like ceramic or something?
Ceramic. It's ceramic, dude. It's 100% waterproof. Nothing's getting through it. It's done.
Yep. Ceramic? Yeah, you ceramic, can ceramic, yeah.
Yep.
Ceramic house, I don't know.
It's been done, man. Check it out. There were some guys.
Material-wise, material wise, that would be a costly son of a gun, right? I mean, you need all that ceramics.
It's
make it out of used brake pads.
Ceramics, just like dude. What makes ceramic great is when you fire kiln it, man. It hardens like a impenetrable.
You need clay, right? So like, some areas don't have clay. So can you imagine, like, I have to
the shipping,
80 tons of clay from like someplace.
Well, it's not going to work everywhere, no doubt, man. I mean, people in Germany, they build all their houses out of concrete. Here in California, they're all built out of wood because of the earthquakes and stuff, man. It's like, you can't have a fucking cement house. And you're like,
we need a universal solution.
An earthquake.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. Something like that would be just easy to, because what you seen those 3D
to melt dirt,
3D printed. Oh yeah, I've seen
3D printed.
The hemp house. You ever seen the hemp bricks?
Have seen the hemp bricks. Yes, beautiful. Love
maybe
it.
Those are waterproof.
Well,
I'm just trying to think of like what material can you actually like would be even feasible to stick underground. Like
I'm trying to use no material. That's my goal. Is to use some process to just melt a freaking. Okay, so have you ever heard the 9/11 nukes theory?
No.
Okay, so that dude Victor Bout, who got out and like from United States and Russia, they swapped that that NBA lady for Victor Bout. That Victor Bout is the one that came up with the 9/11 nukes theory, and his theory is that underneath the Twin Towers, they set off a small nuclear weapon, a strategic side or a tactical nuclear weapon, and what it does is it creates a cavity underneath there, and the Twin Towers fell into it.
Oh wow!
Okay, he said that during the Soviet days that they would blast nukes, right? And they would create these, like, they'd blast them underground, and they would create these, like, basically like a big sphere, a hollowed out sphere underground, and it would take like 2 years to cool. And then they would, and because it was all melted solid, right? So it's all melted on the inside because it's a nuke, right?
Right.
That they would use that as a natural gas storage facility because it could hold pressure because it was sealed solid from the heat.
Yeah, but I have a question. If that was to happen and you set off a nuke underground, there's displacement that happens with the blast. Where is the rest of the stuff? Because I mean, you don't just have an empty space. Where does
it gets vaporized? It's turned to vapor.
What are you talking about? Dirt turns to vapor?
Yes, everything will turn to vapor at a hot enough temperature. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm talking about. Like, how hot do we have to get to vaporize dirt, dude? Like.
All right, citation, please. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just like, is this freaking Mrs. Magic, bro? I've never heard of this.
It's speculation Sunday, man.
It's not like normal earthly temperatures. You can't like vaporize dirt like look, dude. Everything can vaporize, dude. Everything can be turned into gas.
I gotta, bro. You got me on a rabbit trail. I gotta see this shit. I gotta know something about this, like, because this is like blowing my mind, like. You can literally zap dirt to vaporize it. Like, that's insane.
Dude, like, charcoal.
It's just crazy.
Well,
charcoal.
Mayhem.
Vaporize charcoal.
I was talking about they're pulling oxygen out of crushed rocks from the moon. I don't know.
That's the vaporization I'm talking about, but that's hilarious.
Hold up. What?
If you squeeze moon rocks, you get air out of it.
You can get oxygen out of if you squeeze rocks.
So if you're on the moon, right, and you're like you see your meter and you're almost out of oxygen, you grab the biggest chunk of rock, you put it in the headlock, and just breathe it.
Oh man, you took Speculation Sunday. You just like drove it like you stole it, right? Like you just freaking
drove that shit off the fucking cliff. Hell yeah.
Why not? We got to one up their nonsense, man.
Got to one up their nonsense. That's it, India. I've been trying to do that for years. I'm like, just one up their stupid shit, man. Come on, we can do it.
Yeah, we'll just take it like 10 steps too far.
Take it. I mean, you were in here the other night. I was reading the ridiculous crap. They're like,
oh yeah,
it's just every day it's like that. It's not like back in the 90s, man. We got one space article a month, maybe. Now we get like 47 a day.
You probably think that's what that article actually said. That you can squeeze moon rocks and get oxygen out of it.
Yes.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's so ridiculous. I mean, that's the kind of.
What do you?
That's why I went so far with it, because it was already like way out there as it was.
That's one of the stupidest shit. Like, oh my god, that can't be true. They didn't put that in there. That's
Oh, it's true,
dude.
bro.
Zany Space News. I mean, because I used to do that shit, and like Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, okay, I'll take that, because I remember. Do you guys remember when I was talking about dark matter bullets?
I don't remember that.
Like they do. They claim this. There's dark matter bullets that the astronauts sometimes have to be wary of when they're doing their spacewalks.
Oh shit! It's been a couple of years.
Yeah, dark matter bullets.
Okay, yeah.
Type that into Google. You'll see the shit come. Like they have something on the space station to so I don't know if it's some kind of radar or some shit, but it detects these bullets. Like I don't know, man. Like it's some freaking Star Trek shit.
They did the Matrix, that the agents did in the Matrix, where their like body goes in like 15 different directions at the same time. Is that how they dodge?
But
the bullets.
Yeah, they're saying that there's such a thing as these dark matter bullets that could kill people. It's like it's
that
stupid.
Is awesome, dude. That should be a new like meme for sure. Dark matter bullets.
I think I saved the article in one of my PCs.
You gotta meme that shit out of that. That's ridiculous.
I've read like just stupid. Some of the most dumbest shit. I'm telling you.
Like once a month, I'll come in. I'll read the news. I'd go through the stupid NASA stuff. I've been doing it for years. And I was like, it just gets. I think like half of it's AI generated at this point.
I know. It's hard to believe, right?
It's like, there was some, nebula that swallowed a Earth-sized planet, and it was amazing. I can't believe it.
How the hell to tell about? How are they gonna know that? Who's? Wow, they're really blowing smoke up people's asses, man. Like I tell you what, like that's just nebula eating them. I mean, like Pac-Man and shit. Walk. Come on, dudes.
It's ridiculous.
Who's buying this?
Well, we're not buying it, but they keep pushing it out there. And even Indio, after I was done reading the news the other night, he's like, "Dude, I didn't think it was this bad."
Yeah, it's gotten worse, man. Since you did
gotten worse, man.
Way worse.
Gotten way worse. I mean, they're like, well, it could be like alien life on Jupiter's moons, on the dark side, and they're like, what the fuck?
So what do they input into the AI? Like, hey, here's some say zany space news, go nuts. Like,
exactly, something like that, right? Yeah. They just type in like, I don't know, alien space, aliens on.
No. They type in make me a space story for someone whose IQ is 80.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's like no problem. It thinks about what Joe Biden would say, and it just.
Maggie, did you see that beer commercial that AI created? It was put out last week. You didn't see it?
No. I was coming in here because I was cringing earlier. I was going to tell Indio that guy who came in here. Oh, dude, I so wanted to jump. I so wanted to jump on here. I was like, man, let me please get. I was trying to find a way because I'm in the middle of doing my work,
right?
And I was gonna tell him to give me a quick break because I wanted to holler at that idiot, like, because he came in here trying to like bulldoze his way through to this stupid analogy that he just like. Okay. So say there's no oxygen. Like say there's no atmosphere.
Everest guy, that guy. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Yeah. He's like, say there's no atmosphere, right? And you're on Mount Everest. No, but you got to do it like the way I say it. I'm like, this freaking asshole. Like, and you gave him everything you do. Okay, so you know what? And then he started talking about, well, okay, so now it's 26,000 miles. And like, and I was even saying, when you said it, it was like you thought of what I was thinking about saying. like, dude, where'd you get this model? Like, well, who's telling you about this? Like, where do you get these numbers, bro? Like, and he didn't want to answer you.
Look, do you know why I didn't want? I'll tell you, Miggy, why I didn't answer. Because I started using numbers with the telescope. He's like, well, let's say we have a telescope with infinite resolution. So I'm like, okay. He just claimed a number for the width of the Earth. I'll make him say an infinitely wide Earth. And he knew that's the only thing he could say. Because he just said that bullshit number, right? So he couldn't just say out. He couldn't just throw out any number. He couldn't just say, "Well, let's just make the Earth infinitely large." Let's not because he knows, like, at that point it's done. If you say it's infinitely large, even if you have an infinite resolution telescope, you're done.
You're done, yeah.
But it was like Fantasyland, right? Oh, imagine you're on Mount Everest. Why Mount Everest? Why is it gotta be? Why not pick something else? Why not pick a tall ladder on top of Mount Everest? How about you're on the top of standing on the head of a giraffe?
Yeah. Yeah, let's take it to the infinite fucking ridiculousness, man. Come on.
Yeah, he's like, if I was on Mount Everest and the Earth was a vacuum and I had a telescope with an infinite resolution, would I be able to see the entire Earth?
I just tell those models.
I so want him to come back. Hopefully he's not. He didn't leave the server. I really hope he does.
He ain't coming back.
No,
man.
it's like.
No bugger way.
Heretic. He was right on the money. He was like, well, dude's just like, how many of these things you have to make up before we even start to, like, he wanted to corner you so badly so that you can agree with his stupid hypothetical, so that you can be like, okay, now that we jumped to like 5 hoops, now the Earth isn't flat. So good luck to your flat Earth. Like, it's like that's what he wanted, bro. Like. He was salivating to like make this stupid hypothetical become like the gotcha of all gotchas, you know.
Dude, when you start saying thing like a telescope with infinite resolution, seeing no longer has meaning. It just doesn't mean anything anymore because you just broke light.
Was that the Indian sounding guy? I think he was.
No. He came back today too, though, and he came back with his regular.
Yeah, I heard him earlier.
Regular voice. And
I tuned in for a minute. Yeah,
he tried to talk to us seriously. He was totally like dipshit, spiraling out of his brain. Man, he was going crazy.
Yeah, I was upset with him because
he entered the server and instantly spiraled, man. Like instantly, right off the rip.
Yeah.
I was on lunch break. And I was fuming, bro, because like. You the common courtesy, right? He's like, you're not my wife. Because he was like, just being an asshole, right? Like when people are talking to him and then he disappears, he didn't even say, hey, man, I'm going to roll my spliff. I'll be right back. He didn't do any of that shit. He just came back after he'd done it. I was like, what are you guys talking about? I was like, you fucking asshole, man. Like people are trying to talk to your dumbass and give you their time and you want to go ahead and roll a spliff and not tell anybody? And he's like, and I told him, I was fuming, dude. Like, I didn't tell him that right up there, but you heard me. Like, I was pretty pissed, dude. It was like, we don't have to be talking to your dumbass. Like, you can go skip rock somewhere else, man. We don't have to be here telling you shit.
That's right.
And then, but I'm like, you guys give people your time. I mean, it's just common courtesy. And then, of course, you guys aren't going to be that mad. But guess what? I will. I'll be the villain, dude. Send me. I'll tell their dumbass, like, what's what. Because, I mean, you're spending your time. It's like, you don't have to be talking to them. This is common courtesy. Like, they could just say, you know what, hey, hold on a second. Let me get my, you know what I'm saying? Let me do my thing. But they didn't. He's like, I don't know. There's something about that guy, too. He was just being a major jerk.
Dude, I think he was here to, like, shit test us to see how bad and rude and of a fuckhead he could be before we kicked him off. Like, he was testing us. He was like, how bad can I be before they kick me off?
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen those types.
Oh, yeah, you got it. They're like, I'm going to push the envelope.
Yeah.
And, in his head, he's saying, I can't believe they haven't kicked me off yet. I've been here like 30 minutes. These people are fucking a bunch of pussies.
Yeah, I lambaste those assholes, dude. Every time they come, those guys, yeah, I do. Like, because man, like everybody in here is they have a good heart, man. Most of these people and the truthers in here, like, I don't know. I hate these assholes that come here. Like, they don't have to come here. They can just play their game somewhere else.
No, they can come here, man.
Yeah, they can. Like, listen, I don't mind they're here, but they're not going to get the.
They're not going to last more than 30 minutes in here, man. At the
You're not
best,
gonna get-
you know? That's like a that's like a fucking gold medal, man. You lasted 30 minutes in here with your cuck shit, man. Yeah, fuck.
Idiot was just he didn't want to hear him anymore. He's like, I'm not gonna mute him, dude. Like, you know, when I think Elijah wanted to talk to him, you're like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. You had enough of his shit, dude. It was like, no.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I've been more willing to entertain people, but it's not an infinite amount of time.
No, I mean, 30 minutes.
They're on the clock.
Is actually
they're on the clock to get serious. Like, I'll play your little game to get it out of your system, but if you're just gonna like, eventually, when you start getting disrespectful and making stuff up, I've even been taking disrespect lately, to be honest, because it doesn't.
He's just a major. He's a major asshole, though. That guy.
Yeah, I would think it's more about them than me. Like, just to come in here and be disrespectful.
Dude, I wanted Dogs Are Gods to come in here because he was talking mad shit in the live stream text.
He's not in the chat.
Where, right now?
He's in Cogdis.
Oh, let's see. Let's unmute his ass. Yeah,
let the dogs.
He's in Cogdis.
Who let the dogs out?
Yeah, it's 2 in the morning, man. Is he up?
Who let the dogs out?
He's an Aussie. He's an Aussie.
Yeah, it's only,
it should be midday.
Yeah, let the dogs. Let the dogs eat, man. Let's go.
Want me to pull him out of Cogdis?
Bring the dog.
Hell yeah! Bring his ass over here.
I can't believe he's in Cogdis, man. What a manga, man.
Well, he last posted about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, I don't know if he's around, but I'll take him out.
Man. He's probably.
He might call when summoned. You never know, man. You know how these guys are, man. They hover around everything. They're just like
they do. They're lurkers, man. We call them lurkers.
You're like the freaking I don't know, one of the trophies that they can never get, man. They're because lately they seem to like come after you, man. Like you're the guy right now.
Oh yeah.
They're trying to get their best gotchas. Their best gotchas to you, man. Like, I know he was trying to wear you out with his like sophistry, like dogs. But
people send me DMs of people talking shit about me in other servers. I think it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
you know, the same as QE, right? Living rent free in their head. Like, I don't give a shit.
Yep.
They'll come into the debate text and tag you, and they've heard because they've been listening on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, but they won't come in off of YouTube.
Yo, they're talking some mad shit, man. Like they yep. And as soon as they got their moment in the sun with you, it's like they're all right. Let's see if our best sophistry can actually work on this guy. And we still need that refractive model that he's still yet to bring. Cause, yeah, we're picking up right where we left off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
we jump right back on that bike, man. We only
we didn't forget.
Ain't skipping a beat.
I mean, actually, he's got a lot to answer for. So, I mean, we can go there. We can actually ask him for the information that. What?
He's on this the towers of the freaking building, dude. This is hilarious. He told the heretic in the Cogdis, he's like, "Well, I can get the engineering drawings, but it'll take a while."
Yeah,
it's like, well. How can you cite the engineering drawings if you've never had them before? And like, you know what I mean? He's saying the engineering drawings say that they're separated by yeah, exactly. You're saying it says X, yet you've never read them. Like, what are you talking about, my man?
Oh man, he's so gonna get it. He's so gonna get it. Look how he's so gonna get.
So gonna get it. So gonna get it.
No, like he's always talking about stupid things that he doesn't. Like all these articles that he has, they're not even scientific. Like there's no
even saying what he says. They say,
God, man,
they don't even say what he says. They say that's the problem.
He's cocking, man. He's a cock, dude. Don't let him get away with that shit, man. Just
every single thing. Like we have to gather all the points, man. Like okay, so he owes you refractive model. He owes us the engineering, like. He's got like a plethora of shit, man.
He owes you some curvature. He owes you a little bit of refraction, yeah. Bring it. Bring your evidence, man, for this spinny globe shit, man. What do you got? Come on.
He wants to run with the big dogs, man, in the debate servers, and he's not ready for because he was trying to bait QE into a debate, and I typed in the text. I was like, dude, he's gonna knock your intellectual dick in the dirt, man. You don't even want any piece of QE. And QE was like, if you want to debate me, $10,000 in my PayPal. He was like,
he said about evolution.
He just made me laugh.
He was talking about evolution.
It was so funny, bro. Like it was.
What a cock, dude. What a cock.
He's like, I debate PhD, so if you want to debate me right now, $10,000 in my PayPal.
Fuck
He's
off.
Like, otherwise, nope.
Yeah, forget.
But he was saying that because he already heard him before, so he didn't want to spend any time with him because he heard us like debating him in here.
Yeah, I mean, he is a waste of time. I mean, he makes good, like, you know.
It's a waste of time, dude. 100%.
I have to go back. Like, I have a big queue of clips that I have to make. Dude, maybe I'll wake up early tomorrow morning, which is like 5 minutes from now, and they'll.
I want to line all these assholes up and knock them down like bowling pins, man. Like, all right, we run this guy into the ground. Let's go to the next guy. Like, just take them all out.
Much. Yeah, but we have like so much. Like we've like, I don't know, man. We've been hitting it on all cylinders, man. It's like throwing. It's like we threw these guys in what are those things that just grind up the hay? A combine.
It's a combine. Yeah.
I tell you what, man, that shit's a lot of fun, man. I'm having so much fun on Discord.
Well,
we need new people though.
When you have to deal with, I don't know. Somebody was saying today, man. I think it was Jen from Japan and some other cats were in Gemsy. They're like, are we winning? Are we losing? Are we getting new people? Are we getting old people? We're getting a lot of new flat earthers, man. That's one thing I've noticed. And I don't know if you guys have noticed that as well.
The new flat earthers that are coming in here, they don't really know the culture. So they need a few like I'd say a few months to kind of adapt to the culture.
Mm-hmm.
And then after a while, they'll get used to it, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, and you know, I just can't fly off the handle and say whatever. This is different over here."
Yep, and that's a great thing, man. You know. I mean that's a beautiful thing. I mean, that's where we want to be, man. It's like, dude, man, you're a new flat earther, man, and guess what, man? You got a lot of catching up to do, man. I mean, you only been in this for 6 months, okay? Dig it, man. Good for you. However, man, you can't be, flying off the handle and thinking,
Well, just like the guy that came in the other day, his tag name was Geocentric, and he was in here, just wanted to talk about Antarctica, and I was like, what the hell? I was listening to him at work, and I don't know, he was talking to, maybe Timbo or something, or maybe it wasn't not Timbo. So he was talking to somebody about Antarctica, and he was like, well, I just come from TikTok because I debate other people, and I have a large group of people that are following me or whatever. Right. And he's like, yeah, and we talk about, like, I debate the Globers, and like he's like the arguments they get into, like, how does the sun work? And he was talking to them about how the sun works. I'm like, what? Like, is this what you guys are? But yeah, like Antarctica, and like I'm like,
kind of weird,
not.
Right?
Yeah, it's like these are the flat earthers are out there that are like the face of flat earth or whatever, and that's that it has a face, but you know what I mean, like everybody they just lump us all in with the
exactly, they kind of throw us all in with these new guys, and it's like, wait a minute, man, no, those aren't the arguments that us veterans are talking about, man. I mean, we're talking about where's your fucking curvature, and they're like talking about the sun rotation and stars and shit, and I'm like, whoa, you got to bring it back down here, man. Bring it back down here to reality, man. What do you observe? But
I feel like they get stuck in the mud with the minutia of like the derivative topics. They get onto these other subjects that have no dealings with like the think that we should be looking at, and then they're trying to figure out better ways to argue those derivative topics. So
Hey, we got,
it's like
we got
Oh, you go
Chung.
ahead.
We got Chung. He's got no roles. You guys want to talk to Chung?
Chungy Bungus.
I'll just call him Chung.
Hey, what's up, Chungy?
Shorten it up.
Is he VC verified?
No. No roles.
We'll fix that right quick. Hey, what's up, Chung? Are you there?
Yeah, yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up, Chungy? Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Hey, I just joined the server.
Welcome to
Hey,
server.
welcome to 24/7.
I was in the server a while ago, about 5 years back, but haven't been on Discord in a while, so just thought I'd rejoin.
Do you remember anybody that's in here right now that was back then?
No, not that's in the call currently.
Well, Mayhem was Miggy. Yeah, Indio's.
Oh wait, no, I remember Mayhem and I remember Batman.
Batman.
FE Batman? What's up here?
Who else?
Yeah,
Who else do you remember that was in here, man? And somebody that stuck out to you? Who would that be? Anybody? Give me a name. Give me a number. Anybody?
I can't quite remember their name, but she was an Australian and she was always in the stream.
Everybody remembers Becky, yeah. She's Becky from Australia.
There you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
no, she was my favorite.
All right, cheers, man. Good on you. Good on you.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. You guys don't know that song. That's cool, man. Miggy knows that song.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Anyway, what brings you back? What's been going on? What have you learned? How can you verify this globe or flat Earth? What do you got? Anything? Chunky? Anything? You got it. You got this globe thing, man. Come on. Or flat Earth. What do you got? You got gas pressure without a container. You got rotation. You got some curvature. You got a little bit of. You get some star rotations. The moon, eclipses. What's your favorite thing on about where you live? Because we all live on Earth, man. We can check it out, man. I mean, we can see star rotations. We can see. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I actually live in New Zealand.
There you go.
In what would be, the southern hemisphere of a globe.
Well, you're upside down, according to me.
Yeah, some may say that.
That's a little joke of mine. You people in the southern hemisphere get my humor on that one. Thanks. So you're in New Zealand. Oh man, did you have the cock of the most cock prime ministers of all time in all of human history? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
She was fucking.
prime ministers.
She was like, oh my god,
questionable.
What the hell is that?
That's awfully diplomatic.
It was.
Are you talking about Helen Clark?
You had 3 years of this. Oh my god, we had 3 years of it. I don't
Mexican
know,
beer germ, the thing.
Yeah,
the emergency.
She was cocking it up.
Oh yeah, no, she handled it so well. The whole world had to follow
She
in
handled
her
it amazingly.
Yeah, it was so beautiful not being allowed to go
so
outside
beautiful.
before
I
everyone
mean,
else as well.
my God, what a piece of what a piece, man. What a piece. Yeah, that was weird. Anyway, New Zealand freaked me out, man. After that, I was like, for a long time, I thought, man, I'd like to move to New Zealand. It's kind of like, it's kind of like about the same size as California. You know, it's like I could dig that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, a lot less people though.
A lot less people, right? You know, bitchin' beaches, you know, mountains, the whole thing, man. It sounds pretty cool, man, right? But after watching
it's a
her, man,
beautiful, beautiful country to travel around.
no doubt, man. My
I
buddies.
almost moved there in the 90s with a friend of mine, but she changed her mind. I changed my mind.
There you go. Shit happens.
She was going to teach at University of Christchurch or something like that.
Oh yeah, I'm in down there.
So
yeah, she was a political
anyway.
science university professor, and she was going to go there, and she didn't want to go there alone. We weren't like boyfriend and girlfriend. I had a girlfriend. She was like quite a bit. She didn't want to go there alone, and you know, I was uncommitted to anything, so I was going to go with her. But then she changed her mind. And, changed her mind by killing herself. True story.
Damn, dude. Fuck. That's wicked.
But allegedly, so there's a newspaper article about it, but she used to always say, rumors of my death are highly exaggerated. That was like something she said all the time. So she might have just like faked her own death and assumed another identity, which it wouldn't surprise me. She was that kind of person.
That's been known to happen. I knew a few people that had changed their identity for sure, man. I knew a couple, and it's like it's possible. That's for sure. But Chungi, man, what brings you back to this wonderful place to talk about Earth? What the hell?
Oh yeah, no, I quite like the community. Everybody's always has some good points. Yeah. Anything I ever think of, you know, whenever you've got a discrepancy about something, someone can always explain it to you.
I love it. That's a great place to be, man, is to be in that point of questioning and understanding at the same time. It's like, okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, it's common sense and it's logical sense. It's like,
yeah, but it's not the common sense they try to teach you, is it?
Well, not what we are about in here, man, is logical sense, and that's what we kind of focus in on. You know, what they call the empirical evidence. And if you got empirical evidence, man, we're all down with that, man. We're down. But if you come up with, you know, I got a calculation here or there, you know, okay. That's not empirical, dude. I need something that we can all go check out. We can all go check out Earth because we live on Earth. Duh. You got something else that can tell me that I'm shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? What do you got? You got something for me? Come on, Joey. You got something. Give me it. And they just keep coming up short every day, man. For 8 years now, they've been coming up short on their empirical evidence that we're on a shooting ball through outer space and at millions of miles an hour. I mean, really? That's kind of funny at this point, man. To me. It's kind of funny. But welcome back. What have you learned along the journey here?
You know, it's been a while, but I do remember one interesting stream that I tuned into a couple years back about. They were talking about how boats go over the horizon, and that's one of, you know, the main pieces of evidence toward the globe Earth, and they disproved that. That was quite an interesting one.
Well, we had a guy come in here today. Literally, today. that was his evidence for the globe. He brought in the boats going over the horizon. And I don't know if you remember Jin from Japan. Jin from Japan.
No, I don't.
He's in Japan. He's English, actually. He speaks both Japanese and English. But he teaches Japanese people English. That's his job. But yeah, he was in here today, and he had a guy come in here and said, "Dude, man, boats go over the curve." And he did a really nice explanation of what we call angular resolution. That's what our eyes see. I mean, if you take a hair off your head and you put it right in front of your eye, you can see it. But if you put it 300 feet away from you, you can't see that shit, man. There's no way. It's impossible. You're not going to see it, man. You're not going to see that hair off your head at 300 feet away from you. You're not going to see it. Your eye cannot discern that. Now, if you had a really super high powered telescope, yeah, you could probably discern that shit. Yeah. And that was the whole point of his argument. It was things go smaller in the they appear smaller in the distance. They don't go actually smaller. They just appear smaller because they're getting farther away from you, and the angular resolution shrinks down to a vanishing point, and as sooner or later it's going to vanish. But now, if you got some super high powered telescope, man, you can zoom back in on that shit. And there it is, man. There it is.
Yeah, no. Even the Greeks used to think that the Earth was a sphere just because ships disappeared over horizon.
Isn't that crazy? It's crazy, man. It's a crazy thing. And yeah, I think Jen did a great job of explaining it today to this young fella. And we can all experience this for ourselves, man. If you take a brick, take it 2 miles away, you're not going to see the brick, dude. Or a car. You might not even see a car 2 miles away. I mean, we don't have that great a vision, but we got some optics.
Yeah. What do you think about eclipses and?
Well, I've experienced many lunar eclipses, and I've experienced one solar eclipse, man, in my life. And I think it's fascinating that something can cruise in front of the sun and block out the light for 2 minutes. That's it, man. It's not like it blocks it out for days or something. It's a couple minutes. It's a fascinating phenomenon. I love that the sun comes up.
How does it work in eclipse?
Well,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
I want to ask you a question. Do you think the globe Earth model predicts eclipses? That you can use it to predict when an eclipse will happen?
I don't know I don't honestly know how they predict when they'll happen. Is it to do less with the globe Earth model and more with how the moon moves? Or I honestly don't know anything about them. So I'm wondering, what.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you actually use the heliocentric model to predict eclipse times, it doesn't work. So eclipse times are predicted using something called the Saros cycle. In that cycle, the eclipses happen at a recurring time. So they just recur. So they watch the pattern. When does eclipse happen? They watch the pattern, and they figure it out mathematically. There's something called an eclipse year, which is every 437 days, if I remember right. So there's two, and plus, so they take 3 cycles. And when those 3 cycles coincide on a day, that's when an eclipse will happen. So one is some lunar cycle, one is what they call an eclipse cycle, And then there's another one which I can't remember off the top of my head. But these were developed in like something like 2000 BC, before the heliocentric model existed. And if you Google how does NASA predict eclipses, they use the Saros cycle. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses. So eclipses themselves, so this is the hard part with eclipses. People are so conditioned about eclipses that something goes in front of the sun, something goes in front of the moon. But if I asked you, have you seen a solar eclipse? And if you have, did you see the moon go in front of the sun? Almost everybody says yes. No. But nobody has ever, in the history of man, has ever seen the moon go in front of the sun. Not once, not ever. Because eclipses, solar eclipses, only happen during a new moon. And you can't see the moon during a new moon, right? So nobody's ever seen the moon actually go in front of the sun. They imagine that's what's happening, but they've never actually seen that happen.
Not with
my position is.
So are you saying that it's not the moon going in front of the sun? It's something else.
Well, I mean, there's videos of like, something else. Is the moon going in front of the sun, or is the sun going behind something else, or is they're called there's these things called eclipse nodes, and it's where the moon's path and the sun's path intersect at a point.
Right.
And whether that's the moon or something else, or just like I don't know what you would call it. So there was other theories called like a Laplace dark body, which is like an 18th century theory of that there's other bodies in the sky other than the moon. And some of these have been filmed because there's some eclipses which are like physically impossible. So I'll give you an example. There's a Selenelian eclipse. It's called the impossible eclipse because it's supposed to be impossible. Now this eclipse happens, it's a lunar eclipse. The sun and the moon are over your head above the horizon, but the shadow of the earth is supposed to be cast on the moon. But the shadow is coming from the top of the moon down towards the earth. So that doesn't like think about it. Like it's hard to even conceive of it, even though these have been filmed. It's not like I'm making it up. These have been filmed. So think about it. You're standing on a ball.
Yeah, no.
The light source is over your head. The moon is over your head. And the thing that's supposed to be casting the shadow that's under your feet, you see its shadow coming from the top of the object, coming down towards the object you're standing on. That doesn't geometrically work out. And then there's other eclipses which shouldn't be happen. You should never see. Any eclipse at sunrise, any eclipse like when you see the sun. There was one in Australia, as a matter of fact, I think in 2012, the solar eclipse where the sun was rising and the moon was supposed to be, according to the heliocentric model, the moon is rising at the same time. So it's a solar eclipse at dawn. Well, if you do the geometry, that's impossible because the moon is supposed to be 400 times closer than the sun. So that line of looking at the moon can't possibly intersect where the sun is because the sun is 400 times farther away. One can't possibly block the other. Think about it like this. If you were like standing on the sidewalk, right? And I took an object and I set it 10 feet in front of you. And then I took another object and I set it 400 feet from that one behind it. You can't line those objects up in your vision. Right? The only way you could line those objects up in your vision is if they were like overhead, right? Is if you got all the way down to the ground and got parallel and you made all those objects like parallel to each other. But if you're on top of a ball, right, and looking at the horizon, that means it's at the edge of the ball. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like you're not It would only look this way if you're at the center. It's hard to describe. There's like videos drawing it all out and stuff, drawing out the geometry of how it's impossible. They actually did it like a scale model representation where they actually took a scale model of the moon, took a scale model of the sun, took some string, measured the distances, and tried to get them to line up, and they just can't. It doesn't line up. So these are just like a couple examples. Then there's like the Great American Eclipse, which is like the 2017 eclipse. There's a couple Indonesian engineers that made like a physical scale model of that, right? And what their results of their scale model that they made with rotations and orbits, they did it all exactly the way they say it's supposed to happen in the heliocentric model, and it doesn't match what was actually observed in reality, right? The eclipse in their model.
Sorry, what's the heliocentric model?
Yeah, in the heliocentric model. So the eclipse in their model took 4 hours, but in reality, the eclipse in North America lasted 6 hours. So there's a problem there because the time, and they made a physical model. They didn't make like a mathematical. They didn't use math. They actually made the actual physical model where the sphere and like the balls they used were the right relative sizes and the right relative distances, all to scale.
Is there like a video somewhere about this?
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, so look in live stream voice text. Are you familiar with that chat? Have you been here before, by the way?
Years ago.
Yeah, I have. Like, what was it? 2020?
Oh, wow. Okay, man. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah. But is it? I've only got live stream voice text 2 on mine. I haven't got any of my verifications or anything anymore because I left. So.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you a. You should be able to see the live stream now. The live stream voice text should be right above.
Oh yeah, there we go. Now I've got it. Yeah, okay. I might have to go and watch a couple videos.
So let me. I'm gonna post some stuff on the Selenian eclipse. So this is like a diagram. This is from like a paper done by like 2 British or Canadian academics, which talk about this Selenian eclipse, how it's supposed to be impossible. It says, it should be impossible to see both the sun and moon at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found, right? So their explanation was atmospheric refraction is bending the light. But the Selenian they're talking about is where the shadow is on the bottom of the moon. Now that would be possible. But for the shadow to be on the top half of the moon, is the one that's impossible. So I'll post an image of that in the video that the image is taken from that showed it happening. So cool.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll have a look at those videos you've sent, and I'll come back after I've.
And like this is the video of this Selenian eclipse, and like it's so funny because if you listen, this guy's obviously a Glober, right? He's trying to describe what he's seeing, and he can't because it doesn't make sense to him. And it's just really funny listening to him just try to like what the like you see his hands are up. He's like trying to like show with his hands to the camera like what's happening, and he can't because he can't make sense of what he's seeing, but he's convinced in his head, right, that the Earth is blocking the light to the sunlight to the moon, but like it's not possible from what he sees.
All right, I'm gonna go do a bit of research, and I'll get back to you.
All right, thanks for take your time.
Hey, yeah, thanks for dropping in. Check it out. Don't believe us. Definitely check it out for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, and all this stuff was just derivative. Well, she left anyway. Probably went to cry herself to sleep.
That guy's mental gymnastics is funny to watch.
Oh yeah, that video. Yeah. The light's going underneath the Earth, man.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
And because the moon's going backwards, yeah.
Poor guy.
Well, it just shows you like how brainwashed people are, man. That's what it does to me. Like that they can't even describe reality anymore because the concept of the globe is so locked into their head that even when they see something that completely contradicts that concept, they don't abandon the concept, they abandon reality. Which is the reason why I'm here. Because, you know, people have gotten too far away from reality. We need to roll it back, dude. And it's going to get worse. We don't need a bunch of delusional people running around. It's bad for business.
Hey,
you know how many people are going to think they're actually having a conversation with a entity that understands them when they type nonsense into ChatGPT, and they think they're going to be having they'll think they're actually having a conversation. It's not a conversation. The thing can't think, doesn't understand what you're saying at all.
No,
it's not cognitive. It's basically a complicated parrot device. Right? It takes all the text that was fed into it and just averages out what a normal, like previous questions that is found out there on the internet and basically parrots that as best it can. Sometimes it does it good, sometimes it does it bad. Probably depends on whether someone, like somewhere on the internet, someone asked the question you already asked. Right? If you say, how do you cook sushi? Thousands of people have asked that on the internet. It's no problem for it to find the answer to how to cook sushi.
Well, that's the thing. You don't cook it.
But people will think there's some entity that's thinking that's telling them how to cook sushi.
I love sushi. I don't know about you guys. Yeah, I don't know if I love it, but I mean, I enjoy it.
Never had sushi.
Yeah, it's an interesting delicatessen, and it's.
I mean, I would eat it. I don't have a problem with eating it. I'm not like squeamish.
I'll tell you, man. I mean, it's certainly
it's an acquired.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating to eat raw fish. I usually stick with the bluefin tuna or salmon. I like the salmon.
The thing about sushi is that I would only eat it at like a high-end restaurant, dude. I'm not going to.
Dude, I mean,
I'm not eating gas station sushi. I'm sorry.
You don't eat. You don't eat sushi at the supermarket. No. You got to go to like right where they cut it, right where they are slicing.
That's what I mean. Someplace high-end where it's
you're gonna pay like. If you and I'll tell you what. If you and your girl go out and have sushi right now today's market, you're gonna drop $100.
Ouch! Yeah, I won't be eating sushi anytime soon.
Yeah, it's $100 bill. If you guys have stay there for maybe an hour and a half.
I'd learn how to make sushi before I did that.
It ain't cheap, man. It ain't fucking cheap, man. I'll tell you that. And today's market, I mean, it used to be like $50. Now it's $100. Yeah, things have doubled. I don't know if you guys have noticed inflation. Maybe not. I don't know, man. I mean, I have. Inflation is.
I'm in denial and just pretending it's not happening. Like like if something's eating you in the dark and you just like pretend it's not happening, then it's not happening.
Well, yeah, it's a sucky situation, man. I mean, we're all dealing with it. I mean, we're all paying much more for our gasoline or electric, food, eggs. Everything's gone, double in price.
The food price here was going crazy. It's still high, but it's not. It stopped going up, and like the price of some things, like the things I buy, have come down.
Yeah. I
Like
seen
the
that.
price of chicken, beef, like meat was way up there, man. But all
Way
that stuff kind of came back down to earth. So it's like, so it
Yeah.
isn't too bad now.
I think it's.
I mean, it's still high. Like I shouldn't say it's not too bad now. Yeah, it's still high, but it's not as bad as it was.
Yeah, I'm.
Milk
remember
and like $9 for eggs and like all that bullshit. Like what's
Yeah,
that?
$9 for eggs, dude. I bought like was it 15 eggs for $10? Yeah, I was like, whoa, that's a little steep. There,
Yo,
Cap.
legit, man. I was watching videos of like people going through supermarkets in Russia.
Yeah,
the eggs were like $1 for 10. I know it's not a dozen,
but still,
but $1 for 10, man. 10 cents an egg.
10
cents. And I'm like, we're paying $8 because we sanctioned Russia. That backfired.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. So yeah, we're heading into some interesting times. But hey, haven't we been heading into interesting times for like 3 years now? I mean,
feels like my whole life, man.
but it
It's
does
just
feel like my
this.
whole life too, man. Like, oh shit, man, these cucks are coming.
Dude, my
These
life
cucks-
feels like I've like, as far as not my personal life. Well, I mean that's pretty messed up, but
right.
But like society at large, I feel like it's just like we're falling down a flight of stairs and we can't stop ourselves from continuing falling. Right.
Well,
so think of like a staircase that's like it's instead of it going up one floor, it goes up like it's a continuous staircase that goes up 5 floors. And like when I was born, we started falling down the staircase, and we're not even at the bottom yet. Like, you know, we're bouncing, hitting every freaking corner. We're all bruised, we're beat up, we got scrapes, we got scratches, and no one's even trying to stop the fall.
Here's
people
my
trying to speed us up so that when we hit the bottom, we freaking break our necks and die, and we just don't like.
Since it's Sunday, man, I'll speculate a little bit here, but my interpretation of the fall of mankind has been through a mass media conglomerate, through music, video, television. But if you look back, man, in history, in the 40s and 50s, you had Elvis, Sinatra, and these guys were pretty tame, man. But dude, they wanted to string the fuck out of Elvis for shaking his hips, dude. I mean, they wanted to fucking string this motherfucker out. Like, that guy's the devil. He's the worst ever thing. But I mean, compare Elvis to like, fucking Miley Cyrus or something. Yeah. I mean, there's no comparison.
He's like riding a giant dick on stage.
Right. She's fucking a big giant dick on stage, I'm like, when is it to the point where they're just going to be fucking on stage? And that's cool, it's going to get to that
fucking
point.
ain't enough, man. It has to be degenerate. See, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's got to be. But they always...
Sex is beautiful. They can't do that. It has to be like degenerate sex with like 20 people and like a fucking circus midget. It can't be normal.
That's it. There you go. You got it. You nailed it. Yeah, man. But it's just exponentially gotten worse. I mean, you look at all through, the 70s, 60s, 80s.
Remember when they couldn't show a man and a woman in bed at one time?
They couldn't in the 40s, man. They couldn't do that, man. No. You can't show I Love Lucy with Ricky Ricardo, man. Come on. I mean, that.
I just saw they got like a TV show. It's like it's about like extraordinary families or something's name it. So this extraordinary family is a woman that used to be a pastor, divorced her husband. Now she's got a fucking OnlyFans. She's doing fucking porn, right? And it's about her and her kids because, of course the courts gave their kids to her freaking slut mom.
Right.
Dude, it's just like disgusting. Like, what the like, why are you glorifying this freaking skank? Like, we should be throwing tomatoes at her or rocks or whatever we should be doing.
Rocks would be good. I'll go with the rocks.
Yeah, I'm going with the rocks too.
But
shout out Shekel.
I don't know. I think if you look through it, man, it's exponentially gotten to more degenerate, as you would put it, to the point of like, oh my goodness, man, we are in a completely degenerate society, man. Completely, 100%. And it's just wicked, man. It's a wicked place to be, man. I mean,
it's a modern day
there's no
Sodom and Gomorrah,
morals.
man. That's all it is. Modern day Sodom and Gomorrah.
There you go.
Just remember,
I mean,
when the fire and brimstone starts falling, man, don't look back. Just run.
Yeah, don't. Hey, we were calling this shit out for the last 10 years, man. Myself, I'm like, hey, man, something's wrong, man. You can't keep taking this shit down this train, man. Now we got like, trannies fucking teaching kids how to read. I'm like, what?
No, it's worse than that. They were teaching kids how to use lube. I'm not even joking about that. Like that's an actual thing.
That's why I'm laughing, man. I know you're not joking.
Yeah, you have to laugh because the alternative is to just go freaking insane.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna go out and cause them.
Well, not like that. I'm not saying freaking, go Columbine on shit. I'm just saying you can go insane without killing people. It's not required that you have to kill people to be insane.
Hey, you know what? I think the humor is a much better alternative, personally. I mean, it's like, hey, man, we got to make fun of this shit because if somebody doesn't, man, it's going to get really fucking wicked. But it's getting really wicked, man. I mean,
now remember, the court jester is the only person that could tell the king the truth.
Hey,
right?
Speaking of the king, man, we got a new king today.
Yeah, he's the king of Ukraine, man. You didn't hear that? He's not the king of England. He's the king of Ukraine.
What?
Yeah, hold on. Let me show you a picture. Dude, you can't. You're not gonna believe this. So it's from the coronation, man.
Yeah, it was today, man. I mean,
he got coronated the king of Ukraine. Look in the live stream voice text. He's the king of Ukraine.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
That's the image from the coronation from the video. It's a screenshot I took.
Hey, do you know how much this bitch costs, by the way?
Oh, I can only
today,
imagine.
man. I'm gonna give you a number, man. You're gonna like
1 billion. I'll start at 1 billion.
It's a little less than that. It's 120 million, man. American.
120 million. That's it. That was cheap.
120 million, man, for this cuck.
Dude, you ever seen Mine Sweet 16? I swear to God, they threw birthday parties for their kids that cost more than that. What a degenerate. See, that's when it ended, dude. That's when it was getting degenerate, but when MTV started making those shows.
Oh, yeah. That's
like
it.
Jackass, My Sweet 16, like all those just like.
I always thought it was interesting. I don't know if you knew this, Indio, but MTV channel was the number one watched television show of all time. And then they started cucking it up. They cucked it with like I said,
they ruined that shit,
whatever the fuck it was, man.
They stopped showing videos.
But why would the number one television station in the world fuck up their own shit, man? I never got that, man. I'm like, dude, there was more people watching.
Look what Fox just did with Tucker Carlson. Tell me why they did that.
Well, that's another cuck show, man, right? Yep.
He was like good dude. It was the number one show in America.
It's because somebody else controls the media. Somebody controls all of the media. And
you don't say.
If there's something that are getting people to, rethink their reality, man. We gotta fuck that up.
I can't believe there's gambling going on in here. Shocked, I tell you.
We gotta get rid of that shit. It's gotta. But yeah, I mean, MTV was the biggest television station in the world, man, for 10 years from like.
Dude, I know. I spent 10 years watching it. I remember when it went on the air, man. When I was like
I was there, man. The day it opened, man. I was at my friend's girlfriend's friend's house. Like, dude, there's this thing called MTV, and they only had like 7 videos.
Yeah, video killed the radio star, brother.
Yeah, and I Want My MTV by Dire Straits. You know, that was it.
Oh my god, they had that shit on loop, man. Now I'm like,
It was on a loop, man. It was like 24/7 Discord, man. I was like, shit, that shit's on loop.
we have more content than that.
Well, we do actually.
More.
But the conversations are.
Do we listen to news? What was it? What they show? Like, video killed the radio star. What was the other one? Thomas Dolby. She blinded me with science. That one.
Yep. Yeah, there was a couple of them, man.
Evo.
You know what?
Devo was freaking. Oh my god.
Devo.
Was it Evo or Devo? I can't remember.
Devo, and then did they have that Blondie song?
Dude, I'm gonna go look it up.
They had the Blondie song, right? Thought I was in love, and it was gas.
Dude, they only had like you said, like 10 videos, man. They just looped.
What was that one song that they had? It was like like a table scratching, like, and then it had like little mannequin feet running around.
I don't know, man.
I don't even know the name of it, but yeah.
I'm talking like early 80s. I'm talking like 81. I think they went on the air permanently. I was like in 3rd grade. Yeah, I was like
They
in
had
3rd grade.
all right. They had Pat Benatar, Rod Stewart.
Pat Benatar song. Which was that?
Well, they had Video Killed the Radio Star. They had Pat Benatar, You Better Run. Rod Stewart, She Won't Dance With Me. The Who, You Better Bet Your Life.
Yes, dude. The Who. Oh my god, man. They played that shit so many times.
Yeah, they played that shit 100 fucking
Do you know
million
how many times I've seen that video? I've probably seen that video more than I've seen my own dick, dude. Like
Pretenders.
The Pretenders, right.
The Brass Pocket. Brass in the Pocket. I love the Pretenders. I saw her one time, man, live. Amazing singer. REO Speedwagon. Take It on a Run. Get the fuck out of here. What a cock shit show. Styx. Rockin' the Paradise. Oh my goodness. April Wine, Rod Stewart Sailing, Iron Maiden. REO Speedwagon. Keep on Loving You. Oh,
and they started playing Foreigner. I know they were playing Foreigner in like 83.
Phil
when
Collins.
I was like in 4th grade.
Phil Collins.
No, so I was in 2nd grade when they went live. So like 3rd grade, 4th grade, they were playing. They're playing Foreigner, Bad Company.
I found the song.
Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
It's called Herbie Hancock and Rocket.
Rocket, yes, Rocket. Yeah, they came out in the 80s. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah.
Herbie Hancock. Boy.
Dude, that song I've heard hundreds of thousands of times. Because they had that shit on the radio too. So like, that was like,
stop dragging my heart around, bitches. Wow, interesting. A lot of Rod Stewart, man. A lot of REO Speedwagon. What a shit band that was, man. Goodness. Anyway.
Dude, MTV killed disco, so fucking they're great. So like, let's give MTV all the props. It killed disco. It ended disco.
They did kill disco, man. That was the end of disco. When MTV came out.
Remember Soul Train?
The Buggles, man. The Buggles. Video killed the radio star. The Buggles, man. Who knows that? Interesting. So yeah, this.
How about I Want Candy? Bow Wow Wow.
So
is that in there too?
Dude, man, this is the most popular television station of all time throughout history. And then they come up with, after all this stuff, the Who, Rod Stewart, David Bowie's, it was the Talking Heads. I mean, it was killing, man. There was more people watching that shit than all of human history. And they just destroyed it with what, My Cribs or something. Check out My Crib. Like, that was the beginning of what they call reality television, right?
The Real World.
The Real World. There you go. That was the beginning of the digital reality in people's minds, man. Like Real World. Real World is We Went to the Moon, and the Real World is MTV Real World. And it's just some bunch of people living in a house and hanging out, talking about space or whatever, cooking their poop or whatever they were fucking talking about, man.
To be honest, like, I didn't even like MTV that much. The only reason I know about all of it is because my brother was into it. So that shit was like always on. It was like a background noise.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always on. Yeah. I'll tell you, man, I get off school, I zip on home, man. It was the first thing I'd click on, man. Dude, what?
I know. Dude, that's so
That was it.
We sucked, dude. we suck.
We
You're brainwashed, bro.
Fuck, dude, we were brainwashed cocks, man. 100%, man. We were brainwashed cocks. And that's how the system works, though. But it took us a lot to break through that. I mean, it wasn't like
MTV was my parents.
Yeah, that was it, man. It was like, I'm just MTV it, bro, man. David Bowie, man.
Dude, they had control of the youth of the nation, man. Think about that for a second.
Yep.
Right? If they wanted to create a riot, right, they just cut it off for like 30 minutes after school ends. Right? So you get to watch one video, it cuts off, and then like, now what am I going to do? Let's go outside and rob somebody.
Well, I mean, it's no different than this cuck show with the King today or whatever. Look at that cuck show, man. I mean, fuck. I mean,
all hail the King of Ukraine.
What a cuck shit show, man. I hate that,
you
man.
think this was an accident, this color scheme? Or do you think it was on purpose?
Well,
we have someone named Tate. We have a victim.
We have a victim.
I'll mute him.
Yeah,
Hey, what's up, Tate? What's going on?
You handle it.
What did I just do? Who are you people? What's going on here?
You sound like you're upside down. Are you on a globe?
Oh yeah, I'm right by the opera house. Actually, getting dizzy.
Well, you might want to hold on a little tighter. Grab a brick wall or something.
Well, grab a Peter's projection map that shows Australia that's on the top, right? So then we'll feel dizzy.
But I haven't been on this for a bit. I met Dave Carlisle. You guys know Dave?
I know Dave Hinkle. Same guy?
Who's Dave Carlisle?
The guy, I thought it's the same guy that sponsors this Discord channel.
That's called Helio Skeptic.
If you're fishing,
maybe
you're fishing in the wrong pool, buddy.
Oh my goodness, Jen from Japan is in here. Oh my goodness,
did he get the wrong?
Carlisle? Never heard of him, man.
Never. He's fishing.
You gotta work on your social engineering game.
Well, no. I think he's got like a code name or whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyways, I've been on here months ago and nobody was on, but What's up?
Hey Tate, your voice sounds familiar, man. I think I've talked to you maybe once.
Nice one, Flat Up Kenny, dude.
Hey,
Possibly.
brother.
Yes. How you
My
doing?
brother from another mother, Jen from Japan.
I was thinking about you yesterday. I put, wonder where Kenny Dude is.
Right here,
There
man.
you are now. Yeah.
Holding it down, just like you, man.
Wicked.
The revolution
Well done.
continues, brother. The revolution continues.
Yes. You know what, Jay? Robert Kennedy Jr. said it the other day. We need a revolution. He did say how did he termize it? He said,
Did he say
a
that?
peaceful revolution. He said
Hey, let's,
that the other day. Yes.
We're gonna talk
Yeah.
with this new guy real quick, Jen. So we're trying to introduce Tate.
Yeah,
to
go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm
You
trying to
carry on.
figure out who the sponsor is so I can get some money.
Yeah.
Oh
So what server do you think you're in right now, Tate? By the way,
What's everybody think I'm in?
no. What server do you think you are in right now?
Discord channel started by Dave Carlisle for Flat Earth.
Oh,
Looks like
yeah.
it's really grown since I got involved. This is only a matter of months ago.
No, you're in
You're
the
in
wrong.
the wrong Discord, buddy.
This is the wrong Discord.
Well, how the hell did I get here?
No idea, but this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
The Lord has blessed you.
Yeah,
That's how you got here.
You've actually made a wrong turn in the right direction. This is probably the greatest and biggest Discord for flat earthers.
Well, shoot, I'm not really that familiar with Discord, so cool. Where are you guys?
Everywhere on this good earth. I'm in the United States. So is Indio. Flat Earth Professors.
I'm in Japan. Flat
We
Earth.
got one in Japan. We got T-Dub from Australia. We got Systems from Australia. Timbo's on Australia. All over, man.
Cool. What parts of Australia?
Oh, they're gonna have to tell you.
Mate.
I'm in the south.
You're in Melbourne, mate.
That's right.
Yeah, I heard you had a little shit show there last couple of years. My sister lived in Melbourne and brother-in-law. Yeah, they fled the city during the lockdowns when they they had the border like in between the states shut down there, and they wormed out of there and got to Canberra. So sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky. I got to work through. I would run my own business, so I was fine. We got through it. It's probably the busiest time I've ever had.
That's good.
Probably wasn't as bad as everyone makes it out to be.
As long as you keep your nose clean, don't get caught at those little checkpoints they set up in the neighborhoods. You're driving through random checkpoint. Everybody take a breathalyzer.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
Tate, it sounds like you're pretty much on the side of the flat earth. Is that correct? Or, I mean, am I getting mixed signals here?
Well, yeah, I don't know exactly what this world looks like, but I'm pretty confident it is flat. As far as I can tell, what lies beyond, not really sure. But
How long you been looking into this or researching flat earth?
so 2021 was the big eye opener, but I did do a lot. I got my pilot's license in 2011. I got an instrument rating after that, and did the 121 accredited course for flight school. And we just had a lot of stuff in there, and I was so embedded in the space at the time that I couldn't wrap my head around it. But everything we did was over a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. All the pre-flight planning we did never compensated for correlative effect, never compensated for any curve whatsoever. And the thing that really got me was this flight simulator, which was top of the line. It moved around and everything. You could zoom out on the world, and it was flat. And I just thought that's the weirdest thing because, this is so expensive and so authentic. It's just weird that the world is flat inside the simulator. And this goes on for, a long time. So it's just, I'm not a very fast learner, but after years of of this, finally, I just kind of, I got it eventually. Okay, all right, I'm getting it now. So, yeah, but 2021, that was when I finally came around.
Yeah, well, this server is a great place to start, like really researching like the topics and discussions and debates, and we have plenty of material at the very bottom of the Discord. And there's channels there that link you to like many links, many videos, plethora of information there for you to kind of peruse. And also there's we have a staff here that moderates this channel, because we're live streaming 24/7 every day. So we have a YouTube live stream channel that's always on, and if we're in this channel right now, we're talking on the live stream voice text. We're typing, not talking. We're talking on here, but we're typing in the live stream voice text, which is the main channel for everyone who's going to be in the voice channel. So yeah, we hold debates. Globers come in here. We have a great time. It's awesome. For the new people, for the ones who don't know about our forum, we have like a culture here. It's very different from the other flat earth servers where you might be on, where they're mainly just, I would consider them more fluff than they are like, we consider ourselves, the majority of us anyways, empiricists. So we deal with information that can be testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. So if you've ever, dealt in a way that you can talk to somebody and say, how do you know what you know? Do you have a citation? Do you have a primary source? Do you have demonstrations, methods and so forth? And, we ask people these questions, and, we get to the crux of the issue versus meandering in like derivative topics, or, trying to find the best way to find a point for point discussion on like how rockets work in space or some other thing that doesn't pertain to the main issue of like the information of what we should be talking about. And that's directly measuring the curvature of the Earth. Is the Earth spinning on its axis? How can you have gas pressure without a container? These are the sorts of things that we really get to the matter of when we talk to these debate type people and really hold them to these questions. So I don't know if you're used to that, but that's what we do here. That's kind of the culture. We don't like you're not going to find us. Well, it's Speculation Sunday, so you're going to catch us in a rare moment, but we don't often like during the week, have speculations like all the time. So we're not always talking about like Antarctica or like the dome or just some other things, like we focus on really getting people acclimated with understanding the basics of flat Earth. And that's, getting them used to the natural world around them without using any speculations, without, assumptions, what causes the tides, what is the moon, what is the sun? Like we don't get into that because it's all what people might just have in their mind as ideas, and it doesn't get us closer to the truth about what those things are when people start asking those questions. So like, I don't know, I'm going on, but what do you think about that, Tate?
Well, I think I pretty much passed that already, although I still think that's a good thing to do to get new people on board for the Flat Earth, sure. But my entire family is a Flat Earth family, and that started in the last couple of years. I was later to catch on. So some years ago, my father kind of started this off, and anyways, so now my father, mother, grandparents, aunts, uncles, sisters, all the whole family's on the Flat Earth bandwagon now, which is that's pretty cool. My wife too, that's probably the most important thing.
Welcome to the Flat Earth. Welcome to the Flat Earth, buddy. Welcome. Very good.
Yep, this could be your home away from home, and also it's a family affair. So give them all the link to this place, and they can all have an account here, and they can all come in here as well. We often meet the, I guess, prolific flat earthers that come in here. So like you might know Witsit, Gets It, you might know Mark Sargent, you might know all those guys. They come through here Conspiracy Music Guru comes through here. He's a member of this Discord.
No shit. Are you kidding me, Alex? That guy?
Yeah, Alex. Yep.
Really?
Yeah, he sits in here, has chats with us. This is the place where he lets his hair down. You know, like he likes to come in here and just chat. And yep.
Wow, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, we are a premier Discord server. We're boasting about 27 to like close to 30,000 members, people that have joined, and so we have staff that's 24/7 always on here. You always have a moderator on here. You always have a person who knows what they're talking about. So like I said, this is like we handle like the bigger, I would say, like I consider this place like an academy. So
well, hit me with the theories. I would love to listen to fantasies about what's beyond Antarctica.
Oh, well, that's the thing. Like I was saying, we only handle that kind of stuff in Speculation Sunday, which we dub one day to kind of let everybody who's, wants to talk about speculations, we kind of corral them to like one day so that we don't have speculations going on throughout the week. Because throughout the week, we it's business as usual, which we're getting people acclimated with Flat Earth and the basics. So we do things accordingly so that we don't get all mishmashed in between. Like people don't know during the week if people are having speculations or not. You know what I mean? Because let's say like
seems like most people would log in to try and like connect with people that are, because what it seems like a lot of people are disagreeing with their boyfriend or father, their family. They're the black sheep. They don't fit in. Nobody else gets it, so they have to go seek an audience in their fellow brothers and sisters somewhere else, like here. Right?
Yeah, for sure. But we often we make sure that we have a standard so that people can enjoy themselves here. Meanwhile, we always on topic. So I have just a question because something came up and somebody was asking, what did you mean by like you're past all this stuff like that? Like are you past measurements or where? Like there was a question asked by somebody in the chat.
Past measurements? What do you mean past measurements?
I don't know. I guess you made a statement that you said you're past some of the stuff. Like it was previous conversation that we're having.
Oh, like the learning phase, the shock and awe, where you come to realization. Yeah, the whole
getting used
ritual of you deny it and then reject it, accept it, grievance stage. That whatever, that whole process that's already done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that actually took about a year. That was a solid year of just, going through that whole phase. Really, man, space was my life. That was why I lived and breathed Star Wars. My old man cave. I had a man cave in Billings, Montana, and the whole thing was decked out with Star Wars gear. Had Star Wars posters and like glass case Star Wars action figures, and oh man, it was cool.
No, but check it out, man. You can still do that. You can still do that stuff. I love Star Wars. Actually, I like The Mandalorian. I'm real big into that.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
I know what it is now because it's just fantasy, all of it. So it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, well, same, but it did for like a year. I couldn't watch any of that for like a year. It hurt. It hurt too much.
No, I'm gonna pass the torch to somebody else because I have to get going. Got some busy work to do tomorrow, but hang out with the folks in here, Tate. You'll enjoy yourself. Don't worry.
Hanging around.
Probably Timbo or Flat Earth Professor, you guys, or Gen CBR, either one. I'm gonna head out.
See ya
later, guys.
Nice one, Miggy. Yeah, you have a nice day, man. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
Well, that was a pretty warm welcome.
Yeah, well, you've come in really nice and smooth. You know what I mean? You're a pilot, and that's always been one of my number one arguments. That if you're in an aeroplane, you must follow that curvature. And I've never experienced that from the 1970s to the present day. I've never felt the plane following any curved trajectory. So you being a pilot, coming in with your news as to, you know, how everything was flat, and then the recent 19 pilots who have come out on a YouTube video stating that the Earth is flat. Well, that's really nice. No wonder you got a good welcome, sir.
Well, yeah, it's the weird thing, and you know, you can be a pilot, you can be a fighter jet pilot, and you can still think it's round though, just because of the, you know, I just never thought about that stuff.
Right.
You know, it's just pretty mind blowing to think that it could all be a lie. So it's too much to take.
Yeah, I think in 2021, a video came out called "Flatten the Curve." Okay, and it was a great title because, you know, the powers that shouldn't have been there with the lockdowns you were talking about, they said they were going to flatten the curve, didn't they? You know, and get everybody on with the being jabbed up. But anyway, that's enough of that. But you know what I'm saying. So when they put this video out called "Flatten the Curve 2021," I thought, yes. And in there, you had jet fighter pilots saying that they don't fly antipodal when they go around the Earth. They don't. It never happens, they said. You know?
No.
Fighter pilots.
Yeah, what the one thing that just really was mind-boggling for me is you can fly at any speed to any distance. So you can go from Billings, Montana to Moscow, Russia, 15,000 miles an hour. Doesn't matter. You don't have to pitch down at all. And I really beat this point because it just didn't make sense. Like, you got to pitch down. You have to pitch down. But it didn't matter. Not in flight school. It doesn't matter in the real world. So that's a little bit queer.
And it's very interesting you say that, because there are government agency documents that state that if you're going to fly an aircraft or fire a weapon of mass destruction, you know, a missile or whatever, a projectile, you need to consider Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Flat, stationary Earth. Flat Earth, in fact. And you're telling us that how you thought you'd have to pitch down. So clearly they're covering themselves by doing that, aren't they? You know, you'll find these documents in NASA. You'll find them in the KGB, CIA, flight instructor schools. You know, and it makes you wonder. I mean, why would you need to consider Earth flat and stationary if it's an oblate spheroid spinning? Surely that would be the thing you have to think about. That would be a confusion, a mind fuck, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, this is what I've been saying, you see, and you just said it just now. You said, well, I thought we'd have to pitch down. So obviously, putting that in the manuals, it means because people would try to pitch down, and that would cause an accident. For example, you might, like the Germans, you know, they considered the Earth's curvature and the rotation, and they missed the targets. You know what? They did that. They actually... Yeah, they packed it in the Earth's curvature, taking that into consideration, and the spin that the target would be about here. Boom, and they missed. Boom, and they missed. You know?
Well, by pitch down, you mean like that, but that naturally, it would be a natural consequence that after a certain amount of distance, you would have gained altitude, right?
For flying straight and level, yeah.
Right. If you're flying over a sphere straight and level,
you'll gain altitude, yeah.
And that's exactly what the jet fighter pilots and helicopter pilots, submariners, aircraft carrier naval personnel, they said, this is in the Flatten the Curve documentary, 2021, they said that if they subjected their instruments to a spherical ball Earth, it wouldn't work. So what you just said is what they've said, you know, that they would have gained altitude. The instruments would be registering wrong. You see what I mean, yeah?
To justify this, then, this is going to make me sound dumb, but at the time, the whole flat Earth, that was not even a possibility in my mind, not even a little bit. But I justified all this with gravity. Clete Knab, a professor, told me about gravity and how this, you act like you're flying over a flat plane because of gravity. And I didn't even really dive into that deep at all. I didn't really think about it. I just used that as a boom justification. Okay, that's why now it's fine. I don't have to think about it anymore because gravity.
That's exactly what I heard in 2015 and at the beginning of 2016 when we were looking into the jet fuel hoax. We were looking into this in the Hangouts with Flat Earth Dude, jet fuel hoax, and we were looking at how the pilots explain flying over a globe, and they said exactly what you just said. Gravity pulls the nose round. So as you're flying straight, the gravity's acting upon the aircraft and pulling the aircraft around the curve of the Earth. Exactly what they said.
And with the jet fuel hoax, what is your take on that? Because I've seen a bunch of this on Telegram and stuff. I used to fuel aircraft, and man, we did a lot of stuff in flight school. We even had to take a test where we each individually had to describe how a jet engine works in terms of temperature, pressure, velocity. Like, we really went in depth on this. So the whole jet fuel hoax, I'm just not sure. I mean, maybe this was all a big ruse and we should have got played for dummies, but how does that work? I know it's compressed air. That's what they're talking. The engine's it takes a few gallons to get it going, and then you're running it on compressed air. Is that right?
Well, that's exactly what they say. They put forward that, like, for the Airbus 380 or whatever, that massive monster of an aeroplane, double decker. Okay, the wings and the amount of fuel they reckon it was holding would be impossible, and they likened to like 30 double decker buses and 60 odd bloody Mustangs, Ford Mustangs on each wing. And you think, well, that doesn't make sense. It can't be right, can it? And then it's the rate of filling up. How long they spend filling up these things is too short a time to pump in that amount of fuel into the wings. These were the discrepancies, anomalies that we were trying to get through. And then the question came up is it that they're using the fuel just to start the aircraft up and get it onto the runway, and then it takes off? Once it gets to the allotted altitude, it's then running on compressed air. These are the things that are still in the air there. They haven't been finalized for me. The jury is still out as far as I'm concerned.
All right, so how about this? Like, okay, so gravity's keeping you constantly level, right? So that you don't notice this need to account for the curvature, right? But if you were to deliberately angle up, like, so pull up and go, at a specific angle of degrees tilted upwards, right? Wouldn't the as you gain distance and altitude at the same time, the distance between the aircraft and the ground would is it exponentially?
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
It would have to, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It
would start increasing and then doubling in height over a certain time. Like you'd go from 20,000 feet to 21, then to 23, then to 28. Like it. I get where you're going with that. I know you weren't asking me, but.
Yeah, I think the meme we have in the flat Earth community is that an aircraft traveling at 600 miles per hour would have to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes in order to keep with the curvature of the Earth and avoid gaining altitude. This is what the meme is saying.
Yeah. Well, it's just reminding me of my idea again that, like, where if you dug the hole, or it should technically work for a elevated ramp as well. So if you have a slope which is dead level, dead straight, right, and it's angled at like 30 degrees from the ground, and as it increases, like as you go further, right, the angle should change exponentially because of the curvature of the Earth. Right, between the ramp and level, right? So
He's saying if you use a level and then a protractor next to the level to get you 30 degrees, is that
right,
how you
so
do it? So you're
the
saying
angle
it would change in pitch?
the
Yeah.
angle would continuously change.
It would. If you were on a globe, it would. Yeah.
Right. That shouldn't be that difficult to to do, to show whether there's that change in angle or not, especially in an
No,
aircraft.
it's not at all. But you gotta introduce that thought first. Has anybody on this page ever done any exploring or know anybody that's gone to, anywhere actually? North Pole, South, not Pole, just south of the 60th, anything at all? Anybody?
No, you can't go there.
That's what I keep hearing, but I just don't accept that.
Well, you can go there on an expedition, I suppose. Like if there are jobs that get offered, but you can go on a cruise and go to that little point on the end near South America, bottom of South America.
Yeah.
I think they do a cruise from New Zealand maybe as well.
Yeah, that would be an organised tour. It's not cheap. It's an organised tour. Yeah, that's doable, but you're not going to be going anywhere near the ice wall, and you are not allowed to go anywhere you want. You are escorted and accosted wherever you go. You're under their control. You can't go anywhere out of bounds. You're limited. And you go to where the penguins are, really. That's the main place. You don't get to see that ice wall and the expanse. You won't be able to do that. Not only that, as for getting jobs, again, you still got to fill in all the required documents and that. Now, if you're really interested, I can post you a couple of videos. One is going to be called Antarctica. Sorry, we're closed, denied. So you won't be able to go there. And then another one's called Ice Wall. Okay? And you can watch that documentary. And it goes through the steps you have to take to go. Okay?
That, Antarctica's closed. I think that's one of the best videos I've watched.
Yeah. I've looked it up before, and you can see both sides where to say it's closed, and then you look at another website and it says, "Oh, it's all open. This is bullshit. Come on down." And I like to think that, you know what? Even when I do show up in my 77-foot aluminum hull boat that I don't have, that's just a dream. Okay, it was just an idea.
Where are you gonna?
They're not going to turn you around when you get there because, what are you going to do? Bump up against the wall? That's it, right?
But you're not going to get there anyway.
Yeah,
because where
I'm
are you?
Sure, you probably have to traverse 1,000 miles or more.
No, you won't even get there.
Ice.
So there's 3 points that you can leave, or 4 points you can leave from. You got the south of Australia, the south of New Zealand, South Africa, and South America. So you have to leave from a port. So when you leave a port, you have to give the port master directions of where you're heading. So they don't have to patrol the whole area. All they need to do is patrol the areas between at the bottom of these 4 points. So and then they'll go. The port master goes, "Oh, this guy's heading towards Antarctica." He has to notify. Say the Australian Navy. So they'll get wind that someone's on their way that way. They'll get you on the radar. They'll go and meet you, and they'll turn you around. It's as simple as that.
But I'd like to try it. I mean, I just think that's why exert the energy, because what are you actually going to do when you get there? Probably not much at all.
Well,
probably have to turn around and go back and get some supplies.
Yeah, well, how much fuel have you got? How much food have you got? You actually can't take fuel past a certain degree either. So, I actually did a weird kind of experiment. I put in an application with the Australian government. I got run around the bush, the Antarctic, on their website. They told me I had to get a environmental impact statement before I went. But in order to do that, I had to send someone to do an environmental impact statement on site, but that person who was going to do the environmental impact statement also needed an environmental impact statement to go there. We go, what? How do you get there? It's a joke.
Get a bunch of bureaucratic bullshit lined up on your, documents. Get a well-funded lawyer and have some paper jargon spit out at them, and then just go do it. And it's probably like the Truman Show. You show up there, and they say, "Well, wow, 1 out of 10 million. Congratulations." Here, maybe they'll give you directions in some MREs. Who knows?
Well, they make it impossible so that if anyone does have a fake permit, they're going to go, well, how'd you get this?
I've never even met anybody that's tried to do this. I keep trying to find people that have tried it. I've never even talked to anybody that's attempted this before this. So,
too far, man.
Who knows, man? Maybe it's not that hard. Okay. You go down there and they'll just say, oh, yeah, here, take a left. Steer heading 270. You're almost there, bud. Good job. Good for trying.
If we're going by measurements that we've been given, let's just think about this. So the bottom of Australia is at 40 degrees. So you've still got another. So what's that? I'm thinking. So you've still got another, like 8,000. Is that right? No, sorry. Another 4,000, 5,000, 4 or 5,000 k's to go when you leave Australia. It's probably more than that, actually, in kilometres. So talking about miles, probably 4,000.
It's a long way. It seems superfluous to blow you up at that point. Like they might even just help give you a little tow. Who knows? Right?
No, you're not even going to get that far. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
How far does your boat go? You know what I mean? How much?
Well, how much food can you haul? Because I just kind of want to do this with a piece of junk boat. Just like a...
And I don't know if you've ever
40 to 80 footer kind of a boat.
I don't know if you've ever travelled in the south before, but once you leave shore and head south, those waves, mate, you'll get 20 meter waves.
Yeah, it's shit and it's cold and yeah.
So you're gonna die 500 k's offshore. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's very likely. It's not unreasonable. But well, shit, what an adventure though. You're in Melbourne, right?
Yeah, and T-Wad, who was talking before, or T-Dub, who was talking before, he's in New South Wales.
Did you ever go to the Wolf and Hound Cafe?
The what?
Wolf and Hound Cafe.
Wolf and Hound Cafe. I don't know. It's a big city. Where is it?
How about the Melbourne?
The what?
Melvin with a V. Melvin Cafe, like a little coffee shop.
No, there's thousands, mate. I'd probably maybe in the wrong area.
Yeah, it's a big. My sister and brother-in-law owned a couple of cafes down there. They just sold them last year.
Oh, okay. They did an exodus, did they?
Oh yeah, as soon as everything got opened back up, they were like, "Let's get the hell out of here."
Where'd they move to?
America, fourth world country shithole. I tried to tell them. I said, "Don't." Ashley saying the same place you left. It's not the same. There's tents and shit. There's fucking homeless people, drugs. There's no cops. All the cops have been fired. Except if you go to some states, then it's a totalitarian police state, and you're gonna go to jail. So pick your poison. Either the Wild West or some communist Soviet bloc.
Yeah.
But any option sounded better than what the picture they painted for me on what happened in Melbourne and Canberra. It just sounded like, wow, this is awful. Their neighbor got fined like a shit ton of money for taking their trash out to the curb because they weren't wearing a mask. Like, whoa. And they said that they could get fined over $20,000 for one of their employees that caught COVID. And it didn't matter if it was at work or not. Just because they were employed by them, they could get fined over $20,000 per employee. So they're sweating balls the whole time. Like, if anybody just begging the employees, please do not get tested. Don't go. Please don't.
That's not true, man.
That's not true.
No, that's not true. I've got employees.
Well, that's what they said.
So no, none of that was true. So how are you going to find someone if someone catches a cold? You know what I mean?
No, the business owner. Like,
those rules didn't exist. I can tell you right now.
Yeah, well, that's what they were told. That's what they told me.
Yeah, no,
sounded like a nightmare all around. Like, it was horrible. They had like checkpoints and shit.
Checkpoints. Oh, I don't remember any checkpoints either.
In Melbourne?
Yeah.
Huh.
No, it was well documented because there were checkpoints in it. Families couldn't even get across to go and see their other family members and things like that was going on.
Yeah, they said they had a curfew too. Like the curfew, they had a curfew in their neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah, there was a curfew. Yeah, but there was there was a state border, and then you weren't supposed to travel further than 10 k's from your house if you're not working. But what you could do is get a worker's permit, and then you can travel. Because I travelled all over the city. I worked the whole time. Me and two of my guys. So
a worker's permit.
Yeah, you get a worker's permit, and it lets you travel outside the 10 k's, and then you go to work. Because I build things. So. I renovate homes and build houses. So.
I feel like I've heard that term before. I think he did the same thing too, because he was slinging screens, but turned those coffee shops into like makeshift grocery stores when people were having trouble going out. He was just selling stuff like wholesale out of those coffee shops, like milk and eggs. And
they were all doing that. Yeah. It was funny that because all the pubs were closed, they were selling like takeaway drinks. So all these people were getting together near the pubs. There's like a pub on every corner here. So they'd go to the pub, meet their friends there. They'd all get a takeaway, like beer or something, and you're allowed to exercise to leave the house. So they'd all start walking around the streets with these beers to go to the next pub, get another one. That's how they were getting around the drinking set, like with the pubs closed and catching up with your mates. I'd use it as exercise and then get takeaway drinks. It was hilarious.
Good old Melbourne. You ever see Newman College?
Newman?
With an N. Newman College. It's like a big Catholic church-looking building.
I don't know what area they're in, mate.
Newman College. It's like a big Catholic church, like kind of a centerpiece in the city, I think.
I'm not sure, man.
It's like a really Gothic-looking Catholic church.
What, a school or what?
Yeah, like it's a school. I actually don't even know what they do there. It's got a bunch of like dorm rooms, and there's a huge auditorium, and it's like a very massive complex, and it's really old looking.
Is that part of? Yeah, that's part of Melbourne Uni. Yeah,
it must be. I guess it's like
it is,
really downtown. It's by like
near a cemetery.
Yeah,
a big park. Yeah, it's
like
part of
right
Melbourne
smack
Uni.
dab downtown. There's like streets and trains, or not, whatever, little trolley bus things.
Yeah, trams. Yeah.
Yeah, those things, and it's all it's very congested down there.
Yeah, I'm about 5 k's out.
Okay, well, anyway, whatever. I stayed there for a little bit, did a little study abroad there back in the day.
It's a nice place. I love it here.
And my sister lived there at the time too. Whatever, been there a few times. Whatever. I have been for a few years though, but she made it sound like it was just horrible. The agony.
Yeah. I
Is
mean,
it all back to normal
Yeah,
now?
but it was though. But it was though, because I watched it. It was definitely horrible. It was like Germany back in the 1940s. The things that were going on in Australia. Some real horrible
like that,
things
man.
going on.
I don't know where.
No, what do you mean? Hang on. Even the main media was commenting on it. Because people were being slammed on the floor for not wearing a mask. Old lady of 70 got slammed. There was a point where they had.
That was
what happened. The men. Hang on. The men
in the protest
to support their women. Right after that shenanigan there. There was a show of strength, and what happened was this: the women were in front of the men, slagging off the security.
I know, mate. I was there.
Okay, and then the men were standing right there waiting for the security to start hitting the women, and they never did. And the women were right up to their faces. I'm sure they would have been spitting in their faces the way they were shouting. And I thought that was a brilliant show of strength. That was the only thing that I could say that was positive. But prior to that, it was mayhem.
I don't know. Look, man, it was strict, but I don't know what they were showing. Because there was only a few occasions where stuff like that happened. We had a huge protest in the city, and we got shot with rubber bullets and stuff like that. But it wasn't happening.
There you go.
It wasn't happening all the time, though.
No, we didn't say it was happening all the time, but it did happen. It did happen. Though, is the point we were raising, and it didn't look good. Yeah, and it didn't look good at all. Not only from independent media, even on the main media, they were showing this and broadcasting it. That's the word I'm looking for, broadcasting it and that. But independent media from individuals, it was really bad, right in the thick of it, regular. So it didn't look good for Australia. Australia had it the worst as far as everyone was concerned.
Yeah, we had the longest lockdowns ever out of anyone.
The most draconian measures. The worst in Germany. Australia was the worst, without a doubt.
I don't know, man. I never wore a mask, and I never got in trouble. So.
Well done, anyway. Well, well done for doing that. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Very glad to hear that.
Japan you didn't wear a mask down there?
No, I didn't do it.
Dude, are you okay? Well, I pride myself in the little mask wearing that I did in the States, and I was in Montana for most of that, the whole thing. And there's a big culture out there where you just don't wear masks. And since day one, me and my wife looked at each other and said, "This is a bunch of BS. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. You're not gonna breathe our own exhaust in all day." Anyways, but. Yeah, so that was just a big inconvenience for the corporations that kick you out, but by and large, it was fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Other than like a few times, man, I did bend the knee for airport, hospital, dentist office. That hurt, and I am losing sleep over it still. And the amount of times I actually did do the mask over the last, a 3-year stint was about. I don't know, 10 times maybe.
Yeah,
I think I can still count them on my two hands, but it sounded like that was impossible in Australia.
Yeah, I was lucky.
You couldn't do anything.
No, well, It wasn't the case.
Here in Japan, in that the Prime Minister Abe, Shinzo Abe, said he didn't have the law in place to mandate the wearing of masks, but if you could help us and cooperate with us, we can get through this. That's what he basically said, yeah. But you didn't have to wear one, and I never did, ever. I would never do it, even if it was mandatory. But we had it easy. Didn't have a lockdown. There were restaurant curfews, of course, but after a short while, the restaurants losing money, they decided to carry on opening because they couldn't afford to shut. It was costing them money. They were losing money. So that stopped. We could go fishing. You could do what you like, basically. There was none of this beating you on the head with the truncheons and issuing out fines, and That it was never policed, ever. You can go to any supermarket and do what you've got to do. So I was the odd one out there all the time, being black and not masked up every time, to the point where some people were trying to explain to me, do you know that there's a virus out there? Can you please put the mask on? I said, no, there isn't one. I don't need it. I understand it fully. Remember, when you see me, don't think what I don't know. Think, what do I know that you don't know? Aha! That's how it works here. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you for your concern, though. I was polite to them because they were very polite when they were telling me. But yeah, so we were lucky in Japan. It was a holiday camp compared to the rest of the world.
And you didn't put one on one single time at all.
Not once. Only when I ride my motorcycle, and I'm a motorcyclist for 45, 46 years or more now, and I've been wearing what's known as the Respro mask for 30 years. That's when I ride my motorbike. But other than that, for a thing that didn't exist, I didn't put no mask on, not once. Not once. I didn't even try it on to see what it looked like on. I didn't even do that. So no mask.
Well, shame on me. I thought I was doing pretty darn good. But man, the airplane, dude, the airport, I had to do it. A couple times. I just had to. And what a humiliating experience. Humiliating.
I know it. See, I would never have done it, and I probably would never have got on the plane. That's what would have happened there, because I could never do that. I cannot do something that I know is wrong, completely going against my life. I cannot do that. I will be a poor man. I'll end up robbing you bastards to stay alive. Rather than wear the mask.
It was cowardly. I shouldn't have done that. But I did it,
Most people, they banked on that. You see, they banked on that, though. They banked on that. That's what they knew. They knew people would have to give in, and that was wrong of them to do that. It was totally unconstitutional. It went against their rights, but that's what they did, But anyway, we've got to be careful on this topic matter, by the way, because we can get the server into disrepute. So let's move on from that and carry on with the Flat Earth pilots. I've posted 4 videos for you. 4 videos for your benefit, Tate. If you look, they start from the 34 minutes past the hour. Antarctica denied. Flat Earth. Flatten the curve. Okay, Jarl Anderhoid, the guy who got marched back from Antarctica. He made 3 attempts, this guy. You might find that interesting. And then the last one, Ice Wall, courtesy of Flat Earth Banjo. You'd see in that video, you'd see how they patrol an Australian ship, and some Australians were marched back because they were making their way to somewhere, but they were told to return. It's a good one. That bottom one, the last one's 30 minutes long. Very good, very, very eye-opener. So you might want to watch that. Okay.
I just want to go down there, man.
Yeah, so do I. Me too, mate.
I want to meet. Do you know anybody that's actively doing this? I'm always trying to find. I expect probably not, but.
Well, there was a black guy who went down there. He went down there of his own back, so he didn't go through any organised tour. He went down to South America, looked online, see how he could get on a ship and what the prices were. Then he went down to South America, to the tip, stayed in a hotel whilst he was looking for a vessel, found the vessel, got himself booked in. He got a really nice, luxurious place to stay on the vessel, right? And went to Antarctica, but it's not, like I said, it's not the ice wall. It's where the penguins are. You're not going anywhere near that ice wall. Okay, he did that, and I think he spent about, let's say, not much change from 30 let's have a look. No, maybe $15,000. Thereabouts. Okay? $15,000 to $20,000. And he did it. A black guy did it. But that was off his own back. Not really going through any organised tours.
Well, that's about what it would cost. I mean, that sounds like a pretty cheap price.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he really really did work it out, and got it all set. It was quite comfortable where he was. The ship was good. They had good meals on the ship, good party atmosphere on the way to Antarctica, to the place where they go, where the penguins are. Then they go onto little dinghy boats and get onto the ice. And then they do their little trekking and go meet the penguins, see some huts and that, and then get back on the ship.
I'd honestly love to do that, just to do it, but I doubt we'll ever actually waste time doing such a deed. This is what's it called? Suspicious Sundays, or the Theory Sunday? What's the catchy phrase?
Speculation Sunday.
Speculation Sunday. So, am I allowed to talk about some speculations now?
You go ahead. Yeah, please speculate.
You might be in the know about this. So, Kiribati, or Kiribati, pronounced Kiribati, whatever, the island, little tiny island chain in the South Pacific.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Dave Weiss, Flat Earth guy, he makes the Flat Earth clock app. That guy, he had like a little 2-minute YouTube video bit about this. There's been a handful of other people that have chattered about this. I kind of messed around with the website. It's a maritime website where you can see ships that leave Kiribati and they go through what looks like Antarctica, just a whiteout of ice. So, anyways, my whole question was basically, do you know anything about the whole Kiribati or Kiribati ships? Allegedly, there are these megalithic ships that show up to port. I mean, they're just way disproportionate to the island and the needs of the people on the island, and then they're going south, and then they just disappear. These are tales, all tales. So I'm just wondering if does this have any weight to it at all?
Yeah, could you link us to that video? Because that sounds quite interesting. I'd like to see that one.
The only videos I know, like, let's see, I've seen a bunch of stuff I've heard about this enough to like bring it up because I'm curious. But the one thing I can remember of seeing it was that whole, what I said earlier, Dave Wise, the Flat Earth clock guy, had like a 2-minute little bit about it. But there's a bunch of other people that have commentary. I don't think you'll find much more information than that. Dave Wise, Flat Earth Clock app guy, talked about it there. I guess that could get you started.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I'll look him up. Yeah, I do like Dave Wise, so yeah, I'll look him up. No problem. Excellent. Yeah, I thought you might have had the link handy. That's all. Never mind. I'll look it up. No problem.
Yeah, no, I don't even know how I got on this. I was trying to get a hold of Dave Carlisle. I don't even know how this happened. Somebody must have put a link in there, and I clicked on it. I was just looking for this small, much smaller Discord chat, which was like 100 people. And what did your buddy say earlier? This was like 30,000 people on this thing now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
This is a different channel.
So let's say you are able to go to Antarctica, the ice wall. What would you want to do there? What would you expect to find? What do you think?
Something that would blow my mind.
Yeah.
And, whatever that is, I'm sure it'll be worth it. Is it going to be something tragic and sad? Maybe. Is it, I don't know. But the adventure would be just probably the most exciting thing you could do in this life with the tools we have at hand. What a more thrilling.
I would agree. It would blow my mind just to see the ice wall, to see that much expanse of ice that the Creator has created would be blowing my mind already. Then actually getting onto the ice wall and then exploring it would be excellent. Now, what about these people who claim to have gone to the South Pole? You know, they make the claim. What do you think about those claims? What do you think about that? Al Munson, Scott.
I've seen the silly pictures in some like Vice documentary or something like that with the whole South Pole nonsense, and the Yahoo who claimed to like walk through Antarctica. But no, I'm not buying.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty indisputable that the South Pole does not exist as it's presented to us.
Yeah, exactly. And not having the 24-hour sun above the horizon for the 3 months is just speaking giant volumes there, isn't it? Eh? It's very noisy indeed.
Yeah, have you ever done any flat Earth experiments?
Well, for me, it's just simply the long-distance observations is what I've really come away with, really. And then, obviously, having sailed from first of all, from Nigeria to Southampton, a 2-week journey from Nigeria by ship, a cargo ship. This would be 1971. Returning to England, having flown by plane for the first time to Nigeria, and we were there for a year and a half. So I remember that flight like it was yesterday, and I remember the journey on the ship like yesterday. You see, okay. Now, that's a 2-week journey by ship on sea, and as a kid, I remember seeing the horizon all the time. We did stop off at places like the Canary Islands, but to a kid, you know, like 3 to 6 days of nothing but sea. That's like 6 years, because it's like the horizon was dead level, you know. Bearing in mind, at the time as a kid, I didn't register like, oh, we're not following the curvature. That wasn't on my mind at all. It was just that it was there, definitely a distinct straight line. Because a kid like me, I'm looking for land. Where's the land? We got 6 bloody. When are we going to get there? When are we going to get there? You know, that kind of mentality. That's why it's an unforgettable experience, and that happened to me twice. So we did the Nigeria to England, Southampton, and then a few years later, I went with my dad, me and my dad only, from Southampton back to Nigeria again for a business travel, 2 weeks. So it's poignant in my mind and engraved. That horizon was dead level. You can't forget it. So that's what I'm saying, is that I'm drawing from my experiences. I've experienced a lot that proves that I haven't experienced living on a globe at all. That would be the flights, sailing by boat, and then long distance observations whilst climbing mountains, jumping out of aeroplanes in the army. I've had a lot of experience. I'm 61 years of age. So I did a lot in my time, and all of this experience, none of it was on a ball earth. Okay? So I haven't done any experiments, but I've made observations. I've done a test on an aeroplane using a bubble app to check to see whether the aeroplane was really following a horizontal flight, or was it following curvature. I knew it was horizontal, but for the children, so let's put the bubble app on the smartphone. Okay, let's check it. And for the duration of the flight, the plane was dead level, as we already knew. So those are the things that I did. How about you? What did you do?
Flight school. That was my experiment. I don't think I could do a more live action, more realistic, flat earthy scientific degree than that. So
exactly.
Finished with a degree in aviation management, minor in business, with a private pilot license and an instrument rating. And all the while flying about 400 hours, because I flew after and before, and you know, this whole stint, which is still going. Like, I can still fly. It's still, my license is still valid and everything. Go rent a plane stuff. Avgas is a little bit steep these days, and I don't really care to do it right now. Yeah. Although,
now your explanation is right down my alley, because I often say that people on Earth are carrying a lot of data that they don't realize. Okay, they're carrying a lot, and that data is their experiences. for when you look into the flat earth and you're watching the material, the content, the videos, the one thing that is always there in front of your face is you've never experienced living on a ball. You just haven't. You've never
Yeah,
seen
no,
it.
and you'd think that you'd factor that into your pre-flight calculations, which you have to do before every flight. You got
There
to
you
factor
go.
in the wind and the weight, your passengers, everything. But never once did I ever put the curve in there, and that's just like a doy. You know, you got to do
Yeah.
that. And
Exactly.
oh man,
Yeah.
there's so much stuff that plays into. I just feel like such a dummy for not really catching it sooner.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That's exactly how I feel. I was priding myself. Yeah, I can live in the jungle. I'm right in with Mother Nature, right in there. But I missed all the clues to the flat earth. That is forever my embarrassment. That is forever my embarrassment. In fact, the title of the movie, Eyes Wide Shut, that's Jin CBR1. My eyes were wide shut. Stanley Kubrick's movie, you know?
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
Thought I was pretty fucking smart too. It makes it worse.
Yeah. In fact, as I'm clicking on the Mark Sargent video, after ignoring these videos for about 9 months, I'd have to say, ignoring these flat earth stuff, I said, well, let me, you know, it was Boxing Day of 2015. And I thought to myself, okay, let me click, because I'd done a lot of the research for the moon landings. And I got to the end, kind of like, there was no new material to look at. So I was twiddling my thumbs. The kids were playing upstairs, you know, Boxing Day and that. I thought, okay, let me click on one of these flat earth videos for a laugh. You know, how stupid are these people? And I'm laughing as I'm clicking, yeah? Literally, you know, laughing like that. Yeah, let me just see what they got. What could they possibly have for me? For me, who knows it all? And then within 3 minutes, I'd gone from laughing and, you know, my head up high to sitting in the chair, sinking in the chair, head down, not laughing, feeling very, very inadequate. My research, and I didn't pick up the lines from the research. Then my whole life experiences came flashing in a warp drive, and then I just said, it's fucking flat. It is flat. Fucking hell. It's flat. Fucking hell. And I'm pacing up and down here. That's how far they've lied. Fuck. Fucking hell. And I got back to the video. Started watching Mark Sargent's continuing. And yeah, everything he said made sense. I hadn't experienced the flat earth, the globe at all. And then it started getting a bit long-winded. I thought, hang on, let me check another video here. Let me just check. I can't believe what I'm listening here to, man. Checked another video, like ODD or Eric Dupay. Celebrate Truth, Generism. I watched 6 to 8 videos, 8 hours of videos. Yeah, it's flat. Then I went upstairs and told the kids. So yeah, man, that was my experience.
My kids are already flat earthers. How many kids do you have?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got 4 boys. They're all flat earthers. My wife's a flat earther as well. Only recently, and I must say recently, 6 days ago, she said, okay, I believe you. I said, no. It's not a belief. You don't believe me. You know I'm telling the truth because you know it's a flat earth, not because you believe me. Don't believe me. You should know. Do you know what I mean? That was only 4 days ago, yeah? So from 2015, when I told my family, my wife has always been on the outside. The kids were on board, but the wife was on the outside, not thinking it's important. And over the last 8 years, I've been putting it to her. Wherever we've gone, I've always talked about it on holiday, meal, when we go out for a meal, I'm always introducing it to people. My mother-in-law's rolling her eyes back. Here he goes again, you know, okay? And then we had a family reunion 6 days ago. Right, and when I was explaining it to my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law and my niece-in-law and that they've missed something, and I did try to introduce it to you. Do you remember 3 years ago? Did you look into it? No? So let's carry on. My wife said, okay. I believe you, she said. I said, no, you don't believe me. What you say is, you know I'm telling the truth. You understand because you know it's flat. Your experiences are of a flat stationary earth, not a ball. Yeah, you know that now. Yeah. So you don't believe me. You know for yourself. It's not a belief in me as such. You know, because that's what they tend to do. We tend to believe and not know. Stop believing, ladies and gentlemen. Start knowing, and then you're going to go a long way. So that's what happened to me, man. It was brilliant. It was
That's
brilliant.
awesome. That's good for you too. Like that's really good. So my wife got on this year, so it took a year for me to digest that, and then after I had fully gone through the gestation period, then it took my wife a year to go through it, and now 2023, we're both on the same page now.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, brilliant. For me, it was I've never divorced myself from nature. I've always been the outdoor guy. So you'd always find me outdoors, canoeing, camping, abseiling. It's all from the military. And when you get that introduced to that kind of lifestyle, you want to keep it going. So yeah, I'm an outdoor guy. Okay. So coming to the understanding that I've made an error was easy. Disappointment in myself, but it only took those 3 minutes to realize that I've been in error for 46 years. Yeah, and I can admit that. And then I said to myself, I'm never going to forget this day and this experience. So I engraved it into my soul. So I can describe it quite easily because I'm never going to. It's an embarrassment, of course. So what I'm actually giving out here is the embarrassment of becoming this flat earther when I should have known because of my experiences, and then the ridicule and the laughing of the content producers, calling them idiots for like 9 months. Not to their faces, because I didn't get to meet them, but the material was on the YouTube, and I was thinking, what idiots are putting this up? So all that, I never want to forget, because it's important to describe that to people so they know that you are telling the truth, because that's how they probably felt. But that's me, you know what I mean? So I didn't want to forget that at all. And then on my whiteboard, on that day, I put down, what is the shape of the earth and how do you know it? Students are coming back January 6th. I was ready. I was ready from that moment onwards. So when they came in and I asked them the question, they were confused. They thought Jin Sensei had lost it. Okay? From the Christmas period and the New Year, they're coming in, Jin Sensei, the earth's not a ball. What's he talking about? You know what I mean? They were confused. And then when I asked them to take their time and try to prove to me, tell me how you know, they realized they couldn't do it. And I said, don't you think that's strange that you can't prove it? You're believing in something you can't prove. Is that normal? Yes. And then eventually I got the flat earth maps and that. I got the aeroplanes. I said, all right, come on, show me how this plane flies on this earth. Show me. You've been on holiday? Okay, show me how the plane flies. And, they pick up the planes and they take off from the table. It's in the air. And they're going to go and land on another table. Go and land on that table over there. Go on, show me how the plane lands. And they showed us. Not one of them took a curved trajectory. I said, yeah, but why isn't it going like this? Why is the plane going straight? Is that possible? You see? So flying is such a good clue. In the end, they're calling me Jin Sensei. You're great, because they all became flat earthers. They all became flat earthers. And what really sealed the deal was because they were going on about gravity. Every single student, child and adult. And all the while, there's a helium balloon from my son's birthday present was on the ceiling. That balloon remained in this classroom before it died and run out of, and it hit the ground. A year and 3 months. It was in the classroom. Okay, it was on the ceiling for about 10 months, 11 months on the ceiling before it started to come down. Okay, so they're talking about gravity, and I asked them, okay, gravity, yeah. So let's say we're in this room and we removed gravity. What would happen? And every single person, adult as well as children, said we'd be floating around in the room. Floating around, is that right? So we'd be floating. I said, where did you get that idea from? Where did you get the idea that if there's no gravity, you're going to float? Where? You were told that, yeah? I said, yeah, but what about this helium balloon in the classroom? Look, can you see it? Why is that up there then, if this room's got gravity? And they just went dead quiet. Dead. And that's when they realized, yeah, the earth is not a ball. Gravity doesn't exist. Yeah, they're thanking me, shaking my hand. Adults as well. They realized they'd been in error. And I love that. Yeah. That's one of my great triumphs, as it were. When I say triumph, it's just getting them accustomed to the idea that they've been living the wrong life. You know, you've been believing in something that you never proved, okay? Because some of these students were defending it like they were defending their culture, their family, their honor. Do you understand? And these are like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, you know, strong, vehement defense. And I said, hold on a second. Who's older, me or you? Okay, so can you know more than me? You've only lived 10 years. 10 years. I'm living 50 or 53, 55 years. You can know more than me? You? No. Right. What about you? You're 15. Can you know more than me? Right. So none of you can know more than me. Okay. So slow down. You can't remember. You can't prove that globe. So why are you defending it like it's something you made? Did you make the globe? Did you make the earth? No. Right. Start again. Where's the evidence? Yeah. And then they calmed down. You know, they got triggered. The students got triggered. They defended even my own nephew in London, and he was like 8 years old. He was defending it like he was the creator of the earth. And I said, hang on a second, you know, you're shouting at me, right? I'm trying to inform you, and you're going, did you make the earth? Okay, can you prove the earth is a ball? You can't. Right. So calm down. Calm down, boy. Bloody hell, you're going on like you made the earth here. Okay, right. You can't prove it. Why can't you prove it? It's obvious, isn't it? It's because it's not there. As I said to him, it's not there, that's why. You've never experienced it in your 8 years that you've been alive. You've never seen the curvature. You've only seen pictures, but I've told you are CGI. Yeah. It was nice. It was nice going through all that with my nephew and my niece, and then the students that I come in contact with here in Japan. Adults as well as kids. Everybody succumbed to the truth. And I enjoyed watching that. I really did. Because, you know, they were defending it vehemently. And I said, hang on a second, did you create this earth here? And you haven't presented any evidence. You're shouting, but there's no evidence. You're not actually presenting the evidence here. Oh, okay, let's try again, yeah? Meanwhile, the balloon is still up. Yeah, can we also address this balloon problem, helium balloon that's in a room of gravity? How can that be? It was great. Bloody tremendous 5 years. I'm into it 8 years, but those first 5 years were like blinding. I actually got an opportunity to go to the to elementary schools, junior high schools, high schools to teach English, and I incorporated flat earth into that. And the means I used was, I'd been on holiday with my wife and the children, Hawaii, and I bought around 40 Hawaiian pens to give as souvenirs at first. And I did give one or two as souvenirs. And then a few years later, becoming a flat earther, realization, I thought, this would be good presents. I'm going to get them to draw the horizon. Because that's the only way I could really introduce it without going too deep into it. So, okay, everybody, I want you to draw a picture. The best pictures are going to get these souvenirs from Hawaii. Can you see that? Yeah. So draw your best picture of the horizon, yeah? You know, the people swimming in the sea, the ships and the sailboats, seagulls in the sky, the sun, yeah, the sea. Please draw that picture. And then I drew my one on the whiteboard, or in another classroom on the green board, okay? And they were laughing at my picture because my horizon was curved. I drew a curved horizon with the ship and everything beautifully done, okay? The teachers were laughing and the kids were laughing. I said, why are you laughing at me? What are you laughing at? And then they used the word chigao. Chigao. Jin Sensei, how do I chigao yo? That's wrong, Jin Sensei. That's wrong. That's not right. And they were talking about my curved horizon because every kid drew a leveled horizon. None of them drew a curved one. And then I pointed to the teacher's globe on her desk. I said, but we're living on a globe, aren't we? Are we not living on a globe? And then they just went boom, dead, quiet, heads tilted to one side, thinking. Yeah, you could see them working it out, trying to work it out. And then I said, you know what? I'm definitely wrong. So I rubbed my picture out. And that kind of like calmed everything down, and then noise resumed. But they had that thought there, didn't they? Fucking hell, what did Jin Sensei just say there? Because was his one wrong, really? It was good. So even the children know they don't live on a globe subconsciously, but they're being bombarded with globe when they're awake, in their consciousness. They're being bombarded left, right, and center. But subconsciously, when you get them to do this picture of a horizon, they don't draw a curved one. I did that, and they said I was wrong. Brilliant. So yeah, I had a fantastic time of it. Still am. Still enjoying it now. Yeah. Except for when
That's
people
awesome.
become... Go ahead. Sorry, I went on there.
Yeah, my kids are still pretty young and impressionable, so that was not difficult to get them to recite my chantings of flat Earth and whatnot. And that's kind of a negative way to portray it, but they, yeah, they're definitely going to be questioning all those preachers preach and all those teachers teach.
Yeah.
I've got a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a newborn. So my 3-year-old is like super duper smart. She's a girl. Oldest is a boy, and
brilliant.
They'll tell you the Earth is flat. That's what I mean. Like, so newborn, my youngest is a son, and so I've got 2 boys. He's not talking right now, but the older 2 are like a year apart, so they're really close in age.
Okay.
And yeah, they'll tell you the Earth is flat. And 9/11 was an inside job. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah. We've done some video bits before.
Wow. Well done. You know, I'm really happy for you on that. We're talking about 9/11 being an inside job. My car registration number plate is 911. I chose those numbers myself, never to forget. So don't only walk the walk, talk the talk. I drive the drive as well.
Oh, really? Yeah. On the 9/11 note, I was there. I went not on the day. We went as soon as the flights opened up, because they were like airlines were like shut down or booked out for like a month after the event. Immediately, boom. And we got there about 30 days after it happened, and it was crazy. And I was a young kid at the time, and but wow, what a crazy thing to experience. That was back in the day, man, when you used tokens for the subways in New York. I don't know if you were around back then, or probably same deal in Australia with the little round tokens you use for the subways or trains, little coins.
Right. Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, that was nuts, man. Seeing the buildings. Yeah. So it just looked like 2 giant, massive craters. Not craters, but mounds, like huge, giant hills. Just rubble, and the bulldozers on the hills look like little ants. Like, it was just a huge, massive pile of rubble. And today it looks so very, very different. Night and day different now.
Weren't you frightened? Weren't you worried or frightened at all?
Oh my goodness, yeah. There's people in the streets screaming and wailing and just chanting about different stuff. And again, I'm like younger. I'm a kid. I don't really understand what these people are saying, but I can just feel their emotions. So obviously there's a big commotion, and out of all that, I just developed a hatred for Muslims. And
that was my next question. Yeah, that was my next question.
Oh yeah, totally despised Islam, and defamed an entire race overnight. How unjust is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what a pity.
Here in Japan, I opened my students' eyes, adults as well as kids, because they were talking about Islam. It's a bad religion. Islamic people are bad. I said, hang on a second. Who dropped the bomb on Japan? Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Was that the Muslims? No. Who did that? I want to hear you tell me who did that. Okay. Are they good? Were they good to do that? No, they weren't. Aha. Okay. Now, what did the Muslims do to you? Did they blow up Japan? No. Did they come here and steal your money? No. Did they rape your people? No. Did they burn your buildings? No. Did they drop bombs? No. So why do you hate Muslims then? Oh, they did the 9/11. Because no, they did not. Where's your evidence for that? They did not one Muslim. And you know what? I said, I'm a Muslim. I was born under Muslim religion. They just changed instantly. He said, yeah, sorry, yeah, I didn't know. I goes, that's right. We didn't do that. We didn't drop a bomb on Japan. No Muslim has done anything wrong to you or your family. So don't go around saying you don't like Muslims. Muslims you've never met. You don't even know a Muslim to say you hate them. That's what I said to them. And to the kids, I said, Jin Sensei, what? Muslim dayo, Islam Jin dayo, Jin Sensei. I'm a Muslim, I'm a Muslim. And I said, really? Yeah. And then they realized that they were wrong to hate for no reason. I said, you know why you hate? Because you watched the news. The news told you that, didn't it? Yeah. Well, the news is lying. Okay? Okay? Jin Sensei's here telling you this. Right. So they learn. I had to teach them, I had to wake them up from that brainwashed state of mind they were in, hating on Muslims that they never even met. Because you haven't met one Muslim and you hate them already. That's bad. Yeah, and they really felt shamed. I shamed them, I had to. And then they woke up and I said, right, so now you can understand that the TV can be bad. It can give you the wrong information, okay? And you can end up hating people you've never met. Don't get me wrong, I was the same, I said. I didn't like the Japanese because I thought the Japanese were killing the whales and killing elephants for the tusks to make your hanko, it's called, right? Your seal, that's right, your ivory seals, okay? So I carried that negativity in my head when I came to Japan. And it wasn't until 2001, just before 9/11, that a student downloaded from her computer the history of whaling in Japan. And I learned my lesson. So I had some negativity myself from the TV. So I explained to them everything. So I give them a balance that I'm also making mistakes. So, I'm not infallible, basically, is what I was saying to them. And that's why we get on. It's important to gain their trust so that they can actually look into what you're teaching them. I said, you're not to believe me. You must look at the information, both information, and then you will know which one makes sense. You will know. It's easy. You will know. It's not me you're going to believe. You're going to understand the information and you're going to come to a concise conclusion. And then once you're there, no professor, no scientist, cosmologist, anyone can move you away from what you know. No one can. No one. That's how it is. So yeah, they hated the hate on the Muslims was that, because that was going to be my next question to you. Did you start hating Muslims? And you did, yeah.
Oh, despised them. Well, I mean, think about it. Though. I was a young, impressionable kid, and this horrendous attack happened. It was a really big deal. I didn't even know what the World Trade Centers were. The towers, the Twin Towers. What's that? I don't know what that is. But I watched it live on the news, and we went there to the scene of the destruction immediately after. And all these big changes happened. TSA came out, and there's all these cartoons and all this hate and all this talk about terrorists and how evil they are and all these scumbags, these villains. And then they came out with video games, man. So I was slaughtering these dirty heathens online and stuff. So yeah, totally. Was completely 100% programmed to terminate Islam, Muslims, the brownies, all of them. Hated them.
Ragheads. They call them ragheads as well.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's I can't. I understand how that happened, but just wow. Now looking at it, I even went in flight school. I took a drone course. It cost $30,000, and the end goal of this course was to go blow up Hajis in the sandbox. That was like the prize at the end of it. So one of the sponsors of the program, this is a big long story on how this all happened, but he was using the school for this totally unrelated thing, whatever. A year after he picked us up and funded the program, dumped the whole group, and yeah, it was whatever. Got the money back, but it was like, wow, we did all that stuff for for nothing. Anyways, it would have cost another $30,000 to do it somewhere else for not a guarantee of actually getting in as a contractor through the military. So whatever. Anyways, but just the whole mindset of like, wow, you're actually willing to do that and put the effort out for it over just broadcast over the television. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I must say though, in my personal position, it affected me greatly. Because I loved America in that Manhattan, New York. You know, as a kid, I always wanted to go there where they do Sesame Street. So as a kid, I always wanted to go there. You see, right? And when the Twin Towers were brought down, a piece of me was brought down. Okay, that's why my number plate is 911 because it did affect me. I do miss those Twin Towers. That skyline has gone forever in a horrible way. Yeah. If it was me and I had the money, I would have rebuilt those Twin Towers the exact same way, minus the asbestos. Okay. I wouldn't have let them get away with taking away that skyline because they were indestructible. The only way you could bring them down was with bombs, thermite, and nanothermite. That was the only way they could have come down under controlled demolition. Nothing. If you didn't do that, those buildings would be there today. They said they were the best buildings. They don't build them like that anymore. The most solidly, structurally sound buildings ever. In fact, Larry Silverstein has built his new tower in the exact same method, of course, minus the asbestos. So he's used the same building methods. You know, the irony of it all. Cheap.
Have you been there since?
What do you mean? Me? No, I haven't.
Have you been to Ground Zero, the memorial?
I've seen it on TV.
Oh, okay. They have this memorial there. They've got like a little waterfall that goes into a square underground to the pits of the towers. But going there, so I saw the destruction after the bombings and stuff, or whatever you think it was. I think everyone's in agreement now that it was just some incendiary wire that was attached to all the beams, the support beams for the building. Right? Is that what everyone thinks now? Right?
That's correct. Yeah. That's
okay.
Correct.
Yeah. So after that went off, whatever. Saw all that destruction. Building 7 too. What the fuck? Anyways, they secretly built that the new World Trade Center, just one, right?
Yeah.
It's a really big, impressive, magnificent looking building, but I didn't actually know that existed. I've been in New York a bunch of times since, but later, the first time I saw it was in my teens. So I went back to New York. I was like, what the hell? They built this thing just quietly? I didn't hear. How long has this been here? Are you kidding me? How quick did these guys build this? That's insane how fast they built this huge skyscraper. I mean, boom.
They used the same building. By the way, they used the same building methods as the previous North and South Towers. The exact building method, the same structure. But they didn't use asbestos, of course. Okay?
It doesn't look the same, though. It looks way different.
Yeah, it does look different, but the inner workings of it all and the way they got the floor space, to maximize floor space, they used the exact same core. The core system is the same. I know this because I've looked into it.
Oh, well, I guess. I mean, are all those buildings the same then?
The exterior obviously is different because of the shape, but the under infrastructure that supports those floors is the same as the Twin Towers prior.
You know, it's weird what I saw when I was younger there at Ground Zero. After the fact, there were plastic bags over buildings. Like, I mean, huge, giant tarps. Huge plasticky tarps over the faces of all the buildings around the towers. like all the glass or what had been damaged by shrapnel or extreme heat,
explosive force.
maybe.
Yeah.
So they had to replace all the windows and stuff of the buildings around the towers. I just thought that was weird seeing these giant bags over megalithic skyscrapers, you know? And there's plastic bags on everything too. There's plastic bags over tombstones and stuff. It's really odd that there's plastic on everything.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, because I didn't know that that they were built, tarpaulins around buildings. But obviously, it was necessary because they'd suffered injury, didn't they, from the event? Obviously.
Yeah, but why did they cover everything up? That's just weird. Strange.
Well, under repair, you don't want things falling onto the people on the ground, do you?
Yeah, but even to the tombstones though, they covered up tombstones with plastic. Why? Big buildings, tombstones, windows, shop fronts, everything was covered with plastic.
Yeah, I don't know about the tombstones. Must be some kind of chemical reaction in the air. Who knows? I mean, I can't answer that. But
That's
going back
weird,
to your pilot, going back to the pilot thing, yeah, you being a pilot, when you look, I used to play on the Sony PSP, right? It was called Let's Become a Pilot. And basically, you get the opportunity in this game to fly the Cessna and do stunts. You get to fly the Boeing 747. You get to fly the F-15, F-16s, jet fighter planes. But you know what I didn't realize, and I should have done if I was switched on? Everything was, even in that game, the horizon was dead level. Level horizon, and I didn't click.
Yeah, but they'll trick you because at the beginning of the game there will be a globe or something, so they'll get you in the mindset that you're on a ball before you actually start the sim or the game.
Yeah, I don't think we had that ball. I don't think that wasn't there, but you're at the airport basically, and then from there you're on your way getting into each level you got to pass. Okay, the thing is, it's all level though. There's just no curvature there, but you don't realise. You're in the cockpit looking out at a leveled horizon, and you've got to use your instruments, because your instruments are right there. The artificial horizon, the altitude meter, it's all there, man. The altimeter, yeah, it's brilliant. Brilliant game, really realistic. It's the real thing, real simulator. And the fact is, there's no curvature at all. Not a single degree.
Yeah, but a lot of these flight systems, the sims, the GPSs, the brands, the airline names, all the stuff with aircraft, it's very globy. So even though you're going to fly over a flat plane, when you use your Garmin, and all Simpleton aircraft have a Garmin GPS. They've got a Garmin 550, a Garmin 430. Garmin 430 was what we were rocking back in the day, which is what still is very relevant to this very day. Anyways, when you turn on the aircraft, you see this little green globe ball. Beep, 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 boop, boop. Everything's loaded. So it's just like programming you. Bam, you're on a ball. Here's the ball. Now here's a bunch of flat reality. But at the beginning, they hit you with that ball. It just kind of puts you in a daze,
Yeah, very clever, isn't it? Very clever program.
It's very slick. Oh, yeah. Good marketing. It worked. Worked for me.
Yeah. Very stealthy, isn't it? Yeah, very clever.
But the Garmin, I don't know if I'm really familiar with the Garmin GPS, Garmin 430. That's, yeah. Every time you turn it up, beep, beep, boop, 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 here's your little ball.
Yeah.
Your global positioning system. Come on, Delta Global Airline. Everything's all globy at the surface. Then you open it up and it's flat.
Yeah, well done, Tate. You coming into today's, you're filling in that big gap where aviation is concerned and how it's proving a flat Earth, and you're really filling it in nice. Anyone listening to this episode are going to go away thinking, yeah, next time I fly, I'm going to go and check because, wow, I didn't even realize, So well done, I just want to say something for the record. Yesterday, I was talking about teachers and how they were misinforming the students and the students should go around smashing the teachers in the mouth or giving them a slap. Well, old dude, a flat earther in the server yesterday, brought it to my attention that we shouldn't be slapping teachers and punching them, and he's absolutely correct. So, students, if the teachers are misinforming you, don't punch them in the mouth. Let's just hold them accountable for the mistakes that are given, because they're given a curriculum that they have to deliver to you and teach you. So they don't even realize that the curriculum is deceptive. So they're innocent in that as well. We have to assume that. So really, we don't want to be smashing teachers in the face. And big shout out to old dude for bringing that attention to me. When I actually said it, I realised I said something wrong, but I carried on anyway, and hopefully no one would say anything. But you can't get away with everything. And yeah, he's right. We don't want to be smashing teachers in the face. You know, they're innocent in all this. So I want to retract what I said yesterday. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. For the record, you've got to do that. When you make a mistake, you've got to honour that mistake, own it, and do the right thing. And I've done that now. For the record.
For the record.
Yep. Yeah. So I've done that for the record. Correct my mistake.
How many listeners do we have on here? Looks like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people?
Because we are supposed to promote flat Earth, not violence. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
But on this server, total, but 10 people on right now. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. Now, on this server in particular, it goes in waves. You'll have Globers on here, and they won't speak because they are feeling intimidated, perhaps inadequate in proving the Globe case because their arguments are weak and they can't prove it themselves. So they will sit there and just listen. And then there'll be other times where they'll be, vehemently defending the Globe like they were the correctors, but they haven't presented any evidence and they're ignoring the flaws in their arguments. That makes for a heated discussion. Sometimes they get banned, sometimes they get muted or go to cock this. But so there's a right mixture of atmosphere and emotions in this server. You see, it goes in waves like that, But they generally try to be nice and polite. But sometimes you meet up with people who are just being totally disingenuous. You can clearly see that there's flaws in their arguments, and you're breaking it down step by step, and you're walking them through to the point where they're supposed to say, yeah, you're right, and then they offer up some other argument. Instead of to concede and say, yeah, I didn't realise that, and I should look into this a bit more. I didn't know that. You're right here. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at that. They don't. They offer up another silly little story. Yeah, and I cannot stand that. The lack of integrity from these people sometimes is just unbelievable. The mental gymnastics they'll do. But yeah, in general, the Globers, when they come in with their arguments, very technical, and in this server, they dismantle them quite easily.
Well, I totally get that, though. I mean, I shattered a flat earther or two. A lot. I was a manager of a Mexican restaurant I'm not Mexican, by the way. This is Billings, Montana, okay?
Okay.
Beside the point. Anyways, flat earth chick at the restaurant completely humiliated her in front of everybody because how stupid are you? Flat earth, you dumb bitch. So, yeah, in front of everybody, just completely destroyed this poor girl. And, yeah, I have since apologized and made amends. But yeah, I mean, it's not a hard thing to do, but yeah, being able to defend it, and I feel pretty confident in defending this now. Obviously you do too, because just, simply facts are facts.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm only defending the facts. That's it. I'm not creating anything new. It's no wow moment. I'm just stating.
Yeah, you don't have to really defend the truth. The truth is, it can be naked. It's still the truth.
Exactly. It's still the truth. Exactly. Yeah. I had to apologise to a friend of mine because back in 1996, I was doing security at a wine bar security, okay, at the door. And this was a special party. It was like a birthday party thing, okay. And this guy, his name's Dave. There was two Daves in there, right? Dave and Dave, they were best friends. So one of the Daves comes up and goes, Gene, do you believe that man went to the moon and that? I said, yeah. And as soon as he asked me, I just said, yeah. Remember, 1996, I'm in London. The Earth is a spinning ball, yeah. Okay, I knew it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald that killed Kennedy, and I knew about slavery. That would be it. And the Earth is a globe. That would be my intellect. Okay, so I said, yeah, definitely. They went to the moon. What are you talking about? He says, well, how do you know? I said, well, I saw it on TV, man. That's what I said. Yeah, I said I used to run home from school to go and watch it on TV. That's how I even had the LEM and the Lunar Command module in the toy box, not opened, on my windowsill. That's how much I was into that thing. I said, I watched it on TV. Why? What's up? I'm asking him now, what's up? He said, well, my mother thinks they didn't go. Right? This is what he said, yeah. He said, my mother thinks they didn't go to the moon. So I then said, yeah, and? That was my response immediately, yeah, and? Now that and means, well, give me the information, What is it? What did she know? So I said, what does she know? He says, yeah, well, she thinks they didn't go, it's just her instinct. I said, your mother's fucking instinct? Get the fuck out of here. Look, I'm on the door here. You're fucking made up. I saw it on fucking TV. Now fuck off. Get over there, you cunt. That's what I said to him. I fucked him off. You're fucking with my head. Idiot. Right? 1996. Then we fast forward to 2001. Ginny's looking up the moon landing, because I've got a computer now. Now we're looking up the moon landings. They were a hoax. I'm instantly thinking about what I said to Dave. Fucking hell. My word. So it took me about 30 minutes to find his number, because his number had changed. He'd moved around. I'm in Japan. Okay, I'm in Japan now. I'd left London. I'm in Japan. Been in Japan 2 years, 1999, 2000, first son is born, 2001, moon landings as a hoax. Shit. Now I've got to find Dave to apologise. So I found him and apologised to him. Rang him up, I said, yeah, you were right about your mum saying that they didn't go to the moon. The problem was you didn't give me any information to get my teeth into. Just your mum knows that's not enough. But I know more about it than you do now, actually, as I said to him. So, yeah, sorry about that. Please accept my apology. I feel really bad that I counted you off like that, because as far as I'm concerned, I saw it on TV, you see, and you didn't give me any information. So I apologised to him. Yeah, 1996, someone was trying to tell me that the moon landings were a hoax, and I just got triggered. Wow. So, yeah, so many embarrassing moments. So many.
I met some of those astronauts. Schmidt and Walter Cunningham.
Yeah.
Personal one-on-one handshakes, little sit-down conversation.
Wow.
And I was so displaced at the time. I just was left with questions. They were super honest about stuff. They didn't say... They just got pissed off when we kept trying to talk about the moon. Because, fuck, that's why you're here. We want to hear about the moon. And that's just especially Walter, just did not want to talk about it at all. He's like, hey, that's just something I did. I did other things too. I have flown jet aircraft. I ride motorcycles. He just wanted to let us know I'm a badass. Okay? That's just something I did. Quit talking about it. And I was just so baffled. Like, what? I don't care about any of that other stuff. I want to hear about the moon. And they just didn't want to talk about it. And that just always rubbed me the wrong way.
You see?
But years later, now it's like, oh, well, duh. Now that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why, because you didn't go. Now I get it. Just like Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins at the press conference after they supposedly returned from the moon, yeah? Did you see how they looked? Every single one of them looked terrible.
Yeah, boo-hoo, yeah.
Yeah.
The funny thing for that meeting was my flight director who was a CIA operative, had just this huge rap sheet, just did all the things under the sun that you could think of. He was the one that told us about the whole 9/11 deception. Like the first person to bring that to my attention and about everybody in our class, which wasn't a big class, a pretty small class. These are just like rich white kids going to flight school. Anyways, that, and then plus a bunch of other just crazy off the wall things like giant underground tunnels. And he's telling us all these just things that were blowing our minds. And I think the crescendo was bringing these astronauts in that were like, I'm pretty sure this dude was just a Mason galore or whatever. He brought these astronauts to us, and I didn't get it. Was too much for me to take. I had already accepted everything else, but like the astronauts, I think it was too much for me. I didn't get it immediately after after that visitation.
Right. Yeah. Wow, man. Yeah, you know, when these revelations come to you, it's amazing one's reaction, because my reaction was, fuck off, you're lying, get out of here. You and your fucking mother, you know, fuck all. I'm laughing now because I was stupid, but fucking I couldn't believe my reaction. And it turns out that his mother and himself were right. They were trying to tell me something, but the delivery method wasn't, there was no information. You've got to give me the information so I can actually look through it. No information. None.
Yeah, well, this guy did it in a way where he wouldn't tell you, like, the answer. He would make you come to your own conclusion. So the way we did the whole 9/11 thing was through 2 weeks of flight crash investigation. We did an intensive course on investigating wrecks. Aircraft wrecks. And so some signature things are landing gear. They're indestructible. They're going to be like miles ahead of the actual wreck. They're going to fly. They're going to go so far. You can't break the landing gear. Other things in the aircraft.
The engines.
This was a study, okay?
Yeah,
and then he showed us pictures of the towers, the Pentagon, the flight that crashed into the ground. He's like, okay, now you guys are all experts at this time on crashes, aircraft wrecks. Every one of you I know is an expert in aircraft crashes.
You're right.
Tell me, what do you see here in these pictures? And we're like, wait a minute. We're looking at pictures from the fucking 9/11 aircraft wrecks. And he forced us to make that connection. Like that's something he couldn't just tell. He knew he couldn't just tell us this. He had to make us experts in aircraft wrecks and then show us this. This was over 2 weeks. And he kept doing stuff like that throughout our whole college experience. It was pretty cool, actually.
I mean, that's brilliant. That is. I mean, when you look at the Pentagon, Flight 77 was supposed to have slammed into that, right? No wings. The engines, according to Boeing and Pratt & Whitney, they are indestructible. So they might have suffered some cosmetic damage, but they're indestructible. Those engines would be there, you know, damaged, of course, slightly, but they'd be there. They're indestructible. No engines, no wings, no tail section, no uprights, tail upright. None of that was, nothing was found from the Flight 77 Boeing 757/200. Okay, that was the model, and there was none of these parts were found. And then the CIA, or was it the FBI, offered up this undercarriage, right, and some kind of like circular turbine thing. And someone from Rolls-Royce said that is not something we recognise as we manufacture, not from any of our models, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's good that you did that training, you know. Even the head man in the military, his name is Albert Stubblebine III, head of photographic accident analysis for the Navy, the Air Force, the Army. He's the #1 man, and he stated in the public domain, a plane did not make that hole. That hole is too small. What's going on? Those were his own words, quote unquote. And then later on in the interview, he said, I think it could have been a missile because he saw a turbine part that was in the hole. He said, he said, I can't prove it, but it looks like it could have been a turbine, but it was definitely not a plane, he said. Albert Stubblebine III, Major General Albert Stubblebine III, talking about the hole in the Pentagon, 16-foot hole or whatever it was, and saying it was not a plane. Definitely not a plane. What's going on is what he said.
No, we investigated that crash on the Pentagon, and it's a little effy. They cleaned up all the debris, which looked like just a bunch of trash. There was no plane wreck there at all. No plane hit the Pentagon. And they buried it all within a matter of hours after the event.
Yeah.
So, there was no plane there at all. Trust me, because Scott Wilson, that's the CIA guy name. Scott Wilson told us this, made us aircraft crash experts. That was not a wreck. Not even close. It's laughable.
It's laughable. Tiger Woods could have played golf on that green lawn now. That
seriously, no, that is a joke.
It was that
and all the what a ruse. But I just I don't want to keep putting the blame on myself, but wow, we had such an intensive course with this guy. And at the end, I feel like I failed because at the end, it was like the astronauts and here's the whole space fake thing. And I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I picked up on everything else, but that was it was too much. I couldn't take it. And you know what really blew me before the whole astronauts showed up? Because he told us that he had this high clearance through the CIA. He could get access to any and all information, so he was looking up stuff, and the first thing he went to was aliens. Wanted to learn everything about the aliens, and that was my alley. Yes. Tell me about the extraterrestrials, please. Oh, Lord, finally. And he totally burst my bubble, because he said, yep, there's no aliens. It's not real. It's all fake.
They're not real. Right.
Roswell, he went on in debt. We had a whole thing about Roswell. We had weeks about other things. No aliens. Nothing. No aliens at all. Completely ruined my life.
Yeah.
I never gave up hope, though.
I was not into the Roswell thing. From the age of 10, 12 onwards, I totally, aliens were never a thing. Right up until the present day. So from the early 1970s, I knew there were no aliens, and that was it. And I've never looked back on that one. Ever.
Yeah, well, he ruined that for me, and geez, that must have been 2012, I guess.
Yeah. Aliens were only in Star Trek. That was the only place aliens would be, in that space program with what's his name, Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner, Lieutenant Uhuru, and all that lot. That was good. I used to enjoy that, but no, I've never been into the aliens thing. That was never a thing for me. But yes, the 9/11 thing was definitely an eye-opener, they said that the plane hit the lampposts and knocked them down. When you look at the photograph, the lampposts looked too clean. There was no impact damage from the planes hitting them. Plus, they didn't look like they'd been rooted out of the ground. Okay, so there was not that. It was clean. They looked like they were lying down, ready to be installed, as opposed to being knocked down, and they were lying in the wrong direction. Because if the plane was heading towards the Pentagon, it makes sense that the lamppost would be falling towards the Pentagon, but they actually fell towards the plane coming towards it. So you could see that there was just a mismatch there. Immediately, I picked that up. Picked that up myself, that one. Just looked too clean. No impact from the wings. No mud and dirt and around the base where they've been uprooted. None of that. Nah, that was a lie there, straight off the bat. And then they took away all the film footage from the petrol station, the gasoline station across the road from the Pentagon. All cameras, all video footage was taken. Confiscated, yeah. So, it all started to make sense from that moment onwards.
Well, I missed the memo. It's too young. But, well, shoot. COVID. I think COVID did a lot more damage than good.
And
I've
then,
heard
and then a week
opposite
after
theories,
that,
but I think they failed colossally.
yeah, we can't really talk about that particular topic, but what we can talk about is the anthrax. It's funny how a week after that, a week or so after that event, there was an anthrax attack on top of that, trying to blame it on the Muslims again that they were attacking with anthrax, and it turned out to be from a laboratory in the US. Yeah, do you remember that?
No.
Yeah.
We can't talk about COVID on here, or
No,
I guess
we
that
can't
makes
talk about
sense.
that.
It's got to be exclusively flat earthy stuff and
Really, yeah. That's
things about Antarctica and Earth.
Exactly.
Geographic topics only.
Yeah. We could talk about planes a little bit with the 9/11, but we couldn't go too deep into it because it's not flat Earth related really at the end of the day. But I always say
because COVID is too sensitive
all happened on
for
a
people.
flat Earth.
It's too
9/11
fresh.
happened on a
I
flat
got
Earth.
jabbed 3 times. Oh fuck.
Yeah. It all happened on a flat Earth, babies. Okay, that 9/11 was happening on a flat Earth. Didn't happen on a spinning ball, that's for sure. They would have had to have taken the COVID into consideration.
Yeah, you're gonna have to change the topic because all I can think about now is just jibby jabbies and oof.
Yeah. Well,
maybe somebody else can carry it away. How many people are on here? Somebody else jump in.
Yeah, I'm going to give you something. I'll give you something to think about. It turns out that aluminum is the worst material to make your rockets out of to go to space because of the environment that space is supposed to be like that's been described to us. Radiation, gamma rays, neutron rays, cosmic ray particles, the sun's 11-year solar flare events, yeah? And then the Van Allen radiation belts, and the third belt that never gets mentioned, left over from Starfish Prime, 1962, Fishbowl of the Lord, Operation Dominic, leaving behind a radiation belt that is like 147 miles off the Earth's surface, 150 miles off the Earth's surface, 25,000 REMs contained therein. You see? So, and aluminium is the worst material because according to the experts, when the radiation passes through the aluminium, it would make the environment inside the spacecraft where the astronauts are very unhealthy indeed. Very unhealthy. Okay? So if you're going to use aluminium, they said, it would have to be 40 centimeters thick, 10 centimeters thick, 4 inches in thickness around the capsule. And according to this guy, rocket propulsion expert who worked for NASA, Bill Woods, he said NASA could not have fashioned such a shielding around the capsule because it would have posed a problem for the Saturn V rocket to take off or to lift off. There you go. So aluminium, the worst material to be making your spacecraft out of. If you want to go to space, you don't want to use aluminium. Yeah, did you know that?
Well, I think outer space is in the outer lands, and I definitely want an aluminium hull.
Yeah. Yeah, aluminium
There's
hull,
my
that's
devil's advocate answer.
Yeah, so it turns out, that you can't be using aluminium if you're going to go to space. It's the worst material. And then to contend with the cosmic ray particles, the shielding would have to be 2 meters thick because these cosmic ray particles, which are supposedly the stars that have gone supernova and died, that supposedly shoot out this material in all directions at almost the speed of light, 616,629 miles per hour, ladies and gentlemen. Very fast indeed. And for every square centimeter of that aluminium rocket, every square centimeter, you get 4 cosmic ray particles striking that spot per second, every second. So it would be like flying a rocket through a monsoon, right? They should have been destroyed in the ISS up there. It's all a lie, ladies and gentlemen. They've lied to you. liars, deceivers, hoaxers.
It's the cartoons, man. That's what gets you.
Yeah. Oh, definitely the cartoons, yeah.
And are there any aeronauts in the group listening in? The highest I've ever been is 43,000 feet.
Okay, you've been 43,000 feet.
Do I hear a
think-
45? Is there a 50?
I think I've been 51,000.
51,000. Bullshit. Where? When? How did this happen?
Oh, it would have been on a jet airliner, and it was on my head-ups display. It's basically 6 miles. That's the highest I've been. 6 miles, whatever that is in thousands of feet. 6 miles. I know 40,000 is about 5 miles. Okay? So I've been 51,000, definitely. Jet airliner coming back from England to Japan. Okay? 51,000 feet. 6 miles. That's the highest I've ever been.
All right, well, you got me beat.
Yeah, I've got a photograph of the actual map and that, but I've got to find it. But it's there.
Wait a minute. Nope. Wrong. I got you beat. 6 miles is 31,680 feet. So, yeah.
No,
I got
it's more
you.
than that.
I got you there, bud.
Well, then it's more than that. Then that's incorrect. That 6 miles is incorrect. It's not 31. It's 31,000 feet is not 6 miles. No way. That's less. It's less than
31,680 feet is 6 miles.
That's wrong. It can't be. That's not what I get from my bloody Siri.
The average airliner flies at about 29 to 35,000 feet.
Yeah, I've flown at 51,000.
But it's too cold. It's too cold up there. What? And what?
What
You
is
had to have like.
51,000
It's
feet
too cold,
in
man. 51,000 feet. That's pretty high. It's like the cuffs.
Yeah, no,
like
it's too high. Yeah, it's not 9 miles. Yeah, too high. It's saying 9 miles. So no, it was definitely 6 miles.
up there. That's where the S2s and the saucers fly. The stuff we don't know about. It's too high. It's too cold.
Yeah, that's too high.
Not enough air to
definitely
grab
too high.
onto.
Definitely too high. It was definitely 6 miles. That's the highest I've ever been. Generally, planes fly at 5 miles, is what I understand. And I was lucky to have gone 6 miles. That's it. So whatever that is in feet, I thought it was a bit more than 35,000 though. What is 6 miles in feet?
That would be 31,680 feet.
That's right, 31,000. Well, that's it then. But on the heads, I've got a heads-up display showing me 45,000 feet. You know, I've got that. Right? When I was on the aeroplane coming back from England to Japan.
Well, 31,000 feet's pretty high. So is 43. So is 40 and 35. At all those altitudes, it looks pretty darn flat.
Yeah, it's all flat, definitely, yeah. Definitely flat. I'm going to look for my picture now.
Till you get to the edge of the windows. Have you noticed the edge of the windows in all commercial aircraft are arched? Have you noticed this?
Slight distortion there, slight though. It's only slight. The main bulk of that, 99% of that window is all clear. You can see everything. No distortion. It's just at the very edge. Yeah, agreed.
I work for Delta Airlines, or not Delta Airlines, excuse me, Delta Global Services, DGS, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Delta Airlines. And watch those windows for a living. And they do have quite the curve on them. If you really look at them, they really do distort the edges quite a bit.
Yeah, the edges.
I have to wonder, was that I gotta believe that had to be kind of on purpose. This is Suspicious Sundays, right?
Yeah, Speculation Sunday. That's right.
Speculation Sundays.
Yeah, that's okay. You're doing all right.
I would just fuck with you. I had to do it. Sorry.
Nah,
Gotta keep you on your toes.
You're doing all right. You're doing all right, man.
Well, who else is on here? It looks like the same people have been on this channel for a little bit, but all have microphones crossed out.
Yeah.
Will my screen change, or do I have to like hang up and then jump back on before it changes?
What are you trying to do?
Just figure out Discord. Really, I haven't used it that much, except just to talk with a group I met out in Idaho.
Right.
Pretty savvy group. Dave Carlisle, the guy that got me on the Discord channel, pretty sharp guy. 58 years old, has lived a full life, and he's doing a bunch of sciencey stuff, and it's really neat. Get a lot to learn from that guy, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And so I thought this was part of his. I mean, I guess this is part of his doing, but. Anyhow,
I'm just scrolling back to see if I can find that heads-up display that I took a photograph of, because I was checking the actual map at the time to see where I was. Yeah, you know, and it had the altitude there. So I'm going to look at it now and see if I can find it. Yeah, I have to go back to London, you see. It's raining here. It's been raining all day. After we had a really good week of nice sunny weather, beautiful spring weather. Now, I've been out for a walk anyway. I went out in it anyway. Putting on all my Gore-Tex stuff, Gore-Tex socks, boots, Gore-Tex jackets, trousers, so I didn't get wet. And went out there, and yeah, nice. I only covered 3 miles, but that's enough. Just a little 3-mile walk.
is your name QUETZALCOATL?
No, sorry, I'm Jin CBR1. Jin CBR1. The CBR1 is the Honda motorcycle that I ride. CBR 1000. That's where it's Jin, then the CBR. Honda's the best. Yeah, that's all 2012. Yeah, what's going on here?
Are you a black dude?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Sweet.
African descent.
I saw that earlier and heard that. I was just seeing the picture now.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, I get from people, you don't look how you sound.
No, you sound like a country singer.
They said, you don't look how you sound, and I laugh.
So your name is Jin?
Nice. Yeah, Jin, that's right, yeah. Yeah.
And what country?
I'm talking to you from Japan, but I was born in England.
You're
London,
Japanese.
England. Yeah, I'm talking to you from Japan now. And my parents are from West Africa, Nigeria. Since passed on, by the way, but so I'm an African who was born in England, if you will.
So South African or Japanese?
No, I'm actually an African from Nigeria, but I was born in London, England. I've moved from England to Japan. I'm talking to you from Japan now. I've been in Japan 24 years. I was in England 38 years before I moved.
So you're English?
Yeah, I was born. I'm an African who speaks English. Correct.
You're Brit.
English-speaking African. Yes, British passport. Correct. But I'm an African first and foremost, who was born in Britain.
Well, me too. Not really. Actually, confused on that topic.
No, you're not. You're from the Americas. You witnessed the 9/11, so you're there. So no,
Yes, that makes me. If anybody asks, I just say I'm from Montana. I'm Montana.
Montana, yes.
That's where I was born. Lived there for 9 years. As an adult, my 20s. Spent my 20s in Montana. I think that qualifies. Born there and spent my 20s there. That counts.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I might just retire here.
That's okay. You put in a good innings anyway. You really enlightened us. You did a smashing job, refreshing with the pilot stuff. We needed all that.
Well, that was pretty neat to stumble on this Discord chat. I'm gonna save this. If you could send me a link or something, that'd be cool too, just so I have a fresh, easy, user-friendly access to getting back on the channel.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think so. You don't have a link to this already. You don't have.
Well, obviously I do because I clicked on it to get on here, but I just haven't used the Discord for so long, just because I do things and I just don't jump on the internet all the time like this, or use my phone in such a manner.
Right. Can you look on
Are you on here like pretty often? Does everybody log in? I assume there's like a high turnover rate, and then the solid regulars. Are you a regular on here?
Well, I go through my phases. Sometimes I'm a regular, then I go on to other servers as well. But I'm been here for a long time. So, I'm a regular, but I'm not always here, though. I'm on other servers. Can you look in the live stream voice text? I've posted the screen from the aeroplane, and it's showing the altitude. Can you see? It says 34,349,750 feet. Can you see that?
Let's see.
34,975 feet. Yeah, that's it. It's giving
I just see
tailwind, outside air temperature. You see, this was taken in 2013, if I'm right, yeah. True airspeed, it was 546 miles per hour, okay? Ground speed, 599 miles per hour. And then the altitude, can you see the live stream voice text? I posted it there. That's the highest I've been. 34,975 feet. Interesting. What is 34,950 feet in miles?
The answer is 6.62 miles.
Hey, there you go. 6.62 miles. So I was right. 6.62 miles, but it wasn't 31,000 like you said. It was 34,000, which is what I said, yeah. Yeah, that's it. 34,750. 950, nearly 35,000 feet. Nearly 35,000. What is 35,000 feet in miles?
The answer is 6.63 miles.
Yeah, 6.63 miles. Yeah, so there you go. That's the highest I've ever flown. 6 miles, just above.
Don't mean to brag, but I still got you beat there.
That's okay.
What's I know I saw your code name, but what's your real name? Jim?
Yeah, Jin is my real name. Jin, yeah.
Jin is your real name?
Correct.
Okay. Anyways, what was I doing? Rubbing it in your face? Oh, boom. 43. What's up? What?
Yeah, yeah. You've been higher than I have, definitely, yeah.
Can't touch this.
Can't touch. Yeah, I can't touch that, definitely. You can see that's my highest. I've given you my proof. That's it. That's the highest I've been on. I might have been higher in other flights, but I never took the photograph at all. Didn't measure it or didn't record it. But this one I did. I wanted to do this one, so I recorded it shortly before I became a flat earther. Interesting, isn't it? Can you see my mindset?
You know, funny enough, the highest I ever went was right when I actually opened my eyes to the flat Earth. That's odd. It was like within a matter of weeks.
Right.
And I've done a lot of flying, but 43, that was like the highest I've ever been. So,
right. So
that was just interesting that happened at that time.
Yeah, definitely. This image that I sent to you was taken in 2012. 2012. That's when I did that.
Did you ever go on a hot air balloon?
Yes, love them. Yeah, they're nice. They are.
Oh, you done? I just did it once. Did it? Let's see. This was 2 years ago. Yeah, about. Geez, time flies. Yeah, this was 2 years ago. Did a hot air balloon. Bet it was perfect day too.
Yeah, they tend to be perfect days when you do that sort of stuff. Can't be doing it on a rainy day and shit. No good. But yeah, brilliant. You know when they blast the heat in there, the gas heating it up, and it comes rushing down and warms the top of your head up. It's really nice.
Yeah, I didn't know that they used propane. Which is odd. I thought they used, like hydrogen or helium or some other noble gas, not propane.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, but it's propane. That's right. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's and just burning up heaps of it too, man. Went through like 20, 30 gallons. Yeah, it was like
it's
20.
the downrush of heat, though. You get that downrush of it. It goes up and then comes back down and just warms the whole body up. It's brilliant.
Yeah, our pilot, because we only did this once, and it was awesome just for that one experience. I don't really care to do it again. I'd love to do it again, I guess, but I think
it's like going up in an elevator. You know that when it lifts up. Yeah.
We had the company owner too. So the owner of the hot air balloon company was our pilot that day, and he was very daring. So he was like scraping the tops of trees. We'd fly down all these pine trees and we'd hit them, and like the trees would go boing and bounce back in place. So he's like a little daredevil balloonist because he didn't care because he owned the company.
Yeah, of course.
And that just made it kind of fun. Had a pretty wacky landing too, and a very, very sketchy place. The balls on that guy. I couldn't do that.
Everybody falling out in an untidy heap on the ground. Yeah, I can imagine.
And yeah, those balloons aren't cheap either, too. So to like keep them up to spec and maintain.
Yeah. But they are indeed great fun. And you can really observe more whilst you're on the move, you see. You're in command of what you can survey. It's no curvature, again.
And no wind. The crazy thing, obviously, doy, but when you get up there, it's like, wow, there's no wind.
Yeah.
Oh, because we're moving with the wind. So that's why there's no wind.
Yeah, that's why I remember the heat coming from inside of that that balloon rushing down onto the top of my head. Every time he gassed up to give it some more elevation, yeah, and you get that rush. You get the heat rush as well. It's bloody amazing. Bloody amazing. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoy hot air balloons.
And the ball does not spin underneath your feet.
It doesn't. It doesn't. No. Everything gets smaller and smaller as you rise up in altitude. That's what you notice. Yeah? Yeah.
Every time.
I did once. The first time I took one was like near where I live, right? Because they had an event there where they were showing off the hot air balloons and RC radio controlled aeroplanes, and these really big ones and helicopters that need fuel. You got to put fuel in them for them to work. These are really good. And I took a ride there then, and then another time when I went camping a few times, I went on the hot air balloons there as well. And then a few other times at another park in Okinawa. So that was really good. Yeah, so I had some really nice times with the hot air balloons, man. Yeah. Absolutely marvellous. Climbing in as well, very tight. It's tight in there, really. You know? You get 4 people in, that's it. It's tight in there. Not very roomy. Not roomy at all.
Oh, yeah. Well, we had like a 10-passenger one for ours. Pretty big. big.
It was a 4-passenger one that I was in 4.
Big balloon, so.
Yeah, and you stand at each corner, keep the balance up. And then, very loud noise, that gas, when the butane gas is being used. Yeah. Long bursts.
You ever get any pilots that jump on the channel here?
Occasionally, yes, we do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you coming in today, you filled in a nice... It was already filled in, but you just put a nice layer on top of that with the stuff you come out with as well, especially with you, not realising that you didn't have to dip down to follow the earth. Yeah, brilliant story, We're looking for pilots like you to come in and tell so that people can listen. When you're hearing it from the pilot's mouth, then there's no arguing about it. Just no argument.
Well, I would love to divulge the topic. I believe I can deliver the facts as they were shown to me with relative ease. It's really not that hard. So, yeah.
Well, this is what I say to people, like in another server, another debate flat earth and more. They seem to call it. They seem to say that they've got pilots in there, but when you hear them speak, they're not speaking logically for me, according to how planes fly. You know what I mean? And then they try to discredit me. I said, you can't discredit me. I learned about planes when I was at elementary school. So sorry. Describing flight is easy. What you guys do, you overcomplicate it so the listeners get confused. And that's what I'm here to do, to cut through all your nonsense and keep it basic and simple. So, you're overcomplicating the matter. Giving values and numbers that are not really necessary to the general man on the street. Basically, the plane is not following a curved trajectory. That's all they need to hear.
No, it does not. Quite the opposite.
Right. It's a horizontal leveled flight until you get to your destination airport, where then it noses, the plane is definitely distinctively nosing down. You'll notice it because you were sitting in the back or in the middle. The front of the plane has gone down. The attitude has changed. And then as it approaches the airport, it then levels up, and then it's a gradual, gentle descent as it goes down, and then it lands bum first, nose up in the end. Boom. Yeah, nice. So, and when you take off, you taxi out onto the runway, the aeroplane backs off, you close your eyes, you know when the plane is moving backwards, left and right, because I always do that, close my eyes. Such a big vehicle, can I pick up anything? And I detect it all. Right, it was taxiing out onto the runway, and then it shoots off 180 miles an hour, and then you know you're in the air because the rumble from underneath is gone. You see what I mean? Because there's a massive, horrible rumble as it's accelerating along the runway. It's a lot of vibration underneath, but when it's taken off now, that noise instantly goes, and then it's banking, and then you know you're in the air. Still nosed upwards, firmly in your seat. Yeah. Some people can't even describe a takeoff properly. Do you know that? They can't even do that. I mean, they're obviously taking it for granted. Not even switched on. I can describe every facet of that plane, mate. Such a rare occasion, you see. So you memorize it all.
Well, not my circle, man.
Yeah. But I guess it's a lot different when you're actually flying the plane up. A lot different. Yeah. More stimuli to the eye. All your instruments you've got to keep an eye on and that, you know. So what's the largest plane you've flown?
The largest plane I've flown, a Navajo with two 1200 Lycoming engines.
Okay.
Which is a simpleton multi-engine aircraft.
Passenger rate?
I think it's pretty spectacular, but it's not that grandiose.
Yeah.
Been on some pretty cool aircraft, been on lots of different airplanes, but that's the beefiest one I've actually flown personally.
Okay,
outside of simulator stuff, of course, we did all the simulator stuff for A320s and everything above and beyond. But physically, the Navajo, that was the biggest one. The coolest one that I have the most hours in is a Beechcraft Bonanza.
Okay, Beechcraft Bonanza.
Which is also called the Dr. Killer because it has a really short wingspan and it's rated for acrobatics. A lot of it's called the Dr. Killer because a lot of like rich, doctors that had extra money, they would buy these little bonanzas and kill themselves.
Excuse me for laughing. You know the Arapaho one? How many passengers can it hold?
6 or 9.
9, okay.
6 or 9, but the one that I was in was outfitted for 6.
Right. So it's a fair enough size, and once you can fly that, you can definitely fly a 747, no problem, yeah?
Yeah, it's it's a beefy aircraft, I think. I sure like it a lot. It's price tag on it's like $500,000. Fuel mileage isn't that great. MPG is whatever. They cost a lot. These planes they cost a lot to run. So
could you fly a Boeing 747, 757, and 767s? Could you fly those?
As far as you could fly them too, yeah, sure.
Right.
Throw me in the cockpit right now. It's going to take me a little bit, but as long as I can get the autopilot engaged, the most of the manipulating of the aircraft you do is on the ground. So between your parking spot and the taxiway, to the threshold, that's it. Yeah. You're just using the rudder pedals on the floor to guide you to the runway. That's the most physical manipulating of the aircraft you'll do at all.
Right.
And then you just turn the throttle up, you push some buttons on the FMS, the flight management system, and that's it.
Yep.
Boom, you're airborne and it'll take you to your course, and then it'll land the plane for you, and you just use the rudder pedals on the floor to guide you to your parking spot, to the taxiway. That's it. So most of what you actually do is on the airport grounds, just using rudder pedals on the taxiway. That's it.
Right.
Pretty simple.
So
Buttons.
in
All
actual
you do is push
flight, it's
buttons.
automatic pilot during the flight. So when we experience turbulence, does the pilot then take control to increase altitude or decrease altitude respectively? That's pilot.
I mean, you could, I guess, but you could also just click your little analog, your stick down, drop down 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet.
Okay.
Talk to your departure or arrival frequency, whatever channel you're on at the time. Tell them what you're doing so you don't smack into anybody.
Yeah. Right. So when you make a change in altitude, you've always got to notify air control. Is that right?
Yeah, well, because if you're flying that high, you're going to be on a flight plan. You don't have to be on a flight plan, but it's a good idea to be on a flight plan.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Come to find out, actually, you don't have to be licensed or really keep up to spec with shit in the aviation industry right now.
Right.
And also kind of feel like a jackass over that, too, because most of the people that I know that have planes and fly around, they are not logging anything. It does not matter. And you know what? Personally, I have never, ever been stopped by a ramp check.
What's
ever.
that?
Ramp, just like the FAA will send out ramp checkers. You'll land your aircraft, they'll come in, they'll check your credentials and give you the whole Gestapo rundown. That's never happened to me. I've never heard of that happening to anybody else either. Like that, I mean, I've heard about this in school, but I haven't actually met somebody personally that this has happened to.
Yeah,
and this never happened to me.
It even happened to Hani Hamzi, who couldn't even fly a plane. 9/11, couldn't fly a plane. We reckon he crashed it into the Pentagon. Yeah, Hani Hamzi.
Yeah.
They said a very uneventful character indeed. Very poor English skills. He could not fly at all. That was it. That was his resume. Cracked up. And they reckon he flew the plane into the Pentagon. No professional could do that. They said no pilot could do what he did. The man could not fly at all. Couldn't even fly a Cessna on his own.
Well, I think it'd be pretty easy to do that, but would you do that? I don't know.
No, physically impossible, they said. For a plane of that size to do that maneuver and fly into the Pentagon, it wasn't possible to do that. Physically impossible.
I think I could do that. That would be easy.
What, to do the 360-degree circle as you're doing a dive?
I could totally flip that bitch over and smack into that big-ass building. Yeah. You bet your ass I could do that.
Nah, you couldn't do that. Maybe with a small plane, not with a big one, not with a big 757. You couldn't do it with that. It's not designed to make that maneuver. Those planes are not designed to maneuver that way. I was going to lead on to this question. Are you of the other opinion or the understanding that those kind of planes can't fly at the speeds that they said they could fly at 400, 500 miles an hour in the Earth's atmosphere where we are, where those skyscrapers? It would be impossible. Even airline control said they wouldn't be able to do it. The wings would be ripped off. The atmosphere is too thick to travel that fast.
I think I could do it. I'd prefer a little pre-flight planning paperwork. I need the manual. I need some charts to figure out exactly what distance I need to cut, power, turn, bank. I think this would be easily done.
You know what? Jet fighter pilots said they couldn't do it.
500 miles an hour, but you're hitting a giant target. It's bigger than this broadside of a barn. I mean, it's
no, we're talking about
huge
the Pentagon.
fucking target. So yeah, I think this is totally doable.
The Pentagon. We're talking about the Pentagon.
Oh, you're talking about the Pentagon? Well, that was bullshit. Nobody hit the fucking Pentagon.
Yeah,
No,
right,
I couldn't
yeah.
do that. That's bullshit.
And then also, nothing hit the Twin Towers either. They were CGI aeroplanes.
Yes, I've heard this. Yeah. Well, I think the towers are totally doable. The Pentagon, hitting the Pentagon with an airplane, though. Yeah, no, I wouldn't sign up for that. I don't want to put my ass on the line for hitting that. Yeah, bullshit.
Now, according to the people I know, that I meet online, one of them went to America recently, Christmas just gone, and she said, "Jin, I don't think the planes could have done that because there would have been too many skyscrapers in the way. The plane would have to zigzag and bank, and it wouldn't be possible to fly at that speed and still avoid all these skyscrapers before getting to the Twin Towers. So no, it wouldn't be possible. It's just not going to be possible, mate. I'm telling you, it's not that easy. And the atmosphere is so thick where we are that the plane couldn't fly at that speed. It wouldn't be able to do it. That's what the engineers are speaking. And they've said that the wings would have been ripped off before they got to the buildings. This is what the experts
Yeah,
are
we
saying.
studied that wreck in school. Totally fake. That is not. Yeah, nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, hitting the Pentagon with. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Nope.
And then the Twin Towers, remember, at the Twin Towers, no aeroplane parts were found from the Boeing 767. None. Nothing was found. And like you said, that would be impossible. Because the engines, like according to Boeing, the engines are practically indestructible. They would show some cosmetic damage, but they'd still be intact. You'd have them. Where were the engines? Do you see what I mean? Yeah? Seats, luggage, fuselage parts, nothing. They didn't just disintegrate. It's never happened in the history of aviation that a plane can crash into the ground at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, Flight 93, and disappear into nothing. It's never happened.
How about the hot molten steel?
Well, there you go. Yeah.
You know what's crazy though? It was like a month after we were there, the ground, which was like a huge, massive hill, massive mound of stuff. Again, like the bulldozers looked like tiny little ants. Huge pile of rubble, just massive destruction. But it was still so hot, it was smoking.
It was still
that was crazy. Again, buildings are covered with like bags. There's plastic on everything, and there's this huge pile of rubble, and it is still like on fire. It's still smoking.
Yeah, the emergency services, the firefighters said it was like being in a foundry. You could see molten metal flowing right up until December. So September, right? October, November, that's almost 4 months there. We'll call it 3 months for sure. It was definitely molten.
How long did it last?
It lasted right up to December, maybe the first or second week into December.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, and it was still molten, yeah. It finally got put out then. Amazing. That length of time. Amazing.
I just brought that up because I was thinking, like, wow, that's another interesting thing, like, because the time lapse between the event and then when I saw it, like, thinking, wow, yeah, that's right. I saw smoke. That was another big thing, was it was all smoky and still, like, I was on fire at the time, so it was still, like, kind of apocalyptic.
Still smoldering.
Still smoldering.
Yeah, in December. It was amazing, that was. Couldn't believe it. And then they show the satellite images now. I question those images now, because we know satellites don't really exist the way they tell us. So where did these images come from? Unless they were just a low-flying aircraft, or some drone shot. It couldn't have been a satellite, but there you go. They keep using the word, don't they? If you use the word enough times, people will believe it. But there were no satellites, but they offered us satellite images of the site, and it was still showing heat. They used the thermal imaging, and they showed us all the hot spots. So, but yeah, man, that was an event. No planes hit the buildings. I've looked into it well enough to now know that, and I've been aware of this now for 5 years, let's say. Thanks to New Perspective. New Perspective got me to have a good look into that, because I was adamant there were planes. Adamant. Because yeah, Jim, just look at this documentary. Look at it, and then come back. And then I looked at it again. Yeah, it was compelling. No planes hit. And then I'm a member of the Architect and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. I'm part of that group now. Okay, so I was given footage, amateur footage from the people who were there on the day, and all you see is the building explode. You don't see the plane come in. You don't see the plane hit. You just see the building explode. Bang! Oh my God, the people were saying. You know? So yeah, there were no planes. I've seen the footage from amateur cameras who were on the roofs. You know, they were on holiday, these kids on their holiday and that, students, young people, and they were filming and they were looking at the Twin Towers, and as they were filming it, it just blew up in front of their face. Boom! Like that. And they were on the roofs enjoying the scenery, and it happened just like that. They weren't just, no plane hit, just exploded. Yeah, man. Architects for 9/11 Truth. Go to Telegram and join the chat, and you'll meet all the people there. The court case is still ongoing, by the way. Court case is still ongoing. 95%. I think they said 98% took the government handout. So those who lost their loved ones took the government handout money. Okay, so they can no longer pursue the government for redress for the death of their loved ones. But the last 3%, together with the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, are pursuing the case still ongoing. They're going to sue NIST. National Institute for Science and Technology, NIST. They're being sued by them. They're suing the FBI. They're suing the CIA, and then they're suing the government as well, because they haven't explained exactly how the people died. This is the case to answer for the governments. How did
I hope they all get paid off with tremendous amounts of hush money.
Yeah, well, the hush money's gone. So the hush money's gone. So they're relying on the court case, the investigation and the lawsuits coming to fruition. That's what they're hoping for. But they're dragging their heels. Certain people have died whilst waiting for these court cases to come up. So you know what the government's doing? They're dragging their heels, hoping everyone's going to be dead before the time comes. See what I mean? They're terrible, aren't they? But the court cases are still pending. Lawsuits are pending.
Law in the States. I mean, it's not really law. It's just
a joke.
Gotta pick your battles. That's when you're not gonna win. Maybe someone will be benevolent on you, but it's pretty cutthroat, really a cult out here too for your lawmakers. It's all cult shit out here, which is I've had some dealings with them. I have a lawyer, and I've been through the courts for stuff, and I'm clean as a whistle. Had some encounters, spent just not a long time, but a few days here and there in the can for things, and man, it is kind of spooky.
Kind of spooky, right?
How the courts are run. It's clown world.
Yeah.
You really just got to buy your way out.
Yeah. So what you've got the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth pursuing the government because what the government is claiming in their report goes against the integrity of their profession and the structural integrity that they inherently put in every building that they built since they've been qualified as architects and engineers and that. So the government's report goes against the laws of physics, yet alone the laws of their engineering. That's why they're not, because that's an affront to their skills. They're saying we can't build properly. No, that's wrong. Let's see the scientific evidence for this. So they're pursuing them on that grounds. And then you've got the families who lost their loved ones, the 3% that's left behind. They're pursuing the governments together with the engineers. They've linked together, linked their cases together, and they're working together because they want to know. They know the government lied on how those buildings came down. Okay, and if we can get them on that to prove that it was inside job, blah, blah, that's a conspiracy, bang, you're going to owe me $1 gazillion to begin with. $1 gazillion? Yeah, that's one with a gazillion zeros. Start coughing up. Yeah, man. So I wish them all the best, and I'm following it all the way. I haven't given up. Remember, my car registration number plate is 911. Yes. You know, and I go into these servers, and they try to accuse me of desecrating and disrespecting those who died. I said, how can that be when I'm the one with the 911 registration car plate? How can that be? So shut your mouth. I don't only walk the walk, talk the talk, I drive the drive. You people are wrong. You don't know what you've got unleashed here. That's what I say to them. You know?
I actually don't really know anybody that isn't already aware that 9/11 was a inside job. I think that's like pretty accepted, common knowledge now.
Well,
it was a hard swallowed pill, but it was swallowed like 10 years ago, I think, for everybody. Was it not?
Yeah, that's about right. I discovered that truth in 2003, 4. That's when that's because, and I haven't stopped looking ever since. So 2000.
That was a bit later. It was probably like 2012, 13. Probably like 2013. Who was my?
I started early, and because I couldn't believe that the Muslims could organize themselves to do such a thing. I started to try and work it out. I said, let me be the terrorist now, the organizing the terrorists. That means I'm going to have terrorists working in the airports. We have to be working in there to work out all the scheduling and the security procedures. Now, that's going to be risky, you know? How would they be able to do
those
that?
dirty little terrorists. Yeah, you ever played the video games? Those shifty fuckers, they wear, towels in their face. You can't even see their face. They hide themselves because they're bad guys. Duh.
Yeah. And then to hear that no video footage exists of the so-called terrorists getting onto said planes. No video footage of them getting on those planes. None. Going through the customs, the checkouts to get in. None of those. And then
Must have been Osama.
Yeah, and then a few days later you have people saying, that's not me, I didn't do that, I'm alive. Here I am in Britain, BBC. They wrote to the BBC, said, that's not me, I didn't do that. Here I am, I didn't do that. What's going on? You know?
Fake news. It was Osama and his gang. They're all the same. They live in the sand, and they must be burned because they are filthy heathens. That's what I was taught. First grade and forward.
Yeah.
These are facts.
So they lied all the way, and Halliburton with Dick Cheney, they made money hand over fist.
And they did it, though. They convinced us all that they were like the enemy with flying colors. I mean, that was a fantastic success. I mean, it's disgusting, but like, wow, that actually really worked.
Do you remember Pat
overnight? Just like the snap of a finger, boom, done.
Yeah. Do you remember the fiasco with Pat Tillman, the American footballer who gave up his $3 million a year contract to go off and be a ranger and fought in Afghanistan, only to be shot by his own men after realizing that it was a hoax and Bush has lied. This war is illegal, he's saying. He's writing back to his mum and dad, letters and that, and then they shot him. They separated him from his brother, and he came under friendly fire and he was killed. Even though he was shouting out, it's me, I'm Pat Tillman, what are you doing? And they shot him in the head, dead. Right, Pat Tillman. And then the Jessica Lynch supposed rescue. Jessica Lynch herself said, I didn't get trapped. I wasn't trapped by anybody. I didn't even shoot my gun, she said. You know what I mean? All these lies they were telling, all coming out. Fucking amazing, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never heard of this, if you haven't heard any of this stuff, go have a look. Check it out properly, if the material is still there. If you're looking for one I can give you one. It's called The New Pearl Harbor. Watch that and you'll be in a spin for a long time. It's called The New Pearl Harbor. It's a 5-hour epic, but they split it into 3 parts now. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. But look it out. The New Pearl Harbor. Brilliant documentary. Fine-tooth comb, forensic, you name it, they do it. Very revealing, damning, compelling. Definite inside job, without a doubt. They look at the phone calls that were made would have been impossible at that time. At the altitude set, they could never have made the phone calls from the mobile phone. Wouldn't have happened. And that was tested by the Japanese. Shock horror, yes. The Japanese proved that at the altitudes where the mobile phones were supposed to have worked, could never have worked. And you'll see it all laid out for you clearly. No planes hit. Yes, big expose, fantastic. And it starts off with the original Pearl Harbor, letting you know that Roosevelt knew the Japanese were coming. And then after that, Major General Smedley speaks, the most decorated military man in your military there. Smedley, he's speaking, telling how there was going to be a coup to overthrow the government, but I didn't want to join that. That's why I'm telling you the truth. And Roosevelt knew that the Japanese were coming. All this stuff's being revealed, and then it goes into the 9/11 and how it was an inside job. Yeah, you've got to watch it. The New Pearl Harbor. Super duper fantastic documentary. And if you want to go back to 2005, look for the Loose Change documentary. That's like 2 hours. Director's cut they've got. That's a good one. That goes through everything. And then another one called In Plain Sight. Okay? The Pentagon. That one deals with the Pentagon only. Fantastic. Fantastic expose. Shows you that it wasn't a plane, it was a missile that hit, not a plane. That is also in the New Pearl Harbor. That's covered in the New Pearl Harbor as well. The Pentagon and what actually hit it and how they changed the timestamp and everything. You've got to watch it. It's amazing. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Jin, I'm going to call it a night there.
Okay, Tate. Same to you. Tate and Lyle. Sugar. Tate and Lyle. Sugar company, isn't it? Tate and Lyle. Do you know the company?
No.
Oh, yeah, it's a famous company, Tate and Lyle. I think it's a British company, and they produce sugar. Tate and Lyle. Yeah, very famous company. Very old company, very famous. Sugar producer. Right, well then you have a good evening. I shall call it a day as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Jin CBO1 signing off. And for the record, no students, don't beat up your teachers. Just hold them accountable for the misinformation they gave you, even though they were innocent when they did that. Okay, right. Thank you, old dude, who brought that to my attention.
See you guys.
So, it was good. Yeah.
everyone. Recently spent some time in the city of Freiburg, a charming place in southwest Germany in the Black Forest. Now, this area of Switzerland, southern Germany, has historically had great thinkers and great professors and highly acclaimed universities. And I found out one of the world's top astrophysicists, Dr. Bergigina, was here. She is looked at as a world expert in how the universe works and in exoplanets. She does TED Talks and is well known in astrophysics circles.
Out there in the universe. And the Earth is just one of them. In this universe, we are really tiny. We put Earth in the center of the universe. Then we realized something wrong with it, so we put the Sun in the center of the universe. Again, it was a little mixed. We put Milky Way in the center of the universe. Not so bad. And we found out in the end that there is no center of the universe. Our planet is just a single blue dot among billions of other stars and billions of other planets. We use these plants as prototypes of photosynthetic organisms in the universe. And then we build models for alien lives, how they could look. And when we puzzled with this question, how aliens can look like, we actually find answers in the backyard. When we detect life on other planets, we will understand and learn that we are not alone. And we are not special.
I wanted to interview her, but how? I thought about it and I created an alias, David Howard from Oxford University Media Society, and created some online material supporting this front. After some well thought out, tricky and delicate emails, I got the appointment, and with the backstory that I was collecting information for young students at Oxford. As I waited in the lobby of this advanced university astrophysics centre, I could see that this was a business, with funding, hierarchy, secretaries, etc. Now, before we get into the interview, for those new to the channel, know that gravity is just a theory, and my blog in 2015 explained the errors with gravity, and that it can be explained away by density and buoyancy. This blog had over 50,000 views, with not one person debunking it. Also worth knowing is that in 1931, a book called 100 Authors Against Einstein was published in German, and is in the description. This shows 100 scientists stating Einstein was leading science into pseudo-mysticism, abstraction, and speculation. It was crushed by mainstream science. Also know of the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias in which experts mistakenly assess their cognitive ability as greater than it is. It's related to the cognitive bias of illusory superiority, and also comes from the inability of people to recognize these experts' lack of ability. Obviously, in this interview I couldn't say what I really wanted to early on, as I didn't want her to walk out. I wanted her to cover more subjects and get more answers. So take a seat and buckle up, and this gets more interesting as it continues, and presents a big key, one the truth community has needed for a while. Okay, let's play. Yeah.
Okay. And this doesn't go to unedited somewhere. You will edit this?
Yeah,
somehow?
sure. You can swear or go to the toilet or whatever, it's fine.
Okay.
Sure. Hello, Dr. Bergigina. If you could just spend 1 minute or 30 seconds explaining who you are and what you've done.
Oh, yeah. So I grown up in Russia. I fell in love with astronomy, first with physics and then with astronomy. And I realized that I want to understand the universe. I cannot live on Earth without knowing what's above my head. I just felt like I need to know. I went to the university, studied astrophysics and mathematics, a lot of programming, because when we were studying astronomy, we were told that astronomy is not just science by itself, it's very interdisciplinary. So to be an astronomer or astrophysicist, you need to know physics, mathematics, programming, and I must tell right now, lots of social skills.
Yeah, sure. Great. I've got a few questions for you, mainly going to go to teenagers. They're probably questions you don't hear often, or you probably heard when you were a lot younger. The first one I'm going to ask is, it is said that a spinning atmosphere has no border. There's no physical border between spinning atmosphere and the vacuum. And the atmosphere gets less pressured and becomes the vacuum of space. At what altitude would you say that the atmosphere stops spinning? So gravity, they say, pulls the air molecules to the Earth, but there's still some atmosphere molecules higher up.
Yes.
At what altitude would you say these atmospheric molecules stop spinning?
Well, this is, I would formulate this question that, yes, okay. So the atmosphere spinning and gravitation forces for molecules. These are two kind of different, let's say, forces, yeah? So the spinning allows molecules to escape, actually, at certain heights, yeah?
Okay.
They can spin and escape at some point. They escape through collisions also. There's the additional forces, they collide. So
they collide with each other, or with parts
other.
Of the vacuum?
With each other.
Okay.
So in order to understand when the atmosphere ends, kind of, yeah, not like having a sharp border, but what we call atmosphere below and no atmosphere above.
Yeah.
Actually, there's another term called exosphere.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with exoplanets.
Yeah.
It was terminology before exoplanets were discovered. It's called exosphere. So that part of the atmosphere which escapes. So below that part, the atmosphere, if it exists, it's called atmosphere.
And it's spinning.
And it's spinning. And colliding, molecules colliding. But above, they already, the density is so low that they can escape because they cannot collide. They don't collide anymore.
And what happens to those molecules of atmosphere that escape into the vacuum of outer space?
Oh, they go on a cosmic journey.
Okay, and they stop spinning with the Earth.
Yes, they don't belong to the Earth anymore.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a set altitude, distance, where that happens?
Yes, of course. It is defined by density of the atmosphere, the gravity of the planet. But for the Earth, I have to look up. If you want me to look up, I'll look up.
No, that's fine.
I don't know that number. I know that the density falls off exponentially.
Yeah.
So I actually cannot say. I mean, we tell that the space starts approximately, let's say, at 100 kilometers, above 130 kilometers, something like this, that you can go on an orbit. I mean, this spinning means like the body spinning around the Earth means that it's orbiting Earth, yeah?
Okay.
So even if we put a satellite at 200 kilometers, it's still orbiting the Earth, even though it is not in the atmosphere. So we put satellites at thousands of kilometers above, and they're still spinning around the Earth.
They're still in low Earth orbit in this model.
They're still on the orbit. They're still spinning around.
Would they still be colliding with molecules of the atmosphere?
Yes, they will. If there are, yeah.
Okay.
At that height, yes.
Okay, great.
So everything is spinning around. All the also space junk, what we call, all this.
Yeah, I've got a question on that later.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So everything is spinning, and my terminology it's orbiting. Astronomy terminology it's really orbiting the Earth at very large distances. Moon, 400,000 kilometers, is still orbiting the Earth.
And this would also collide with escaped atmospheric molecules from the Earth?
Yes, and it also collides with the escaped molecules, and not molecules in this case, but more like particles and atoms from the sun, which is called solar wind.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's like hard to, I mean, the atmosphere definition is that, okay, when the molecules can escape, the atmosphere ends. You have to look up this number, for the Earth. I don't know.
But it's kind of arbitrary and it's kind of hazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just escaping. But this escape, it's still, they can go on an orbit.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that escape means that they cannot fall on Earth anymore, because the molecules go like this. Like they collide and they go up and down all the time, yeah? So it's like turbulence, what we call.
And the reason in mainstream astrophysics that the vacuum doesn't suck out the gas is because gravity is holding the gas to the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Because everywhere else in science, when there's a vacuum and gas, it equilibrates.
Yes. If you just take without gravity, yes, then they start to mix. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Our survey said.
On to the next question. It is written in astrophysics that the rotation of the Earth is due to, we can't feel it because of constant velocity. Now, one astrophysics guy I met, he said there are two constant speeds. Let me show you this.
Yes.
A bit like this fairground ride.
Yes.
And some people I know looked at some rotation physics, and they said if you're on the edge of this, you would be experiencing acceleration and deceleration. It's only the middle point that would experience, like the wizard in the middle. The wizard would be constant velocity, but if you're on the edge, you get acceleration and deceleration because of the two constant speeds. How would you answer that?
You mean why this happens? Or
Well, surely with the rotation of the Earth,
yeah,
and because it's going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour,
yeah.
we'd be experiencing deceleration and acceleration. So think of this fairground ride. Pick one human being. So pretend that's the Earth.
So you want to include all the velocities involved, also Earth
Just two.
rotation.
The Earth rotation on its axis, 1,000 miles an hour, and 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. If you're on the edge of this sphere, like a human being, you would surely be experiencing deceleration and acceleration.
Exactly.
How does astrophysics at your level explain that?
Well, it's gravitational forces. So one gravitational force you have towards the Earth center. So this is gravity of Earth, and that would holds Earth together. And when it rotates, you experience this acceleration on the edge of the Earth and the gravity towards the Earth. But when the Earth goes around the Sun, there is gravitational force towards the center of the Sun. So two gravitational forces produce this effect of acceleration and deceleration combination.
Bingo! Yahtzee! Is that your final answer? Our survey says.
But wouldn't that mean we're not at a constant velocity, so humans should feel the rotation of the Earth?
That is interesting.
It's an interesting one.
Yes.
The astrophysicist I met, he did a model showing that it should show acceleration and deceleration. So I could actually show you a video where this goes around the sun, and it shows, and even you can go onto the International Space Station, which is orbiting the Earth, and this also should be showing acceleration and deceleration due to the two constant motions, just like the fairground ride.
Right. Well,
probably need some homework.
Yeah, I need some thinking.
But it's an interesting one, yeah?
It is an interesting question, yes. We usually think, that the pull, we have to compare this acceleration to the gravitational pull.
Okay.
That I would start with. Because velocity is one thing, but acceleration is the other thing. So we have to compare acceleration due to rotation to the acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah.
And it's very possible that gravitational acceleration is larger. That's why we just don't feel this side.
I think we would need three different answers. One for the Earth, one for the International Space Station, and then one, imagine an astronaut outside the International Space Station. Yes. How would he be staying with the space station? Because they're all doing this they're all acting under these two constant forces, two constant motions.
Exactly, yeah.
So this is a question I can't get answered. It's a very interesting one.
Yeah, but in this case, space station and the astronaut in space, they are like we call it probe particles, free particles to probe the gravitational field. Yeah. So they will orbit the Earth because of the gravitational pull of Earth, but together with Earth, they will move around the Sun. So, and that is because the gravitational acceleration of the Earth to the Sun is much larger than gravitational acceleration of any of us to the Earth.
So they just don't notice it?
Yeah, they don't notice this.
Okay.
So that is, I think this, of course, the rotation around the Sun, orbiting around the Sun, it's a huge velocity. But we're so pulled to the Earth that this Earth to the Sun is somewhere.
Our survey said.
Yeah. In the 1700s, on the same theme, James Bradley did an experiment which was redone in 1871 by a G. Airy. Obviously, this is a long time ago. And also the Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887. All these detected no rotation of the Earth. It's a bit of a silly question.
No, they detected no ether.
No ether. Yeah, I've read this.
Yes, no motion of the Earth with respect
to the sky.
Motionless ether. That's the measurement. So they disprove that there is ether.
Okay. Yeah, this could be interpreted in many ways. So what scientific method, instrumentation or experiment would you say proves the Earth is rotating? What would be your first, number one best proof if you were doing a lecture?
That we see sunsets and sunrises.
Okay.
Moonsets and moonrises, yes.
Our survey said.
This is the first, this is sky moving, basically, yeah? So.
But, obviously back in the old days, they would say the sky's moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but now we know this is if we understood that we are humans, not us. Humans are on not in the center of the universe, if you take this Aristotle system, we are in the center of the universe.
It's funny because the Planck probe in 2013 did say we are the center of the universe. I don't know if you ever studied that experiment.
Yes, Planck, I don't know why they said it. It's like we're in the center. Yes. That's, I want to tell this. So
sure, okay.
Aristotle said, okay, we're in the center of the universe, Earth, and everything around rotates. Yeah. Then Galileo and Copernicus and Kepler, they said, no, there's the sun in the center of the universe. Yeah. Then Hubble came 100 years ago, said that, we see that all galaxies are moving away from us. Doesn't mean that we're really in the center of the universe. Yeah. But then later we found out that space expands. Einstein said that no, the galaxy is moving fine, but it's not that because we're in the center of the universe. It's because space expands at every point of the universe. So every point of the universe could be wherever you were in the universe. You would see that everything expands from you. So you would always feel I am in the center.
Let's go on to gravity. This probably come across as a very obscure question. So these people said to me, gravity is strong enough to hold boats and cargo and cars to a spinning ball, but yet it's not strong enough to pull the butterfly down or these small areas of these dead flowers. How would you answer that?
This is the buoyancy. Yeah. So when it's the same question, how can we swim in water? So why don't you fall to the bottom of the swimming pool?
Buoyancy.
It's buoyancy.
But then couldn't gravity be explained away? Because gravity is a theory, yes? It's a worldwide agreed theory. It's not, I don't think anyone's got the graviton.
It's a theory, but it's very well tested and very well confirmed. Even though we don't see graviton, it's still very well tested. Yes.
Could gravity be explained away with density and buoyancy?
It's not gravity. I said it's buoyancy. It's combination of buoyancy and gravity.
Back to the butterfly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you swim in a swimming pool or ship on the water. You have two forces again. So in every physics study, this for students, they need to take all forces into account, which are essential. So in this case, one goes down, gravity, and one goes up, is buoyancy. And you can swim when on the surface. When at the surface, these two forces are equal. So if you go down, gravity will be stronger, but buoyancy also will be stronger. So then you can float.
How does that affect the dead part of the flower?
It's the same. Atmosphere is the same as a swimming pool. There is atmospheric buoyancy.
Okay.
So it's the same for light creatures like butterflies and dandelion. I don't know how they call them in English.
And
how these things are called in English?
It's called a dandelion.
Yeah, the whole thing. But this one?
I don't know. There's no such word.
So they also floating. because the buoyancy for these things is much larger than gravity. The mass is very tiny, but they are puffy. So for them, the volume is bigger than the mass. It's the mass ratio volume to mass, basically.
Okay.
So, and the volume is much bigger than the mass, and so the buoyancy is much larger than gravitation. And for the butterfly, I guess they can coordinate that.
And it would be the same answer for gravity strong enough to hold the moon in orbit.
Yes.
But astronauts can float about and pretty much choose what direction they go in.
No. Astronauts are like, for astronauts to move, again, so space, let's assume it's empty. There are photons here. We know from Planck mission there are photons, but let's say, and there are particles, but let's say in the first approximation it's empty. So there is no buoyancy there. There's only gravity in space, yeah?
Our survey said.
And move on to your subject, exoplanets. What percentage surety do you have of there being other Earth-like planets? Are you 100%, or are you 80%, or are you 65%, or do you change each week?
I think we are 100% sure that there are planets like Earth out there.
Okay.
We are, say, I don't know what's the error bar, like say 80% sure that there are 30% of those planets
habitable.
No, Earth-like. Yeah. That out of all planets in the galaxy, 30% are like Earth. This is our like estimate.
Yeah.
But we're 100% sure they're there. It's just the question now in this science: how many, and how close they are to the Earth. So that is the questions. But this question, if they're there, we already solved. It's there.
Okay. With these people I was speaking to, let's pick the TRAPPIST-1 system, the one that got into the media. This was the image, and I believe with photomy and other ways of measuring, I think you measure the brightness, the electromagnetic spectrum, and spectral changes. Then this turned into this colourful planets with volcanic activity, water content. How did changes in electromagnetic activity and spectral activity and brightness, such as the image in the bottom left, how does this turn into all this information about volcanoes and water and size and atmosphere?
These are just models. All these pretty pictures of exoplanets, they are all artist impressions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that's misleading to the public?
Yes, I do. It's pretty beautiful, and if you are not in the field, like a public, you look at this, it's like, wow,
they found this.
Yeah, they found this, and it's absolutely misleading. I disagree with this. Yes.
Do you think you say it's 100% these planets exist? Do you think it's a leap of faith to say, okay, I measured some electromagnetics, I measured some brightness changes, I got some spectral graphs of data. Do you think it's a leap of faith to say these are habitable Earth-like planets?
We do. Well, it's still science. No, I don't think it's leap of faith completely. Yeah. So it's still science. Indeed, in astronomy, we just analyze mostly data and mostly electromagnetic. Right now, it's gravitational and particles, of course, but mostly it's electromagnetic waves. Yeah. And that light, electromagnetic waves, contain a lot of information. We learn about composition of the sun, not going there, because we analyze the light of the sun through spectroscopy, polarimetry, and so on. Yeah?
Sure.
So we do the same with stars, and we do the same with other planets. We see very little specks on our.
Sure, which I've shown down here.
Yeah, exactly, on our detectors. But we can analyze this to get chemical composition, for sure. And we detect water, and we say, yes, look, there is a signature of water. We know that signature in the spectrum is water. So there is water.
How does that spectral information turn into water?
Because molecules in the atmosphere, for instance, in our atmosphere, there is molecules of water evaporating from the ocean. They specifically interact with the light coming from the sun. They absorb a certain.
So you're getting the same data.
Yeah, you get like imprint of molecular presence because molecules are rotating and vibrating, and that requires energy for them. So for molecule to exist, it needs always absorb energy.
Okay. How can you be confident of the accuracy when you're trying to measure things 230 trillion miles away? How can you be sure of the accuracy when you're going 232 trillion miles away with a little instrument on Earth?
Yeah, that is quite amazing, probably to understand. But this technique of spectroscopy is basically distance independent. If you see imprint, of course, the problem is to collect enough photons. So when you go further away,
light photons.
Yeah, light photons. You need to collect them enough in order to see the defect due to water absorption, what we call. And for that, for example, if defect is 10% relative to the total flux, then you need, let's say, at least 100 photons to detect it, you know? So that it depends on your detector. Let's say you need 10 photons would be probably not enough to detect it. You need more, maybe thousands of photons.
The more data, the more patterns you can get.
But it's really distant independent in this case. So if there is water, it doesn't matter is it here or 1,000 kilometers or in the lab.
So what would be your number one proof? You're at a dinner party, someone says, what's your number one proof, scientific method of Earth-like planets existing in the galaxy?
So far, we know they exist through transit techniques. This is our... these are not, like you have a curve there, this is not a direct detection of a planet, it's indirect, means that the planet transits across the disk of the star and then we see this dip. This is not water, this is just a presence of a planet. And by amount, how big is this dip and how much it lasts, we can say whether it's small planet, big planet, on which orbit it is, you know. And through that, we know that there are these kind of small planets, yes.
Okay, great. I have a couple of questions about the moon. I'm sure this is just an error with NASA. This is a famous image called Earthrise, but there's a problem with it because the Earth's too small. Okay, moon viewed from Earth is this size, and Earth viewed from moon should be a lot bigger.
Well, moon size also changes through month and through years, because orbit of the
apogee, perigee.
Yes, orbit of the moon is not exactly circular.
Sure, but the Earth should still be a lot bigger than it is in that very famous image.
I didn't compare it, but we have to. I mean, in principle, one has to calculate what was exactly distance at that time of the picture, and then calculate the size of the Earth from that distance, angular, and then...
I've had some physicists do the maths on it, and they said it is a big error.
I see.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Well, this is like to the stories, maybe they were not there.
This is interesting. Some people I know were measuring the moon. They're interested in space and the sky. The moon was photographed at the same time in Australia and Florida. How would that be? How's that possible?
Okay.
And this can be repeated in different sides of the globe, shall we say?
Yeah. Well, they are definitely upside down, so that's...
It's rotated,
yes,
yeah.
You can, I mean, with respect to each other.
But the same phase.
Well, it's the same phase, yes. Why should it be different? Because the phase of the moon depends on the sun.
Because one of these locations shouldn't be able to see it. So on the globe, say the moon's here in Florida, the guy in Queensland shouldn't really be able to see it.
But this is a full moon, close to the full moon.
Close to full moon.
So this means that there is an angle at which it's seen. So full moon means that the Earth,
opposite.
Yeah, the moon is opposite to the sun. Yeah.
But still, with the globe, with the Earth being a globe, it shouldn't be able to see them both at the same time. And this is being repeated. This is an anomaly that some people can't work out.
If somebody does it, so it's possible. For me, it's like this, you know. You cannot say me impossible if somebody does it.
Sure.
So then I say it's possible, and then you can ask why it is possible. Then I do calculations.
Yeah.
So I would say you cannot argue. If this is not a fake news.
I can verify this.
You know, if it's not a fake news,
yeah.
then you have to say, okay, interesting, it's possible. I would like to understand why, and then maybe it's possible only a few times a year. You know,
It could be done daily.
Daily, okay.
Even with just after new moon.
Then it's fine. You know, then it means that moon is far enough from Earth that in a full, close to the full moon, yeah, you can see it like from the front and from the edge.
But in the model, there's a model software called Celestia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Celestia?
I don't know. Yeah, there are many.
It's a mod. Yeah, there's many.
Yeah,
It's a 3D
yeah.
model of the solar
Yeah,
system.
yeah.
When you put this date and time in,
Mhm.
you shouldn't be able to see the moon from both places. So there's a problem somewhere.
So probably model is wrong. I'd say. This is
Okay.
for me, as a scientist, we're always like, okay, there's a puzzle, there's observation, which is true data, and there's a model which cannot confirm the data. And I'm sorry, the model is wrong. So
You would say direct experience is the king.
yes,
I
absolutely.
agree with you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I totally agree with you.
If this is possible, like you,
The data has to match
yeah,
the
then the model
observation.
is wrong. Then your program probably
Because that's science.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, with the moon, it does this other strange thing. On a solar eclipse, you know,
Mhm.
where
Yes.
coincidentally the sun and moon appear the same size, which we're saying is a coincidence, yeah? The moon does a shadow on the Earth, yeah? Now this shadow is 70,
Yeah.
100 miles wide.
Yeah.
This is the only phenomena in our experience here in this reality where the shade is smaller than the object casting it.
Mhm.
So you can do a million experiments with shadows. The shadow's never smaller than the object casting it. And here we have the moon, it shrinks its shadow. The people I speak to just can't work out why this can be. It's something I can't get my head around either. Because it should be
Well, this is
thousands of miles.
This is a parallax. This is a parallax. Yeah. So this shadow and the toy is long way from the light. Okay, the shadow is decreasing.
No, it's not. It's always the same size. It can't go smaller than the object casting it. It says tiny shadow. This word here should really say same size shadow.
Yes, it can if you do it from the top. Then the shadow is very small.
There's another image somewhere. So think of sun and clouds. The clouds will always cast a shadow bigger or the same size as the cloud. There's no phenomena in this reality where, say my pen, can we get light? My pen, and the light comes on my pen, the shadow can never be smaller than the pen. Or my bottle. Say the sun's out
Yeah,
today.
but look, if the sun in the zenith and you are standing under the sun, your shadow is much smaller than you because it's from the top.
Okay, say the sun was right above my head,
Yeah.
like the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
The shadow would not be smaller than my head. You with me?
Yeah, the cross section. Yeah.
It wouldn't go smaller than my head. So say I was 50 meters up in the sky, and the sun was right above my head, and it went on me. The shadow on the ground would be the same size or a little bit bigger.
Mhm.
This is the only phenomena in our reality where something creates a shadow smaller. This is a problem.
I don't think it's a problem. Maybe you caught me on a spot, but I have to think about it. Yeah, some of these questions are
They're
I don't solve every day.
Sure. This is why.
I have to think about it.
But this is science. This is why we question things.
Absolutely. I mean, this is I don't think this is unexplained. I'm sure it is explained. It just I have to think about it. Yes.
This is a quick question a friend wanted me to put in. He said, with the lunar lander, there's one rocket. How would that land with one rocket when the spacecraft is asymmetric? Like we haven't seen on Earth a craft landing. I mean, the SpaceX one they say lands, but that's very symmetrical. So it's a very asymmetric lunar lander.
Yes.
Surely we'd have seen that being tested on Earth, or we'd see things now.
It's jumping. Yes. Did you see the movie of First Man? It's called. How he practiced. I mean, in the movie, he practiced landing on this, and it was jumping like hell, like this. And he said, "I will practice until I make it." So it's probably some also human skill involved in there.
Maybe a bit like when they did a manual docking with the ISS.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, this Apollo 11, it's all manual. If you go to Smithsonian, it's shocking. They use the calculator smaller than we use
4
in our
kilobytes memory.
smaller than we have in our telephones right now. It's all manual.
Yeah, and they had when the lunar lander took off, they filmed it. You know that piece of footage? The lunar lander takes off from the moon, and they created a film. It was like a 10-second film of it taking off. And my friend asks, who filmed it and who? How did that?
They left probably cameras there. That's fine.
And then went back to get them.
No, they get through radio, pictures through radio. Yeah.
So in the 1960s, they sent videos, digital videos, back across space.
Well, it's radio. So let's say they can take pictures.
But they only had a 4K memory lunar lander, and now you're saying they had like a 20 megabyte ability to capture video. This is a strange one.
Come on, we have pictures from the missions.
But as scientists, we can't take pictures as proof, can we?
I don't know what was the technology, but in 1960s, this is 69, okay? So there were already missions to Venus, Mars, also lunar orbiters existed. They all sent pictures. Pictures from the back of the side of the moon were sent before.
I, as an independent journalist, I can't use pictures as evidence because we can watch a film, a science fiction film, and they've got great pictures of space.
No,
you know?
no, come on. Pictures is data. Pictures is data. So, of course, you can fake pictures. In our time, 21st century is unique. We fake everything. So, I don't think in 20th... Well, of course, you can fake also all the times, or in 15th centuries as well. But if somebody... I mean, this is unethical, again, yeah? So, I mean, first approach should be like, okay, you have picture, this is data. I look at it.
Yeah.
And if I have questions, I will ask, how did you get this data? Yeah. And the person who claims that this is a data, he has to provide all the materials.
That's
to
true.
Prove that this is real data.
That's true. And with the moon mission, they said 2 years ago they've lost all the data. You remember that? They said they've lost all the data. Because some people went to say, oh, can we study the data? Because they had some questions, like I have. And they said, oh, we've lost it all. Can't find it.
This is also, this is another force called government, okay?
Things get a little shady sometimes.
Yes. Sometimes governments want to hide things, we know this. And they can say we lost it instead of sharing them, for instance. I don't know. I looked at pictures of the lunar orbiter, for instance, of the surface of the moon, and there is clearly landing sites there. You can tell me that, oh, that picture was faked, and that's why when you look at the data, the landing site is there. You can tell it's possible, yeah, that somebody faked that. But it's also, then, of course, in this case, I can say, all right, some data faked, what can we trust here in this universe?
You would say it's healthy to trust photos and images from bodies like NASA?
Well, I mean, what can we trust then? I don't know. I mean, if we question everything,
then we end up crazy, maybe. Yeah,
we should hold on something,
Yeah.
And NASA, I think, safeguard its reputation. I would say, trying very hard. And all of us, all scientists do that. But when the government is involved, I don't know what happens. So that I can imagine that there are forces saying like, we don't want you to share this data, and then the scientists are constrained, and then you can call it unethical from our outsider point of view. But for those people who work there, this is maybe a threat of life,
Sure.
And so it's a controversial thing.
Yeah, because NASA is a government agency.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know what they hide. I cannot prove or disprove because I'm an outsider.
Sure. Two questions about the space station. I think a year ago they had some cracked glass on the space station due to space debris. This was put all over the internet and mainstream media, but yet they still did spacewalks a week later. Would you think that's a bit dangerous to do if you're getting the screen cracked by space debris? Surely if you're an astronaut, you'd be like, hey, I'm not going out there next week because my spacesuit, I'm going to die. There's a good chance of dying.
Well, this space debris is tracked is being tracked. Not everything is known, but there are telescopes on the ground which tracking this little specks in the space and calculating their orbits. There are catalogs of this space debris, and they are like not homogeneously distributed all over. There are like packs of them, like in that, remember the movie Gravity again? Like they say, oh, it's coming, you know, like this is space debris from particular mission, and it's true that they are distributed unevenly. So there are some dangerous times and there are not so dangerous.
Do you think they're just brave astronauts?
Oh my God, it's another force. You have to do things, you know, it's your job. And of course, I'm sure the government takes all possible care that people are not damaged there. But if it's a job, you just do your job.
Yeah.
You you're given the order, you do your job. You know, I think this is
military style. Yeah. Going on to something a bit interesting here. This is recognized all around the world as the spherical trigonometry of the curvature of the Earth, So, do you prefer kilometers or miles?
I prefer kilometers.
Okay. So, if we were to look, let's try and make this brighter. If we were to look 50 kilometers, there should be 195 meters below the curvature. It's 195 meters drop. Does that make sense? So if I walked in a straight line 50 kilometers, I would have dropped.
Okay, because of the curvature.
Because of the curvature of the Earth. This is, how much is that? 195 meters.
Okay.
Yeah? So for 20 kilometers, there will be 31 meters drop.
Okay.
This has been verified through universities and astrophysicists. What if I told you I knew some people who, over 4 years, have done about 50 to 100 experiments, and they can see lighthouses and have done laser tests over between 30 and 60 miles. So like a laser hits a mirror across a long lake, like Lake Constance, near Constance, near here, and seeing things like Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan from 50 miles away. And they factored in the height of the person and all the maths, and that these people actually cannot find the Earth's curvature. For instance,
I didn't understand what they say.
For instance, I have a video here. I just want to show you some tests. So this guy has done some tests. Where are they going to be further on? And there's many using the P900 camera. Have you heard of this camera? It's 86 times zoom, and it's only come out recently. These people have done tests over 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and they can see torches, mirrors, lasers, where they've done the maths and it should be 10 meters below the curve or 20 meters below the curve. And this is getting really strange really quickly. He's saying here, he's done the maths, I verified some of it, so this should be 21 feet below the curvature. This is only over 7.53 miles, so this is 10 kilometers, let's say. He's factored in the camera height, and there are curvature calculation tools, and he's seeing lasers and mirrors. And there are people I know, especially in America, who are doing loads of these tests, and they can't find this curvature. What would you say to these people?
They have to take into account the height at which they stay.
They are.
And the height of the mirrors.
They are. Even if it's 50 centimeters, they're putting that into their calculations.
How do they measure the height of their own height on the Earth? They have to know it very precisely. If they want to measure 20 feet.
Sure. What they do, they're actually generous. So say they set up a tripod at 1 meter, they actually put into the calculations 2 meters.
No, I mean height, like relative height of you, because Earth is not really round. Yeah, it has bumps. That's what I mean. How do you take bumps into account?
There's an oil rig one. This one's quite far. This is like 20 kilometers.
Yeah, you have to take the profile of the Earth.
So you're saying saying they're just finding a. So this is really interesting. This is 3 oil rigs, and the furthest one is 26 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see it. I mean, we can say the Earth is flat in some places and more curved in others, but these guys have done so many tests. This is 26 miles away, and the horizon's behind it. Now, they say in mainstream physics the horizon's 12 miles away, With this new camera, the P900, they're seeing things 20, 30, 40 miles away. And this is getting pretty crazy.
I don't know. This is again like the facts you bring. I don't know what these people doing. First of all,
They're testing stuff with their eyes because they don't trust the governments. These people.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I don't want even to talk about this. I'm sorry.
Why don't you want to talk about it?
This goes crazy.
But this is fact. This is science, right? You're a scientist.
No,
you're a scientist.
I don't accept this.
How can you not accept it? It's right in front of you. The oil rig's 21 miles away.
No, I don't. I want to have.
This is a test. It's a scientific test.
Who did this? Can I trust those people who published this picture?
I'm verifying these people. I know these people.
Well, okay, but this doesn't tell me anything.
Okay, how about you and I go to the lake one day and we take a P900 camera and I'll show you something really, really fucking crazy.
Well, again, there are forces in the universe, yeah? So there is atmosphere, you have to take refraction into account, you have to take geographical profile of the surface. It's not that, oh, I take a camera. You know, I have these people visiting me sometimes.
But they're not doing it, but they're doing lasers as well. You know there's lasers that cost $2,000?
I know.
And there are people who've done 25 miles, 30 kilometers
So
tests.
I can see mountains 40 kilometers
Yeah, but they're
away.
high up.
Why do you claim that
Right.
this is not high up?
Come on, you're smarter than this. Say you have a lake, 30 miles, water's, yeah? And you have a person here firing a laser, and you have a person here with a mirror.
And why do you claim it's on the same...
there should be curvature. With the official size of the Earth, there should be detectable curvature of about 30 meters in some cases, maybe more. And people can't find it.
There are other things to be counted. Not only just claiming, oh, there's no curvature. You have to count shape of this thing where the water is, how it feels, what's the gravity there, What is the
gravity there will be the same as the gravity everywhere.
Refraction of the atmosphere.
Okay, there's a test where a guy went back every day and did the same test
But
because of
atmosphere
different,
is
different
the same.
atmosphere, different atmospheric haze.
Refraction is on average always the same.
But refraction can't make a human being jump up 30 meters.
You can see light of the sun from below of horizon.
Sure, this is like refraction, I understand this,
Yes.
but what they did in one test, he proved that it's not refraction because there was a tree above the person here and you could see the tree and everything. He said, well, where does the refraction start and stop? You know, like a mirage.
Okay, so for me, it's not science if somebody says it.
But there's tests.
We have, in science, we have a system. We don't believe everything what people say or what they
Sure.
measure. They are publishing results in scientific papers. There is always peer review to that.
Sure.
And if there are questions to the results, they have to provide all the data, all the measurements. And even if it's published, it's not, if it's just somebody published this
Yeah.
and somebody repeats it and cannot reproduce it.
This has been repeated. I could show you
Is
50
it published?
different people.
In which journal is published?
I could tell you for a fact that mainstream science is really not happy with these people and is shutting them down. And I could tell you another thing for a fact, that governments and government websites
So what
are
are
also not happy.
what are you claiming?
I'm just not claiming anything. I'm here to ask questions.
No,
I don't have
what
any
are you
conclusions.
claiming? That these results prove that Earth is not curved.
I'm not saying that. I'm not making any claims and I don't have any labels. What I'm saying to you is this is strange. What do you think?
I think these measurements have to be verified by scientists. It's like claiming
But everyone's a scientist.
UFO. No, not
I
everyone.
disagree.
We are trained. We are trained as scientists. We are trained with the analytical skills and scientific judgment. Even if we don't know something for sure, we can judge based on the other lots of knowledge of scientific facts.
Okay.
And not everyone can do measurement and say, look, I measured this. How do you prove it? I had one crazy person visiting me, taking pictures of dark places with the flash. And she was claiming there are these little dust particles which she sees on the flash picture. These are UFOs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
okay,
but this is the fact.
Sure.
She took a picture of the dust particles, scattered light. But her interpretation was, these are UFOs.
But if 100 different people have done this test with this new camera, 86 times zoom, at lakes, all around the world, peer-to-peer, there's a place peer-to-peer in England, and they're getting the same results of missing curvature, that's scientific method, observable, repeatable, measurable. That's the scientific method. And you replying the word refraction isn't the scientific method.
It is. Refraction?
Well, where's your results that show refraction explains these tests away?
I can see sunlight from the behind of the horizon when the sun is down.
That doesn't mean that humans can jump up 30 meters.
What do you mean jump?
Okay, so say this human and this tree should be 30 meters below the curvature. You can't use the word refraction for them jumping up 30 meters, the tree and the person.
Why do you claim that your calculations are right? I'm not verifying right now.
I'm pretty smart. And I verified.
Fine. I have to trust you. I see you first time.
But that's what I say to you. I could send you some data for you
I don't
to
want
do
it.
some.
Thank you.
But that doesn't make you a scientist.
No. It means that I don't want to do this particular project because I'm interested in many other projects.
But you're coming to conclusions without doing tests. That's not very scientific.
I'm not making a conclusion. Any.
But as an astrophysicist, surely you'd want to look at something like that.
No.
Why not?
I'm not interested.
Why would that be?
Because I'm busy with many much bigger questions than.
And you think this is nonsense?
I think it's nonsense.
The detectable curvature.
Yes.
Our survey said.
What would be your first reason for this being nonsense?
Because it's proven curve is round.
Could you show me the scientific methods experiment that did that?
Oh yes, it's done in 2,000 years ago.
Which test was this? Is this the sticks in the ground one?
Sticks in ground. Ships on the horizon.
I could show you with this camera ships, they go over the curvature. I could show you them coming back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Reappearing.
So it works?
Huh?
So it works in your case?
What I'm saying is the human eye has a vanishing point in these tests. I'm not making any claims. I'm just trying to find things out. The human eye has a vanishing point. That's not curvature, it's the human eye's vanishing point. Ships go beyond the vanishing point and people say it's the curvature. I can prove to you today if you want, with this P900 camera, the ship comes back.
I didn't understand that.
Okay.
It's okay, fine. I'm not going to talk to people who claim that Earth is flat.
I'm trying to find answers to some very interesting
things.
It's
just enough for me. It's enough of nonsense. That woman was coming to me 3 times and always.
But you can't project her onto me. I'm a completely different person.
I am sorry. Do you say this picture is the data? She claimed exactly the same.
No, but this is the picture. This is video. This is video.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So if I showed you 1,000 videos,
it's interpretation.
Okay, if I showed you 1,000 videos of PhD scientists doing this, these aren't a bunch of idiots. These are scientists. A lot of them are PhD scientists. If I sent you 1,000 videos from PhD scientists doing curvature tests, you would still say it's nonsense.
PhD science in what?
Many different. I mean, some are civil engineers. Some are all sorts of different things. Some are astronomers.
Well, let them publish this. I want to read that paper.
But when they publish it, do you know what happens? It gets shut down.
Yeah, I want to read that paper.
No, the paper's not allowed to get out there. You even put a video on YouTube, they turn it off.
I'm not talking about this. This goes into a direction I don't want to talk about.
But this is science.
No.
Because it's measurable, repeatable, observable.
It's not science.
Why would you say that? Why would you say this isn't science when people are doing tests and capturing data?
Because of that woman I told you. There are pictures. These are data.
But as a scientist, you should say that was her and this is something different.
No.
You can't project an old issue onto a new issue.
No, I give you example. By exclusion. Try exclude that picture was you claim that every picture is a science. It's data. I agree. This is data. Somebody recorded it.
Yeah.
What comes after data is the analysis of the data.
And that's what's happening in these videos.
How the analysis is done, and after the analysis, there is interpretation of that analysis.
I can show you hours of this.
And
this is the data, the curvature model that every university in the world goes with.
Fine.
And this has big problems.
Make these measurements on the moon. make these measurements on the moon. Make these measurements on the moon.
How would we
And
get
you
to
will
the
be-
moon? They said they lost the data recently.
And you will, no, go to the moon yourself. Go to the moon yourself.
But we can't go to the moon.
Yeah, so what can I do?
But NASA said that last year they can't go to the moon because they lost all the data.
Well, sorry. We live on the planet with the water and the atmosphere and gravity and uneven shape. And if somebody measures something which doesn't fit exactly circle of the Earth, I'm sorry for this person, because this is idealistic model.
You think they just got lucky and found a flat area?
I don't know what, it's probably just whatever. It's randomness. They have to make, in order to prove that Earth is flat, they have to take million measurements at million places.
I would say there's about 500 measurements of lack of curvature that are very well done with calculations.
It's your judgment.
No, it's not my judgment. It's not my judgment. They exist. These tests exist.
They are claims.
No, they're
We say
actual.
in
They're
science
tests.
claims.
They're actually tests.
These are claims. If they are not verified, these are just claims.
But you're saying they have to be verified by the scientific community?
Yes.
What if the scientific community at a high level is just shutting this information down?
Well, I can tell you. You can go and collect leaves, for instance, yeah, because it's interesting. It's biology. Yeah? You collect leaves, it's biology. You come to the biologist and you say, look, this leaf is a little different than this one. How would you explain this? And he says, well, it's just natural variations. I'm not interested in this. And you say, oh, you are a biologist and you're not interested in this interesting thing. Why this leaf is different from that? It's biology, it's science, and you're not interested.
These aren't like different leaves. These are the same, different tests of the same thing coming with the same results. That's highly scientific.
I should have asked your credentials before I talk to you. I'm sorry.
Here she demanded that I stop the recording, as she was super flustered and angry. Now, before I tell you what happened, just remember what she said earlier in the interview.
This is, for me, as a scientist, we're always like, okay, there's a puzzle, there's observation, which is true data, and there's a model which cannot confirm the data. And I'm sorry, the model is wrong. So
You would say direct experience is the king.
yes.
So she is a contradictory mess of a scientist. And this person is one of the world's top astrophysicists. It's laughable. And regarding the oil rig, I mean, in the words of Nathan Oakley, if you're a fundamentalist religious zealot, then that's not an oil rig at 26 miles. That would be a slightly looming non-standard refraction high in a holographic projection of an oil rig from behind the reified edge of a sphere based on an R value.